Reincarnated in a dark fantasy manga, I sacrificed myself to save my party and got a Yandere Harem. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Walka, Noooooo, please don't die, don't die. Wata, why is he, why am I? Senpai, hang on ack. I could hear voices, did they have to be so loud? I rolled around, feeling half asleep as I opened my eyes. It was hard enough trying to figure out up from down and forward from back without all the shouting. I seemed to have fallen unconscious. The one shouting had to be my master. She could be so dramatic sometimes. Normally, she was more like an archetypal lowly-type character, and she'd act like a responsible adult when the situation arose, at least, until something unexpected happened, causing her to revert to how she usually was. And the unexpected thing this time was just me covering for one of our companions and taking a small hit. It barely even hurt. I suddenly felt some strange, slimy liquid flow down my face. Uh-oh, that's a potion. Phew, that's much better. Huh, what you mean, what are you talking about, Walka? Stop it, cut it out already. Why was she getting even more upset? Wait, so this liquid wasn't from a potion? What could it be then? I awkwardly wiped my face off with the back of my hand, and I could see ahead of me with somewhat restored vision. We were in a so-called boss room, located at the very end of a dungeon. Before us floated an ominous funeral procession of flame-spewing skulls, around us drifted stagnant green miasma, and over us fell a piercing chill. And of course, some ways away was my master weeping exaggeratedly while desperately calling for me. But beyond that, behind her, was a veritable god of death, brandishing a wicked scythe. I was in motion like lightning, leaping forward to grab my master's arm, to pull her back with me to safety. I reacted pretty quickly, if I do say so myself. But just as I yanked her arm back, I felt myself become helplessly unbalanced, leaving me at the mercy of the lethal swing coming from our enemy. RGH. Fortunately, I didn't take a direct hit, just the tip grazed me, so I didn't count it as a hit. It was hardly a fatal injury, nor did it hurt even close enough to make me faint from the pain. Or, well, that all would have been true if the scythe were as big as it was, towering over me. The attack had connected with the right half of my face, brutally slicing straight from my forehead to my cheek and taking my eye with it. Pain lanced through my body. It felt as though my head had been split open, and, unable to bear the pain, I fell to the ground helpless. Master let out another scream, as though she were the one who was cut. Deathbringer Grim Reaper. This dungeon, Goozle, was considered cleared, but this monster, the true master, lurked in its deepest depths. It wore a tattered robe that cloaked its corpse-like body in dark shadows, and it wielded a scythe like the very embodiment of death. It was a literal god of death that reaped the lives of unwitting adventurers, powerful enough to annihilate unprepared S-rank parties that encountered it. Memories suddenly flooded my mind, spurting like a fountain of fresh blood as I finally understood. And with that understanding came despair. Why despair? It's because of what I remembered, it's because of what I realized. Arg, damn it all. I knew all about this monster, and I knew exactly how this was supposed to play out. We were supposed to be annihilated here. That was, after all, the story we were part of. But why only now? If I had remembered before we entered this dungeon. No, rather, if I had remembered before we got caught in that teleportation trap that brought us here, I would have turned us around immediately. Instead, we had gotten caught up in a rotten, dark fantasy manga, one that had driven me crazy between its amazing illustrations and an unforgiving story. It had happened early on in the story. A party of minor characters appeared, and their only purpose was to die like background extras. We were that party of minor characters, and we were about to be annihilated. I had believed I was living out one of those typical reincarnation in another world stories, and, having found myself in a world of swords and sorcery, I devoted myself to the way of the blade, something I had yearned for in my previous life when I suffered from Chunibyo. To that end, I had endured the kind of insane training that was only possible in a fantasy world before. At 17, becoming a full-fledged adventurer of respectable skill. With my party at my side, I believed I could achieve anything. But it was one massive misunderstanding, and now we would die here. The Deathbringer Grim Reaper would summon a horde of demons to overwhelm us. I would be torn apart and eaten alive, while the young girls I called my companions would be brutalized before being eaten as well. It was a senseless, cold-blooded end for us all. In the end, this world wasn't kind to anyone, not even to people reincarnated from a different world. After all, it only revealed the truth to me when I was on the verge of death. It was all over for me. And no, not like this. My master, muttering deliriously, took me in her arms, cradling me awkwardly. But it wasn't to drag me away. She wasn't moving in the slightest, but rather like she wanted to keep something from fading away. It was purely a coping mechanism. I didn't need to see her face to know that despair had left her broken. While she always tried acting mature, I knew better than anyone how sensitive she was. I'm sorry, master, for being such a useless disciple. As for our other companions, this can't be real, this can't be happening, Our frontliner, a melee specialist, tan-skinned tomboy, was slumped over at the edge of my vision. As far as I could tell, her eyes were unfocused and dazed. She looked fragile, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. She was always quiet and level-headed, rarely showing any emotion, but having been protected by someone weaker than her must have left her shocked to her core. That was entirely my fault. My body had sprung into action at that moment before I even realized it. Senpai, please run away. We can't, you have to run. And our last hope, the young prodigy swordswoman, could hardly speak, even as she struggled to get back on her feet, having been thrown into the wall. It was too dark for me to tell for sure, but I thought I saw a stream of blood trickling down her head. What's with that? She's the youngest in our party. How could anyone have the heart to do that to her? Only real monsters would, those bastards. As for me, I was covered in so much blood that it was harder to find a spot on me that wasn't red, and earlier, what I thought was a potion was me bleeding. I could even see bright red on the back of my hand, through my black gloves. Hey, wait, and my left leg was just gone. And it was showing bone. How grotesque. It was no wonder I lost my balance earlier. This was honestly getting ridiculous. The Deathbringer Grim Reaper had targeted our frontliner with a non-telegraphed magical attack that ignored every kind of defense. It was the kind of attack I wished would stay in the realm of manga and games. Well, this world was based on a manga, so. In any case, not one of us could act now. To make matters worse, the zone we were in had a truly shitty gimmick to it. There was no teleporting away, no escaping, until we were out of combat. In other words, we were in sudden death. Either we annihilated our enemy, or our enemy annihilated us. And to top it all off, we faced the very pinnacle of danger, a monster in every sense of the word. It was madness for any party to take this thing head-on. They should be putting every effort into running away, if they encountered it. There was nothing we could do. Even if we were all in perfect condition, we would still only have a ghost of a chance of winning. So no matter how much we struggled now, there was no escape. It was the same situation as in the story. No, wait, maybe not. My blood should have been boiling with indignation, but I must have lost enough to cool my head and calm my thoughts. And I was able to see that not everything was the same. After all, we had someone with us who was familiar with this world. Me. And at the very least, I vaguely remembered how to defeat this thing, thanks to the protagonist who, in the original storyline, showed up after us and won. This thing was abnormal, practically in a different dimension compared to other monsters. It boasted overwhelming firepower and near-perfect immortality, while a direct hit from its scythe spelled instant death. Nothing could stop that weapon, neither mythical-class equipment, nor saint-level divine protections. And what this monster relished above all else was the despair of its victims, so much that it would not deal the final blow until its intended victims had succumbed to despair first. It would refrain from using its instant death skills and instead toy with its prey by flaunting its immortality and strength. Even now, as I lay fallen, it made no move to finish me. Instead, it just watched my sobbing master with an amused expression, looking to relish all of our despair. However, there was a way to bypass its immortality. In doing so, it was all too easy to dispatch this thing. It was called the God of Death, sure, but it wasn't all that threatening. In the original storyline, the Berserker-type protagonist only needed 3 two-page spreads to do it. More importantly, defeating the boss monster here and now meant it wouldn't be able to summon the monster horde that had been our cause of death in the story. and that meant we would be in the clear, able to escape the dungeon. In other words, we could overturn our original fate. And, well, since I was going to die either way, I might as well struggle as hard as I could until my end came. I suddenly remembered a scene in the manga where the protagonist, despite his injured leg, could still move through magic. I couldn't remember how it worked exactly, but having lived in this world for 17 years and made a living as an adventurer, there shouldn't be any reason why I couldn't do the same thing now. At that moment, everything felt rather strange. My mind was clear, not hazy in the least, and while I felt cold and detached, I also felt anger. It felt like a stupid joke. It was ridiculous that we had to die because of something as silly as a surprise attack. And knowing that we were just playthings being thrown around until we were scheduled to die made me sick. And, more importantly, I'm so sorry, Walka. If only I. Seeing my master so downtrodden and wailing uncontrollably cleared away any hesitation I might have had about putting my life on the line. She must have been scared. She probably never expected something like this to happen. She likely still had so many things she wanted to do and so many dreams to fulfill. It was obvious that she didn't want to die. There was still so much for them, to live for. As for me, I'd already died once before. This reincarnated life felt like a dream beyond comprehension. Of course, it wasn't like I wanted to die, but if I could accomplish something with my death, I would be satisfied with believing that was the reason why I reincarnated. Before me was a formidable foe far beyond the pale. I was on the brink of death, and behind me were companions I had to protect. Did I truly have to think about what I had to do now? If it meant I would save them, then there was no reason to hesitate. I would struggle, no matter how desperately or unsightly, until the very end. So bring it on. I wasn't about to roll over and let us be annihilated, not without resisting. I would only allow myself to die after I crushed the bad ending we were headed for. I focused my strength on my exhausted body and shook my master's arms off me. I pushed her away, apologizing to her in my mind as I visualized threads of magical power stitching up my shredded left leg. Walka, W8, what are you doing? No, stop. Don't. Walka. She was shouting something, but I ignored her. I was focused on myself. It took 1 second to form a working leg, 1 second to test, to rise, to stand, to move forward. All I had to do was beat this so-called god of death. It didn't matter what happened after that, whether my leg was gone, whether my life ended. I didn't think about any of that. My sword flashed as I unsheathed it, deflecting the long scythe trying to reap my life. The Deathbringer Grim Reaper seemed to recoil in surprise. I couldn't see its face within the shadows of its tattered hood, but imagining its eyes widening into saucers really set off my schadenfreude. I had focused all of my strength into my right hand to hold my partner, a slender and black, curved, single-edged katana-like sword called a talwar. And my next move would likely push it to its breaking point. If it wanted to complain, I'd be more than happy to listen in the afterlife. I deliberately sheathed my sword. Once I returned it to its scabbard, I focused my breathing, imagining a carp drawing air as I took a low stance along my left hip, a Batao Jutsu stance. Knowing I had reincarnated into a fantasy world, I unhesitatingly spent 10 years in pursuit of stylish sword-drawing techniques, Batao Jutsu, that only existed in fiction. Well, this didn't feel bad at all. There was hardly any pain now. Was it because I was on the brink of death? And yet, I could feel every last piece of my weapon, like my very existence was being drawn into the sword, melding my blade and soul together into a single being. In that moment, I knew I would be able to cut through the shitty injustice blocking my path exactly the way I wanted. I knew what I had to do. There was nothing to be afraid of now. I cleared my mind of every thought but the Deathbringer Grim Reaper, gathering every last trace of my remaining strength. For its part, my enemy readied its weapon and unleashed its magical power. It acknowledged me as its enemy. As the murky torrent of power washed over me, I felt my mouth twisting in a feral grin, baring teeth in return. It summoned what seemed to be hundreds of black, magical blades and fired them at me at unthinkably ridiculous speeds. I intercepted most of them with my sword, missing only a few that left shallow cuts on my body. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. There was a lag between my mental image and physical movement. I had to go deeper. I had to dive further in and draw out far more of my sword than ever before. I could do it. If I couldn't, I would die. I stepped forward, through the wooden fence-like gaps I saw in my mind's eye, and closed the distance between us. And then my sword. Section, life sure worked out in the strangest ways sometimes. 10 days later, I found myself not in the afterlife but in bed, having somehow managed to avoid annihilation. No, absolutely not. And I mean it. No matter what happens, I will absolutely never, ever let you go. I'll always, 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 always be with you. Come on now, master. Oh, senpai, you don't need to worry about anything from now on, okay? And you especially shouldn't be pushing yourself. From now on, you can leave everything to us. Look, No, just stay still. I'll take care of it, it will start feeling good soon. Okay, wait, just hold on, all right. I just want to talk, hey. And for some reason, the girls started acting very strangely. I mean, I could still wipe my body by myself. Chapter 1, Walka the Adventurer. Out of all the places it could have been, why did I end up in the world of that manga? I was nearly torn to pieces and eaten alive by demons. Seriously, what am I supposed to do from now on? I can't see out of my right eye anymore, and my left leg's gone. How am I supposed to live? Oh well, I made it this far, so things should just work out, right? They will, right? Damn it all, it just had to be this crappy dark fantasy series with that equally evil author. You've got to be kidding me. I only want happy endings. With half of my visual capability gone, my depth perception was ruined, and even the ceiling of this ordinary room seemed to be from a different world. Well, that's what I get for letting down my guard. I had assumed I was reincarnated in a typical sword and sorcery, classical fantasy-type world, commonly found in light novels and manga. But that had been a massive misunderstanding on my part. In reality, this was the world of an atypical dark fantasy that I was very familiar with. At first glance, it had seemed like any other manga, with a cover depicting a fun adventure in another world. But that was just a facade, one that did not so much as hint at how loosely it played with the lives of the characters within. Unfortunately, that art style was right up my alley, and all it took was a single, casual click to start it all. It turned me into an emotional wreck. Why? Because, well, how do I put this? It was like reading the author's thinly veiled fetishes. See, the thing about dark fantasy is that, while it's cool and edgy, the reality of it is quite grim, and a common trope is how monsters mercilessly tear men to pieces and abuse and torture women to death. This manga in particular had no qualms about putting its characters through the worst ringers, no matter their gender nor their significance to the story. It was as though inflicting pain upon the characters was its very premise. Seeing as I, an adherent of good endings, only ever wished to read stories that finished with happy conclusions, this manga came as quite a shock. That being said, it did explain why the main character was a berserker-type antihero. Even so, the manga left me so devastated that, for the first time, I threw my phone at the wall in outrage. It left me questioning the author's sanity, and I even wondered if he was some devil. But I still stuck with it, specifically because I loved the art. It became a cycle. I would read more of it to admire the art, then snippets of the story would make a mess out of my emotions, and then I would cautiously peek at the next chapter to admire the next illustrations. I never got into the story itself. I just enjoyed the pictures, treating it like a collection of illustrations. That was all the manga was to me. And though I loved the art style, I could hardly remember anything about the story or setting. In the first place, I never would have imagined ending up in the world of an obscure work. So that was also why it took so long for me to realize where, exactly, I had ended up. Still, as far as the plot progression went, it would seem this was near the beginning of when the story started. I was a minor supporting character, part of one of the background parties that had been wiped out by the Grim Reaper in the first dungeon the protagonist enters. I could recall neither the face nor the name of the character I had become, but the final moments of that party were practically seared into my retinas. I was eaten alive and torn to pieces by a swarm of monsters, while my female companions were robbed of their dignity before meeting a gruesome end of their own. I felt my rage building as I recalled that heartbreaking, horrifying scene. I did not care about what happened to the guy, but the girls deserved to be happy, didn't they? The fact that I survived the encounter was nothing short of a miracle. The Grim Reaper in the manga, it was like a tutorial fight to demonstrate the power of the protagonist's berserker rage, and it ultimately lasted only 3 pages. In this reality, however, it was a monster that reigned at the top among the many demons. To encounter it was to encounter literal death. Some sources even claimed the Grim Reaper wasn't so much a demon as it was a phenomenon made manifest, one that reaped excess human lives to keep the world in balance. I had taken on such a monster despite being critically wounded, and I had not expected to survive the encounter. I couldn't remember exactly how I felt at the time either, but I must have been desperate to live, despite being completely ready to throw my life away. In the end, I paid a different price. Instead of my life, I gave up my right eye and left leg, leaving everything missing below my left knee and a wicked scar that ran from my forehead and down my right cheek. The kind of wound usually found in fictional stories. But this was not a fictional story. This was reality, and the reality was these injuries were serious enough to spell the end of my future as an adventurer and as a swordsman. Still, I wasn't upset. If anything, knowing that I had not only lived, but also saved my companions from the horrible ending that originally awaited them, but also survived myself left me feeling accomplished. So having avoided that bad end, it'd be nice if we could wrap things up and live happily ever after. That being said, I'd since realized I was actually in quite a bit of trouble, and it wasn't a problem about missing an eye and a leg, but rather something else. It was something I discovered after regaining consciousness. My companions had started acting very strangely. This bed seems terribly hard. Are you having trouble sleeping, Walka? Ah, I know. I shall arrange a better bed for you tomorrow. Rest assured, as the master, I shan't allow my disciple to suffer any discomfort, so leave everything to me. Master. What is it? I understand wanting to keep watch on me, but there's no need for you to sleep with me. Am I getting in your way? Am I just getting in your way? Oh, of course, I must be, of course I am. All I've done is made my disciples suffer after all. I am just an eyesore after all. It must be annoying. Having someone like me act like I'm still your master. Especially when I have no right to be one. Wait, what are you talking about? But I'll do my best. From now on, I'll do anything I can so that this never happens again, and if it does, I swear I'll protect you. So please don't abandon me. Whoa, wait, I don't understand anything you're trying to say. Let's talk it out. There's no need to cry. From my master, the legal lowly Lyslart. Okay, if there's anything else I can help with, senpai, please let me know. You don't have to go through all the trouble. I must insist. Since you need to rest, you should not be doing anything in the first place, so just leave everything to me. When you say everything, yes, I mean everything. Oh wait, so is there anything you need? Please let me know so I can bring it over. And don't worry about how trivial it might seem because making sure you're safe is the most important part. Oh, and I will be the one preparing your meals every day from now on, so if there is anything specific you want to eat, please tell me. Also, if there is somewhere you want to go, make absolutely sure to call for one of us. You must not use the wheelchair on your own. The sisters told us it's dangerous to use it without someone pushing it from behind, you know. But anyway, we talked it over, and the 3 of us decided we would make sure there is always someone by your side at all times. We all agreed to support you so that no matter what happens, we'll be able to keep you safe. So please, senpai, don't hesitate to rely on us as much as you would like. I'm just worried that you will shoulder everything on your own again. I don't want you to do something that reckless ever again, okay? You don't have to worry about anything from now on, just be sure to rest up, all right? Leave everything to us, because from now on, we will be the ones to protect you. Wait. To the youngest member of our party, the lovely swordswoman Yurisha. Walka, I've hunted down all the monsters nearby. Oh, sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. What did you just say? I said I've hunted down all the monsters nearby. We should be safe for a while. I can rest easier now. I think that's a little much for. I failed to protect you. I was protected, and you were hurt badly instead. That's the greatest sin in the eyes of our God, Granny always said, because a wound to a comrade is a wound to the entire tribe. And for saving me, I owe you a life debt, that's the law. So I will give you my everything, every strand of hair, every shard of bone, every drop of blood, every piece of my soul. I would give my life for yours, that is what I decided. To our frontliner, the tanned and tomboyish Atri, all three of them had changed in subtle ways. Wait, no, it wasn't subtle at all. Or, well, when I thought about it, it wasn't all that surprising. I could barely imagine how I would feel if I were to watch as one of my comrades teetered on the edge of death, only to return with irreparable injuries. Considering how dangerous this world was, rife as it was with all the monsters around, it wasn't surprising this particular encounter had stricken my companions with severe survivor's guilt and deep regrets about what they should have done. Had it been me who was protected, I certainly would have regretted my powerlessness from the bottom of my heart. So that was what the girls were likely feeling. The fact that I had nearly completed a one-way trip past life certainly made it worse as well. And naturally, the mental burden of knowing so was twisting my stomach into painful knots. I wished for happy endings above all else. I would never accept a story that ended with a girl losing the light in her eyes. It was hard enough, in my previous life, to have to see it happen in anime and manga. But to have to experience it in reality, that would leave me in despair. I would not let our situation continue as it was. So what if we lived in the world of a dark fantasy? So what if I knew this world was the creation of a sadistic villain of an author? It didn't change the fact that I had already lived in this world for 17 years, nor did it change the fact that these girls were my precious, irreplaceable companions. It would not be funny in the least for my party to fall apart because of mental breakdowns. I would do anything it took to help get the girls back on their feet. They truly deserved to have a bright future for themselves. I'd be troubled if, despite having overcome their original fates, something as minor as their companion losing an eye and a leg kept them from a happy ending. And with that in mind, it was crystal clear what I needed to do. I would never, ever allow any sort of dark development to overcome our party, section, or so I swore to myself. I'm bored. It should be obvious, but since I could barely move with my grievous injuries, a missing eye and leg, I was stuck in this bed. To be honest, I did not remember anything about defeating the Grim Reaper. What I did remember was waking up in this bed in the church and learning 10 days had passed since then. Seeing as I was alive, though, that had to mean I was defeated as it should have been in the original storyline. But try as I might to recall what happened, all that came to mind was a huge blank. I suppose hovering on the verge of death after a literal fight for my life had caused my mind to disregard all memories of it. Granted, it was still almost unbelievable that I had survived the encounter. And after that, it seemed the one who had rescued us, exhausted as we were after encountering the Grim Reaper, was none other than the protagonist of the original storyline. He had not only administered swift, on-the-spot first aid, but even used a valuable teleportation crystal to get us out of the dungeon and carried me to the church. Hearing about it did remind me that the protagonist, despite being an emotionally broken berserker, and due to his past experiences, had been described as a person who would never abandon anyone left at the mercy of monsters. Unfortunately, by the time I came to, that berserker, interested only in hunting monsters, had already left town in search of new prey. Would there come a day when I could properly thank him? Now, about my place in this world, as the adventurer, Walka, that is. I could not recall any line about him in the original storyline. I wasn't even sure if his character had ever been identified by name. He was most likely one of the background characters killed off-screen without even a single line of dialogue. Set dressing, whose only purpose was to die to emphasize the grim reality of the dark fantasy. He didn't have a bad face. His eyes were rather sharp and unsociable looking, but if I had to choose, I would say it was more good than bad. Then again, as a general rule, both the men and the women in this world were quite beautiful. I hadn't thought much of it at first and assumed it was normal since this was another world. Having realized this was the world of that manga, though, it all made sense. The piggish, ugly bastard-type noblemen were depicted as handsome, and even the background characters were thoroughly detailed. Walka was no exception. He was only 17, but his face had already shed most of his boyish softness to adopt hardened, masculine maturity. He was also fairly tall, likely above average considering I could not remember meeting anyone of the same age and taller. His eye-catching, dark ash-gray hair reached down his back, but was tied in a slender knot at the nape of his neck. In this world, young men commonly grew out their hair and styled it this way. As for his personality, it is what it is, so to speak. Taken positively, Walka is aloof and cool. Negatively, well, it is easy to imagine how that kind of personality could be received. He is a member of the A-ranked Party Silver Gray, serving as the party's swordsman. His fighting style revolves around bataojutsu, that is, sword-drawing techniques. In combat, he unsheathes his sword at blinding speeds too fast for the eye to see, sending streaks of light that ran through his enemies and left them helplessly dead after he resheathed his sword. The kind of superhuman technique that only existed in fantasy. But even in this fantasy world, one where magic enabled superhuman-level combat, walking the path to mastering such a technique was as arduous as scaling sheer cliffs. To begin with, the idea of combining attacking and sheathing into a single action did not exist anywhere in this world's teachings in swordsmanship. So I had to teach myself with only mental image to go by. I'd long lost count of how many times I'd nearly overworked myself to death in the course of training. Even so, I remained on the course, fixated on the technique for one very simple reason, because it looked cool. In my previous life, I was always excited to see characters doing those sword draw moves, obsessed with the techniques whether it was in anime, manga, or video games. When I realized I was going to live a second life in another world, it didn't seem like a bad idea to chase the dream I'd always had. But well, now that I'd lost an eye and a leg, that was now just a thing of the past. On a side note, aside from me, my party members were all female, so I had found myself in a harem protagonist-like position. Of course, no such thing existed in the original storyline. Rather, that fiendish author had intentionally put these girls together, into this party, to better portray how gruesome and unforgiving this world was. And because it would be unnatural to have a party of only girls, they included a random guy whose ultimate fate was to be torn to pieces. That was who Walka was, the role he played in the original storyline. But so what? The character, Walka, from the original storyline didn't truly matter. No matter who he was or who he might have been, it did not change the fact that he was actually me. I am the Walka that lived the 17 years of this life. The Walka of today is me, not Walka. And because of that distinction, I had overcome my original fate, the one that should have ended in death back then. Phew. And that brought me back to my current situation. I had nothing to do. While I knew I needed the bed rest because of my injuries, spending every moment since regaining consciousness in bed had dampened my spirits. There was no entertainment in this fantasy world, no television, no smartphones, so all I had was boredom. As for my location, I was inside the church in a town called Luder, not far from the dungeon. This church was part of a larger organization called the Holy Order of Crisscrest. From the name, it sounded like an imposing, authoritative force, but in reality, they managed facilities that were a combination of churches and hospitals. Like most fantasy works, medical care and treatment in this world relied on magic. In the churches of Crisscrest, its adherents called upon their devotion to manage everything from birth and death records to care for the aged and the ailing. For adventurers, a church was like a second home, a sanctuary from which they received care and first aid should they be wounded in battle. In this country specifically, people usually referred to the Holy Order of Crisscrest as simply the church. All right, I think I should try taking a walk. My wounds were already healed, and it wasn't like I was forbidden from leaving this room. In any case, I had to get some exercise in eventually. All this bed rest had left my body way too stiff. It might have been because of how regularly I had trained and practiced with the sword from childhood. But I had been growing restless over not being able to move about as before. If I had my way, I would have been back to doing practice swings already. But unfortunately for me, my master wasn't too keen on the idea with that thought in mind. I carefully climbed out of my bed and... oof! I fell over. It wasn't from something like losing my balance or becoming dizzy, but rather from a stick that could not remain upright, and I landed heavily on my shoulder. Come on now, what just happened? I wanted to ask myself out of surprise. Oh, right, I forgot, my left foot. I no longer had a left foot to stand on. I had completely forgotten. Or at least, That was the excuse I wanted to make. Strangely enough, it didn't feel at all like I was missing everything below my left knee, and it wasn't just me being sentimental or avoiding reality. I truly felt as though everything was still there, sensations and everything. I think this was what they called phantom limb syndrome back in my previous life. I suppose since I was lost in thought, I instinctively tried to move as I always did, which was why I ended up all over the floor like this. Though I was glad there was no one else in the room. I would have felt terribly embarrassed if my companions saw me, and they surely would have been worried sick. As an adherent of good ends, I did not want to add more stress to my companions' already burdened minds. My master, in particular, was so wound up with worry that if I so much as swooned or flinched in slight pain, she would grow pale and teary-eyed. Uwalke. Right on cue, a silver-haired girl forcefully burst into the room, looking as devastated as someone who had just learned her beloved family had been abducted. She was the very image of an archetypal witch with her ridiculously large pointed hat, a robe that seemed to hold the very night within its folds, and a lovely skirt that fell just above her knees. At first glance, her diminutive 130 cm height made her seem like a child playing dress-up, but the luster of her silver hair and the sparkle of her golden eyes suggested she was not just an average person. It was hard to believe she was supposed to be just another casually written-off background character in the original storyline. Wait, there's no need to worry. I just tripped, it's not a big deal so. That was all I could muster. As I lay sprawled out on the floor, I became lost in thought trying to think of an excuse to give to my master, whose face was growing paler by the second. Chapter 2, Lyslart the Magician. Walka, are you all right? Did something happen? Wait, just calm down for a moment, master. Just hear me out. You overexerted yourself again, did you not? Please do not do that anymore. Stop with that, I'm begging you. She wasn't listening. Though she was still pale in the face, she nonetheless picked me up and pulled me into her chest, holding me in a tight embrace. And yep, it was as stiff and flat as usual. No, begone, evil thoughts. You idiot of a disciple. How many times have I already told you that you need to take things easy? I should have known better than to leave you on your own. Master, W8, are you hurt? Did your wounds reopen? Just hang on, I shall fetch one of the sisters post-haste. Master. My master shuddered almost imperceptibly as I called out to her, and our eyes finally met. Or, well, she had been staring at me this whole time. But before now, her eyes seemed empty, like she hadn't been focused on me to begin with. My stomach began feeling queasy again. I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm not hurt or anything, so I'll get back into bed. Oh right, of course, my apologies. With my master supporting me, I got back on my feet and returned to sitting on my bed. I had only needed a shoulder for help getting up, yet my master had thrown her whole body into helping me. And despite her small size, she had stuck so close to me that anyone watching us might mistakenly assume we were locked in an embrace. It was then that I noticed how my master looked ready to burst into tears. Oh, my poor stomach. About my master, the great and powerful magician Lyslart. I could not remember much about the original Lyslart. She, along with the rest of her party, had a brief appearance in the story, so there was very little to go on in the first place. It was just a few panels showing her interactions as the leader of Silver Grey with the original protagonist, so it wasn't all that much either. And it wasn't just her, but the other two girls of Silver Grey making their appearance. They weren't just blank silhouettes either, but characters flush with details, so much so that they could be mistaken for the main characters. And it really seemed like they would. Maybe they would be a part of the story or become involved with the protagonist. One of them might secretly be the main heroine, too. Many readers, myself included, believed that. And those fans, with hope in their hearts and expectations in mind, excitedly read on, only to discover the entirety of Silver Grey would go on to be brutally defeated, humiliated, and annihilated. What a terrible, horrible, no-good dark fantasy it was. Now, with that in mind, the person I will be describing is not the character from the storyline, but the person as I knew her. Her full name, Lyslart, was a testament to her expertise in the mystical arts, but to the party, she was simply Lizzle. To me, she was my master, the one who taught me the basics of magic. But thanks to her 130 cm height, she was often mistaken as a normal young girl. This young girl in question, however, insisted she was far older than me, but of course, her sensitive, maidenly heart kept her from revealing her exact age. Over her head was her trademark, an oversized, flower-shaped magician's hat with an eye-catching pattern of a starry sky across its underlining. Her clothes consisted of a shoulderless robe colored a navy blue as dark as the night sky over a short violet skirt. Unfortunately, thanks to her diminutive height, she looked like a child playing dress-up in that outfit. Clothes aside, her eyes were pools of pure, clear gold, and her lustrous silver hair, long enough to reach her feet, was usually tied off into two large ponytails decorated with butterfly-like ribbons, giving her a charming appearance. Personality-wise, she was an archetypal Noja lowly hag. She usually spoke pompously, confidently presenting herself as the great and mighty witch of silver gray. She was obsessed with being the eldest in the party, taking every opportunity to play the role of the mature, older mentor. As for her dislikes, those included anyone who did not respect their elders, anyone who judged people by appearance, bell peppers, onions, and anything that tasted bitter. Such was the outward appearance of my master. However, I knew my master was, in reality, no different from any ordinary girl, that the pompous front she put up was done so out of desperation, so that others would not look down on her, to appear as a convincing, great and mighty witch. I knew she spoke no differently from any other girl who looked her age, and I knew she was not as mentally stoic as she claimed, especially seeing how easily she could change from laughing to fuming. And back in the dungeon, the sight of the Grim Reaper taking me down before her eyes had left my master broken, catatonic, and crying. In other words, she was as sensitive as a child despite acting otherwise. With that in mind, how was this sensitive master of mine handling my near-death experience and the loss of my eye and leg? Between her bloodless face and trembling fingers, the answer was obvious at a glance. Why, you are truly fine, all right, and you did not hurt yourself. If you feel even the slightest discomfort, you will not just silently bear it, and you will tell me, right? Because if something else were to happen to you, I felt my stomach churn in agony. I'm doing just fine, master. I'm sorry for worrying you, really. It would have been nice if I could think of a clever follow-up, but unfortunately, I was never that skilled in social situations. Furthermore, since being reborn as Walka, things had only gotten worse. Between my naturally sullen face and my ineptitude, it was harder than ever for me to hold a proper conversation with girls. It's all this damn background character's fault. What were you trying to do? Did you need water? Or perhaps you were feeling hungry? If there is anything you need, I can help you get it. No, it's just. I found myself at a loss on how to answer. If I honestly told her I just wanted to take a walk, she would likely scold me, saying something like, "You're supposed to be resting, you idiot of a disciple." On the other hand, saying something like, "I was just half asleep and fell out of bed," likely wouldn't work, not at my age. Having decided it would be impossible to dodge the question, I answered her honestly. It's just, I felt like my left foot was still there. So I tried to get out of bed like normal. That's all. It was an excuse that would win me disdainful glares and a judgmental, "Are you serious?" But I had no choice. I had to relieve the pain coming from my stomach twisting into knots, and it was better to do so by slightly annoying my master than burdening her spirit further. At least that was what I intended. Oh, right, of course. Of course, it would be hard to accept that your left foot is just gone. And you're right, I too. I'm sorry, Walka, I'm so sorry. Rest in peace, my poor stomach. It's not something you need to apologize for, master. But why? Walka, are you not upset? With your wounds, your sword, you can no longer. Tears welled in her eyes as she wailed. I thought over her words, and, well, maybe I should be upset. It was terrible to have lost an eye and a leg at my age. It might be more strange that I was so calm about it. After all, I wasn't expecting to survive that encounter in the first place. I just wanted to protect my companions, save their lives. So I did, and I even survived. That's why right now I'm at peace with it all. It was probably because I knew we were supposed to die then and there in the original storyline, that I was content with winning and surviving that encounter. Maybe a little bit of it was also the high of having overcome a close encounter with death, too. What I wanted to tell her was, there was no need to be so wound up about it. What? But then, I'm sorry, Walka, I'm so sorry. This all happened because I accepted that request. And if it weren't for me, because I couldn't do anything, and because I was just useless, Walka, you ended up like that. Hey. Wait, why? She wasn't supposed to cry. It was good that everyone survived, especially since all it took was one of my eyes and legs. The alternative was a gruesome ending and total annihilation. I'm so sorry, Walka. I'm so sorry. Master. You. Gently consoling a crying little girl was far beyond my capabilities, completely impossible. It was more likely that the sky and the earth switched places before I did so. In the end, all I could do was sit in silence as my master cried her eyes out, with my stomach twisting in greater and greater pain. Oh, my stomach, my poor stomach. Section. For a deeper understanding of Lyslart's character, it is necessary to go back to the time she and Walka met. That is, about 6 years in the past. It all started when Lizzle, traveling alone at the time, had just passed a small town and entered the forest, only to happen upon a boy surrounded by a group of 4 demon wolves called bandits. These bandits were low-level monsters akin to goblins and slimes, small fry, in other words. They appeared similar to stray dogs, albeit slightly larger and with purplish fur. Aside from quick feet and sharp fangs, bandits were nothing special, but they moved with surprising agility, which proved formidable for humans. On occasion, even seasoned adventurers were known to suffer injuries when encountering bandits. Naturally, Lizzle assumed the boy was in danger. Judging by the light armor he wore, he was likely an adventurer, but he was frozen in place, with one hand stuck to the sword on his left hip. It was an all-too-common tale, one of inexperienced adventurers scared stiff on their first encounter with monsters. I suppose if I must, I am not opposed to rendering aid at times. It was no exaggeration to say Lizzle was an objectively great magician, but that did not mean she was a benevolent philanthropist. Still, how could she call herself a great magician if she turned a blind eye to a child in danger? And besides, it wouldn't feel bad if, after driving away the bandits, the boy were to look up to her with adoring respect. But as she was hyping herself up with the fantasy of showing off her magical superiority, a sharp prickling ran down her spine. The stinging sensation along her skin stopped Lizzle in her tracks. Something was going on, she noticed, something intangible coming from the boy whose hand remained over his sword. It wasn't quite the overpowering aura of murderous intent, but it was a similar pressure, one that caused her to hesitate from taking action. It can't be. The boy she saw, it wasn't that he had frozen up in fear. In that brief ripple in Lizzle's thoughts, the bandits leaped at the boy as one. Lizzle clicked her tongue, annoyed at herself for stopping her hand, but unhesitatingly called forth the magical power for constructing a spell. Right now, her priority was saving the boy, but because her targets were bandits monsters known for their agility, a normal spell would be too slow. Without hesitating, Lizzle reduced the potency of her spell, so that it could activate faster and more accurately. A silver streak flashed before her eyes. Suddenly, 3 of the 4 bandits dropped to the dirt, falling apart in perfectly bisected pieces. Wah! It took Lizzle a long moment before she realized it had been the boy who cut down the bandits. As for the lone, uncut bandit, it was likely terrified beyond belief. After all, just a moment ago, it was relishing an easy hunt, a vulnerable child, only to see its companions split in half without warning. That was enough for its instincts to choose flight. The boy did not pursue the bandit and only watched as it fled in a panic. As the rustle of leaves settled, peace returned to the forest. Oh, wah. Lizzle was stunned and at a complete loss for words. Her speechlessness disrupted the construction of the spell she had wanted to use, and a moment later, faint particles of magical power dispersed into the air. The sight returned her to her senses, and she quickly hid behind a nearby tree to continue observing the boy. He appeared to be an actual child, one about 10 years old, an age when it would not be surprising for him to be scolded by adults for doing something as reckless and unthinkable as fighting monsters. Furthermore, the discrepancy between the boy's youthfulness and the artful maturity of his swordsmanship left a disturbing dissonance in the magician's mind. Meanwhile, the boy carefully checked the edge of his blade, a black-colored talwar, a kind of single-edged curved sword rarely seen in this country. At the tip dangled a single red drop, likely remnant blood from the bandits. Considering this blade had bisected 3 bodies in one stroke, it was far too little blood. To have caught almost no blood from the monsters he had cut, it was a testament to the boy's mastery. Wait, but right then, that was. Lizzle found herself sinking deep into thought, becoming oblivious to her surroundings. A common occurrence among magicians, to be sure. As a result, Lizzle did not notice how her oversized hat peeked out from her hiding place behind the tree, very clearly visible. Who's there? EX. Without being able to process what was happening, Lizzle found the boy before her. Startled by his sudden appearance, Lizzle stumbled backward, only to step on the hem of her robes and trip over herself, landing flat on her stomach. Oof. Her performance had been on full display. And yet, despite the tears in her eyes and with pure iron determination, Lizzle got to her feet as though nothing had happened. Of course, neither did she forget to solemnly, deliberately clear her throat. She had an image to maintain, after all, as a respectable magician. Meanwhile, the boy, having witnessed the spectacle that was Lizzle, cocked his head in confusion and muttered. "Hey kid, what did you just say?" Lizzle snapped, having lost her temper. She strode closer to the boy, taking deliberately long steps. "Let me be clear, that is wrong, completely wrong. I am no child. I may look like this, but I assure you, I am much older than you. You cannot just judge a person by their appearance, you rude boy." "Okay." So fierce was her rebuttal that the boy instinctively backed away, eyes widening in shock. "I understand. I'm sorry for the mistake." Very good. That you are quick to apologize is quite commendable. I, too, must apologize for raising my voice so. My apologies." Her fury vented, Lizzle relaxed and smiled at the boy. His ready apology had left quite the impression on her. "I saw you were surrounded by those bandits, and I thought to assist, but it seems my concern was unnecessary. You are quite skilled, aren't you?" "Well, Upon hearing Lizzle's heartfelt praise, the boy furrowed his brows, making an awkward expression as he carefully resheathed his sword. "Please forget what you saw." Why?" "Because I intended to cut them all down and missed one instead. I still haven't trained enough." His remark left Lizzle astounded, amazed to not only hear what the boy had wanted to achieve, but also how, despite demonstrating such a masterful technique, he was not so much proud of it as he was embarrassed. It was at this moment that Lizzle had truly become fascinated with the boy before her. "Are you perhaps an adventurer?" He nodded. "Where's your party? Or perhaps are you alone?" He nodded again. "I haven't been able to take on any big requests yet." The boy made an unhappy expression. From Lai's point of view, however, it was unbelievable that a human child who appeared to be just over 10 years of age was allowed to take on requests on his own, without a mentor, to begin with. And if she had not seen the boy's skills, she would have been angry with the Adventurers Guild for being so negligent. What an interesting boy this child is, Lizzle thought, smiling. Boy, would you demonstrate strength for me, as you did earlier?" Strength was an elementary spell that, as its name implied, enhanced one's physical capabilities. As such, it was an essential spell for adventurers and knights, since both professions often involved fighting powerful and resilient monsters. But the boy just looked at her in confusion. It was clear that, without him having to ask, he wanted to know why she wanted him to do so. "Why, as you can see, I know a bit about magic myself, being a magician and all. I ask because your strength seemed a little unusual. But I imagine it may lead to a breakthrough in your swordsmanship if you were to improve your use of strength, no." The result was instantaneous. At the mention of his swordsmanship, the boy instantly shed his reluctance and bowed to Lizzle with enthusiastic deference. "Please, if you would be so kind." Of course. It is, after all, an elder's duty to teach and guide the young." Lizzle was in high spirits. It had been quite a long time since she last conversed with someone so obedient and attentive. Most people would have foolishly brushed her off, laughing disdainfully and treating her like the child she appeared to be. It happened so often that she had long grown tired of using her magic to send those people away. The boy began focusing his magical power before activating strength. The speed of his construction was above average, and the skill of his application was not bad either. Considering this progress for his age, it was clear the boy had devoted much effort to this training. However, how do I describe this? Your strength is a little odd. Odd? In short, the magical processing was messy, wasteful, and inefficient. To use an analogy, it was like going down a narrow, winding alleyway instead of using the well-maintained streets to carry things across town. The spell still worked to enhance the boy's physical capabilities, but consumed an extraordinary amount of magical power in doing so, meaning the duration was extremely limited. It all left Rizzle dumbfounded. Why would you construct a spell in such a way? Who was the idiot who taught you this method? The boy, at a loss for an answer, hesitated to respond. Well, I guess I just taught myself. You what? One day, I just realized I could do it, but I didn't know it had a name or anything. Lizzle sighed in understanding. She was well aware that people like this boy existed, people who found themselves able to use magic despite having no one to teach them so. However, because those people did not understand the logic and principles behind magical formulae and their construction, their spells, if they could be invoked to begin with, were the magical equivalent of a child's scribbling. That strength spell of yours does not last very long, does it? The boy nodded. I can only keep it up for about 4 hours, but after that, I feel like fainting. 4 hours. That is quite a bit of magical power. When I first started, it didn't even last 5 minutes. I see, W8 when you first started. You cannot mean. I fainted a whole lot working on this, but I got it to last longer and longer. Lizzle delivered a chop to the boy's head. Ouch. Are you daft, boy? No one in their right mind would train like that at this age. Magical power was similar to physical strength in that its limit could be improved through training. But just as people had long given up running until they collapsed to build stamina, so too did people give up consuming all of their magical power at a time to push their limits. After all, in the worst-case scenario, it was possible to die from doing so. So then, why did this boy seem so proud of having trained like that? You, listen here, boy. If you were not careful, if you had done even the slightest thing improperly, you could have ended up dead. How long have you been doing this? Half a month? A full month? 7 years, I think. SSS 7 years? 7. You spent 7 years training with such an inefficient formula. And until you collapsed out of exhaustion, you can't be. No, wait, first of all, you daft boy, you idiot, you complete imbecile. What were you thinking? For 7 years you did this. What were you pushing yourself so hard for? I have never, in my life, seen anyone do such a completely stupid thing. Lizzle was, in every sense of the term, a truly great magician. And being a great magician, she could not help but grow irritated and upset whenever she witnessed magic being used in an inefficient way, especially when it did not make sense to do so. And now, faced with the ultimate absurdity that was this boy's training, Lizzle had been reduced to balling her hands into fists and swinging them about in a frenzy. From now on, you're forbidden from training like that. I won't allow it. Because you might die from it, it might kill you. Do you understand? All right. But it was hard to tell if the demands had registered in the boy's head, especially with the questioning look he had in his eyes as he stared at Lizzle. The magician glared back in return. Okay, now what? What's with that look, huh? Is there something you want to say? And no, it's just, you suddenly changed the way you speak. Lizzle, coming to her senses, cleared her throat before returning to the grandiose tone she was using. At any rate, I presume you do not have anyone to teach you magic, is that correct? Perhaps our meeting today was something of a trick of fate. I intend to stay in the nearby village for a spell, so I may have the chance to teach you. But what I mean is, I want to teach you the proper way of using magic. Please let me teach you. I cannot tolerate such sloppy application of the magical arts. You started speaking differently again. Silence. Erase that memory this instant. All you need to do is listen to what I tell you, because I'm older than you, understand? All right. Looking back now, it was truly a bizarre encounter. But regardless of how strange it was, Lizzle kept her word and began teaching the boy Walka magic. Walka, too, was lodging at a small inn in town. Having lost his parents at a young age, he had wandered into town alone one day, after roughing it in the wilderness for a time. It seemed the innkeeper had taken great pity on him and let him stay for next to nothing. It was a golden opportunity, one that Lizzle seized by renting the room next door. Right, so let us get to immediate work. Walka gazed silently at the stacks of books and sheets of paper piled high on the table, only to cock his head in confusion. So what's all this? What do you mean? What's all this? This is a grimoire, you know, a grimoire. I will be using this to teach you everything, starting from the basics. Walka grimaced with utter disgust. Coincidentally, it was the same kind of face Lizzle made whenever she was served bell peppers for dinner. Hey now, why are you making such a face? Could it be that you cannot read? I just hate learning by the books. Excuse me. Can you just teach me through practice and demonstration? I learn much better that way. Lizzle delivered a chop to Walka's head. Oh, do not be daft. You must not underestimate the magical arts. It is paramount that you understand the nature of the power you will be wielding. What you are suggesting is like wanting to wield a sword without knowing what a sword is. I guess. And thus began Professor Lizzle's special classes, which later established the foundations of what we know to be the magical arts. This in turn led to the reclassification of the power spirits wielded as spirit magic. Are you dozing off again? Wake up, WAKUP. This is only 5 pages in. Do you truly hate studying that much? Seeing as Walka would inevitably fall asleep, it did not take long for Lizzle to abandon classroom-style lectures. Instead, she pulled up a chair and took a seat next to him, sitting so close that their shoulders were pressed tightly against one another. All right, I shall read this with you then. Once we finish the chapter, we can practice using it, so do your best. Okay. I'm not sure what else I can try otherwise. It would seem even a magician as superb as Lizzle had trouble getting past Walka's intense dislike for book studies. Had he been attending a school specializing in magic, he certainly would have been in constant trouble and punished by standing in the hallway. And then, of course, there came another issue when they started putting the lessons into practice. How HOW? You answered every question on that quiz wrong, every single one, so how are you able to invoke magic so easily? Arg, this is such a waste of your talents. I said it from the start, didn't I? That I learn much through practice. I certainly have witnessed this for myself, that you learn much better this way. Erg. Well, it's not like I really care about this part. When do I get to learn how to use strength? Who do you think you are, you daft boy, to spurn this kindness I am providing? But despite all appearances, Lizzle found it fun to engage with the boy like this. And while Lizzle originally intended to only correct the childish scribbles that passed for the boy's magical formulae, she found herself spending days and nights together with him like they were a family. It was as though she had gained a younger brother she could not leave alone. Finally, a week passed, and the Walka unleashed, now enhanced by a proper strength, was powerful enough to instantly and simultaneously defeat 5 bandits. The expression Walka made at that moment was something Lizzle remembered, even into the current day. Walka had shown few emotions across that entire week, but in that moment, his face brightened with a heartfelt smile and, "Master, please teach me more magic." Ah, he called me his master, I'm his master. Master, 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 master. The sweet syllables of the word echoed through Lizzle's head, over and over. Lizzle was supposed to be a great magician, but all great magicians were supposed to have disciples. In other words, could Lizzle truly call herself a great magician if she had not even a single disciple? No, without any disciples to speak of, she was a mediocre magician at best. It was an unspoken rule all great magicians adhered to. Even so, there was no disciple Lizzle could call her own. There never was one. It was because of her appearance. Lizzle looked immature, practically a child. Regardless of her true age or her capabilities, no one wanted to apprentice themselves to a girl who appeared to be about 10 years old. And so Lizzle became a loner. And the unspoken rule came into play. Only mediocre magicians have no disciples, they laughed. What formed in this great magician was a complex about her appearance, whose mention by anyone other than the great magician in question, within earshot of said great magician, was akin to desiring a dance with death. So what would happen if this great magician, troubled as she was, were to find someone to call her master, to passionately ask to be taught? Heh, hee, I see. So you want to continue learning the magical arts from me, do you? I suppose it is only natural, great magician that I am, that you wish to become my disciple. My, how terribly troubling, whatever shall I do? I am ever so busy, with all sorts of important work. Oh well, if you're that busy, I wouldn't want to be a bother. Why are you giving up so easily? You're supposed to be more pushy. You want me to teach you magic, don't you? What? I mean, I do, but if you're busy, it's not really a big deal, so. Don't just say it's not a big deal, you fool. See. Come now, try saying it again. What is it you want from me? I want to learn magic, so would you take me on as your disciple, master? Oh, of course. Very good, very good. I suppose if you insist so strongly, I have no choice but to take you on my disciple. Thus the great magician gained an apprentice. And as it turned out, Lizzle was, loner that she was, actually quite easy to win over. Section. A nostalgic memory came to mind. It was about the time she first met Walka, her beloved disciple. She had stayed with him ever since then, unable to leave him alone, and, as his master, involved herself in his affairs. Nobody had taken issue with it either, likely because his apparent age contrasted his exceptional skills, or how his appearance made him seem out of place among the members of the Adventurers Guild. But thanks to that, however, Lizzle could have him all to herself. Walka was her very first disciple. When she thought of him in that way, it made him seem all the more cute and endearing. Phewa, good morning, Walka. Were you practicing with your sword again? It's my morning routine. Even as he studied magic with her, Walka never missed a day of sword training. He always trained early in the day, and by the time Lizzle had woken up, she was not a morning person in the least. Walka would have already worked up a sweat, having finished his morning routine. He was so devoted to the blade that it was no exaggeration to say that he spent every waking moment outside of eating, sleeping, and studying with Lizzle to perform practice swings with his sword. You sure do love swords, don't you? It might sound a little weird, but this is really the only thing I truly understand. He may not have been born holding a sword, but it was obvious from his exquisite swordsmanship that he had devoted himself to his weapon to such an extent that the exaggeration was what came up short in comparison. The boy was only 10 years old, but his mastery was at a level that would leave even veteran swordsmen in a cold sweat. His technique, something he called Badaojutsu, overwhelmed opponents with overwhelming speed, yet Lizzle had never seen or heard of anything like it before. It was all too clear Walka had shed much sweat and blood to reach the level he had. Lizzle had no doubt Walka would eventually make a name for himself as a first-rate swordsman. She once asked if he intended to become a knight, but his answer had been unclear. It would seem he was so absorbed in perfecting his own technique that he hadn't bothered to consider his future aspirations. This was why, after a certain point in his training and studying, Lizzle took the opportunity to say Walka, if you were interested, would you like to, form a party with me? Considering his age, it certainly was not unexpected that he had yet to decide on what he wanted to do in the future. However, he was also at the age where his dreams would begin taking on vague form, shaping him into the adult that he would become. With his skills, it would not be surprising if a knight order or some random adventurers were to swoop him and take him away from her. She would never allow her cute, adorable first disciple to be taken from her, so all she had to do was form a party with him first. Then, not only would her darling disciple be safe from would-be thieves, but also, as his master, she would always be with him at all times. In short, a lifetime of loneliness had caused Lizzle to invest an overbearing affection into her disciple. At the same time, there was no guarantee that Walka, the disciple in question, would agree to form a party with her. Furthermore, it would be one thing for him to simply reject her invitation, but if he said something like, I'd rather not, what made you think I'd want to? Lizzle might just throw herself off the nearest cliff in despair. Are you sure? It'd be a great help to me, so of course I would. Walka accepted her invitation with such anticlimactic casualness that Lizzle grabbed hold of him, pulling the boy close to confirm his answer. Really? You truly mean that? Well, yeah, I'm your disciple, right? So isn't it natural for us to form a party together? Oh, right, yeah, of course. On a side note, after she returned to her private room later that day, the overwhelming relief left her weak in the knees, and she even shed tears of joy. Her reaction may have appeared exaggerated, but just as Walka appeared out of place within the Adventurers Guild due to the discrepancy between his skills and his youthfulness, so too did Lizzle, with her childlike appearance but superior magical abilities, suffer painful loneliness because of a lack of human relationships. In truth, Lizzle had not been born a pure human and, despite her appearance, was actually over 100 years old. She had spent over half of her life living alone in the untamed frontier, far from any civilization, where she had no friends to speak of. Of course, there came a time when she put her magical knowledge to use as a scholar in the royal capital. A time that ended badly as her ideas and values regarding magic clashed with those around her. From there, she played at being an adventurer for a time, as no matter how hard she tried, her fellow adventurers mocked her as the child she appeared to be. In short, Lizzle was lonelier than she thought she was. And what she wanted, most of all, was someone who accepted her for who she was, someone who would be with her without having to be conscious of her. It was amid that desire that she found Walka, and that first disciple of hers would unwittingly receive that overflowing affection. And then, after 3 days and 3 nights of brainstorming, she finally came up with a name for their unforgettable union: Silver Gray. Silver Gray. Indeed, what do you think? Is there some meaning behind it? WL. She could not bring herself to explain that the silver and gray were them, by the colors of their hair. In other words, the party was where they would be together, and the name would make it look like Walka belonged exclusively to her, but that is, well, I simply thought the words sounded good together. Do you not think so? Would that excuse work? Would Walka realize what she was doing? If he did, and if he said something like, sorry, but that's a little on second thought, let's just pretend we never talked about forming a party together, Lizzle might just find a rope to hang herself in her room. I like it, I think it's cool even. Alright, of course, you would think so, of course. Fortunately, he hadn't realized a thing, and so their party, Silver Gray, was formed. Theirs was a carefree party, without any concrete beliefs or goals, traveling across the land. They took on all kinds of requests, from helping people who needed them to defeating monsters for money, and even embarking on journeys that took them far away from any town. The activities were mundane, but because she was with Walka, Lizzle found it so much more fun than anything she had done before. Inevitably, as the journey of Silver Gray continued, they met more and more people. Mr. Walka, please allow me to become your apprentice. I have fallen in love with your swordsmanship. Hi. As they went around the small towns around the outskirts of the royal capital, they met a Yurusha, a young swordswoman so entranced with Walka's sword-drawing techniques that she begged to become his disciple. Hey, won't you take me with you? Walka, don't you want to feel good with me? Hi. Right under Lizzle's nose, Walka met and fought side by side with Atri, a tomboyish warrior, and the two seemed quite close for some reason. With these 2 additions, Silver Gray became the party it was in the current day. Lizzle had been jealous at first, seeing as she could no longer keep Walka all for herself, but she came to accept both Yurusha and Atri, and before she knew it, they had become like a precious family to her. She truly believed the 4 of them would continue the way they did, spending happy, enjoyable days together. He may yet live, but we've had to amputate his left leg, and his right eye will likely never see the light of day ever again. Yet this was their new reality. Half a day had passed since Walka defeated the Grim Reaper, since the girls brought him back to town and into the church. They truly believed the holy magic used by the church would heal Walka's grievous injuries, and so they had gone the whole night without so much as a drop of water or a wink of sleep to pray. They continued praying, even when they started feeling weak from exhaustion. Yet when the dawn arrived in all its beauty, all it brought was news that dropped Lizzle into the deepest depths of despair. Amputate. Yes. I am so sorry. Lizzle's mind could no longer register the words coming from the elderly sister of the church. A sense of loss drowned it all out, making her feel as though a party of her body had been ripped, torn, gouged out. Her vision began to twist and turn, and the next thing she knew, she was on the floor, having fallen to her hands and knees. It can't be. She heard Yurusha's voice, quavering and weak, likely to break at any moment. Why? Couldn't you fix him? The treatment was indeed a success, yet this is all that success was able to save. The elderly sister's face tightened with solemn anguish. She, too, could only despair at their powerlessness. I can only imagine he was already at his limits staying alive, but to have pushed himself even further. The elderly sister continued to speak. That boy's left leg, it was torn off, wasn't it? But he used magic to force himself to keep moving. I have no idea what he did exactly or how he accomplished it, but it certainly was not a good way to use magic. The wound was scorched, practically cauterized, and the exposed bone, it was truly horrific. With the power of our holy magic, it is indeed possible to fix limbs and even reattach them under the right conditions. But that only applies when the wounds are very clean and superficial. The wounds your companions suffered, I'm afraid, they were far beyond what we are capable of fixing. The elderly sister's words echoed like meaningless noise around Lizel's empty head. As for his right eye, the wound is much too severe. Judging by the depth of the cut, the blade must have been extremely large. It is a miracle that your companion's brain remained safe. We have to wait for him to wake up before we can know for sure whether his vision is functioning properly. But she paused, swallowing back the words remaining on her tongue. To give the girls even a little hope now might cause them even greater pain later. She could not say nothing, as that itself had implications of its own, so she would have to choose her words carefully. Having seen and treated many as I have, in my time as a sister, I can usually tell if it would be possible to save a patient, so I only say this now, because things have gone as well as they have. From the very start, when you all first arrived, I believed your companion would not make it. His injuries were simply that severe. To have lived despite those injuries, your companion must be loved by God. You must find solace in that reprieve, at least. It was an impossible request. How could anyone be happy find solace in this? They would have to be insane. The sister's words implied everything Lizel hadn't wanted to acknowledge, knowing she was ultimately the reason why her precious disciple was in his current state, that he had been so grievously wounded that a sister of the church did not believe he could be saved, brutally tore away at her psyche. She knew wielding a sword had been everything to Walka. From a young age, he had dedicated his life to the blade. Even when Lizel took him on as her disciple, he had not missed a day of training with his sword. He was so devoted to the weapon that he regularly admitted he had been born with no other talent than one for swinging a sword around. To take away the left leg and right eye of such a person, what then? Even if he survived, where would that leave him? RGH. Atri was the first to break, no longer able to keep herself together in the face of their new reality. She whipped around, turning her back on them, and bolted from the church like a child fleeing in a panic. She was running away. Having come from a foreign country, Atri likely had personal circumstances to deal with, least of all the borderline obsessive pride and determination she held about protecting and fighting for her companions. That was likely her very core. For her to go from being the protector to the protected, to see her protector take life-threatening injuries only for him to survive with permanent disabilities, the despair must have overwhelmed her. Why? Miss Lizel, Miss Atri is. Eurysha hesitated, wavering between chasing after Atri or staying behind with Lizel. Considering their roles in the party, Lizel should have been the one to go after their wayward warrior. No matter how tough things got, she, as the leader, should have been the one to stand strong and support her companions. But at that moment, she could not move. There was no strength left in her small body. If you intend to chase after your companion, please do so. You may leave this one to me. Understood, thank you so much. It was the elderly sister who stepped in, encouraging Eurysha to catch Atri. Even after the young swordswoman left, Lizel still kept her head down. She remained motionless even as the elderly sister began to speak. My goodness, you are not entirely human, are you? From what I have surmised, despite appearing the youngest, you should be the eldest of your party. So why are you acting this way? You must stand strong for your companions, and yet it is the youngest in your party that has stepped up to handle everything. The sister was right. Since arriving at the church, neither Lizel nor Atri had been capable of speech, so it fell to Eurysha to handle communicating with the sister. She may have been the youngest in their party, but she certainly was more reliable than Lizel. Lizel could not feel any more pathetic. Surely Eurysha was feeling just as devastated, just as ready to burst into helpless tears, and yet she had not broken down. Would you like to see him then? You need not push yourself. We can always wait until tomorrow. After wiping away her tears, Lizel finally lifted her face. She was not, by any means, ready. She was barely hanging on from hearing about it. If she were to see Walka now, she would surely break down sobbing. Even so, she did not want to let him be alone, to leave him on his own. She was scared, absolutely terrified of the possibility that, if she didn't stay by his side now, he would disappear somewhere forever. All adventurers knew how dangerous dungeons could be, no matter how small they were. Each of them was a place fraught with danger, a stronghold of evil, capable of producing endless numbers of monsters until their so-called dungeon master was defeated. The risk was not without its reward, however. Treasure awaited the adventurers willing to risk their lives, drawing them in with dreams of riches and wealth. Inevitably, many unfortunate souls found their end in those dark depths, never to see the light of day ever again. However, this did not apply to dungeons that had been cleared out, that is, the ones where the boss monster was defeated. Those particular dungeons could no longer produce monsters and eventually became nothing more than abandoned ruins. Still, ne'er-do-wells or monsters could settle into these locations, and that was an especially dangerous risk for any dungeons located near settlements. As a result, the Adventurers Guild regularly issued requests to surveil already cleared dungeons. It was a popular offering, as adventurers could hope to find yet undiscovered treasure, to safely earn money for travel, or to train and test new strategies for exploring dungeons. That was what their request should have been. None of them could have guessed that, in reality, the dungeon was not truly cleared, that a truly monstrous abnormality awaited any party hapless enough to explore the dungeon, one strong enough to force even S-ranked parties to prepare for the worst. Walke, the elderly sister, brought Lizzle to another room. There, she found Walke in deep, sound sleep. While holy magic had patched up most of his minor wounds, there was no spot anywhere on Walke that wasn't free from injury, no matter where she looked, with horrifying scars on his scars visible through gaps in the hospital gown. Furthermore, his right eye socket was distinctly hollow, and there was no hiding how his left leg was missing everything below the knee. Lizzle, for her part, had never seen anyone so injured. His breathing was quiet, so quiet that Lizzle grew anxious, wondering if Walke was truly alive or if his heart may have stopped. Phew! Lizzle leaned over onto the sleeping Walke, pressing her left ear against his chest to check for a heartbeat. While she caught the unmistakable thumping of life, the confirmation brought her no relief as she stood and fell into a nearby chair. She had long since lost count of the number of times she had repeated this process. It had already been an hour since the elderly sister left. By now, Lizzle was nothing more than a terrified wreck, utterly devastated by the sight before her eyes. "You should be happier, knowing your companion survived," she heard the sister's voice in her head. What was there to be happy about? To be happy with just that was pure selfishness. Walke may have survived, but who would be happy seeing what that had cost him? Only someone crazy would be happy about this. After all, now that he lacked an eye and a leg, Walke's adventuring days were as good as over. And even if he no longer worked as an adventurer, how was he supposed to lead a normal life? With his unparalleled talent for the sword, Walke should have had a bright future awaiting him. The light of that future had been unceremoniously snuffed out. And it was all because of Lizzle. After all, it was Lizzle, the party's leader, who accepted that request in the first place. "I'm sorry. It would be nice to take on a request like this, to do a little bit of traveling, once in a while, or so she had thought. If only she hadn't taken the request so lightly, if only she, the leader, had noticed how strange the dungeon had been. No, if only she at least was as powerful and great of a magician as she always claimed to be. Had any of that happened, the reality before her eyes would likely never have come to pass. In other words, it was all her fault. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Lizzle was supposed to be Walke's reliable master. After all, Walke was Lizzle's one and only precious disciple in the world. He had been such a lovely, adorable disciple that she could hardly ever take her eyes off him. And she had gone and ruined the life of the disciple that was as beloved to her as a little brother. If only she hadn't so foolishly chosen that request. If only she had been more reliable. But because she couldn't do anything right. Because she was so weak. It was her fault, it was all her fault. She had wronged him, and she was to blame. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. Had that elderly sister been present, perhaps she might have been able to scold Lizzle and bring the magician back from the brink. But reality was not so kind. Having spent the entire night devoted to such an immense job, the sister had already departed from the room, and neither Eurysha nor Atri had yet to return. As a result, Lizzle only had her thoughts for company, thoughts of self-doubt and self-blame, pushing her to conclude that she had been the one who destroyed Walka's life, to accept her actions as an unforgivable sin for which she would never be forgiven. And so, as she watched Walka with lightless eyes, Lizzle simply repeated the same apology over and over. If it were possible to see the heart through the naked eye, then in that moment, Lizzle's heart would have appeared to be transforming, twisting itself into a distorted shadow of its former shape. Chapter 3, Eurysha the Swordswoman. Bleh. I croaked like a frog as something yanked at my collar. The feeling pulled me out of sleep, and I opened my eyes to a moonlit hospital room. In this world, the pale moon shined bright enough that, at night, there was less need for other light sources. Of course, that wasn't to say it was bright enough to read a book, but it was certainly bright enough for me to see my surroundings without much trouble. Master. My half-asleep eyes looked to my side to find my master holding my arm. No, wait, not just holding it but clinging onto it, and she was shaking. What's wrong? Please. She seemed to be saying something. I leaned closer to her and focused my ears on listening when, "Don't go, please don't go anywhere. Please don't leave me behind. Please don't abandon me. Please don't go, please, 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 please." Now that I knew what was going on, I straightened myself up and let out a sigh that seemed to sink into the ceiling. It was happening again. She was having a scary dream. While it sounded childish to put it that way, the truth was, she was traumatized. She regularly relived the events of my near-death at night, and each time, the experience pushed her to cling to me as desperately as she did now. With how injured I was worried about sleeping together every night. But ultimately, I relented, allowing my master to do as she liked because of the trauma my near-death had left her with. It made my stomach hurt thinking about it, but I couldn't let it show. This had all started because of me, after all. I would feel responsible for it, no matter what. It wasn't like I did something wrong. Thanks to being familiar with the original work, I knew how to defeat the Grim Reaper. I had no choice but to do what I did, to protect everyone even as I straddled the line between life and death. At that moment, I was ready to give my life to accomplish my goal. There had been no other path than that one. But still, even if there was no other path, I shouldn't have been so casually willing to die about it all. I had reincarnated after all, and I had already died once only to find myself in the world of a manga. I was an anomaly that shouldn't exist, so if anyone had to sacrifice themselves for the greater good, it had to be me. With that in mind, I was resolved, ready to give up my life when the time came. But I had it wrong the whole time. It wasn't so much risking my life for the good of others as it was recklessly endangering myself without understanding the importance of my own life. And that kind of thinking had led to disastrous consequences. My master realized I had that mindset when I put my life on the line, which led to her current condition. What an idiot I was. It took this long for me to realize it. Why had I blinded myself, thinking I was above it all, like I was some god, just because I knew I was in the world of a manga that I vaguely remembered? Despite reincarnating, despite knowing the work this world was based on, despite knowing I was an anomaly amongst the living, none of that changed the fact that I was also an inhabitant of this world named Walka. I understood now, down to the depths of my soul, that despite any of my extraordinary circumstances, there was only one Walka in this world. To refuse to understand this fact was to undermine and disqualify the sincerity of my desire to help my companions recover. I let out a slow sigh before leaning to the side and gently pulling my master's small head into my chest. I hoped, at least, for the sound of my beating heart to reach her. Section. Good morning, senpai. The dawn arrived, and in the early morning hours before the sun had fully risen, the door opened as though pushed by a gust of wind, and a quiet presence crept into the room. Among the skills I acquired reincarnating into this world was one that allowed me to sense the presence of others, working even while I was asleep. It was no exaggeration to say having this skill was the difference between life and death for aspiring adventurers. In the first place, the dark fantasy series this world was based on, like in most fantasy worlds found in manga and novels, featured only 3 means of transportation: on horseback, on foot, and by boat. In other words, whether on a daily errand or carrying out a guild request, It was not unusual for parties to camp outside, seeing as they would not likely reach their destination on the same day they set off. Of course, that also meant they were exposed to danger while sleeping, whether from monsters or ruffians, that is, the classification used for criminals and other ne'er-do-wells. If the party counted a wizard capable of barrier magic among their members, or if they had the funds to afford gems enchanted with barrier magic, it would be a different story. But most rotated shifts throughout the night. Still, even with a companion on watch, it was careless for an adventurer to leave themselves completely defenseless while sleeping. And it was one thing to have companions to keep watch, but what about the adventurers working solo? Without detection skills, they would never be able to sleep peacefully at night. In a way, that constant danger was a kind of occupational hazard for adventurers. As for me, I acquired the skill as a natural consequence of training with my grandfather, who had also taught me swordsmanship. Still, I never expected to gain the sixth sense commonly found in media and become able to do something like sense the presence of others and immediately leap out of bed by reflex. But I suppose I was in a completely different world. The common sense of Earth certainly wouldn't apply to people living in the world of a dark fantasy. Senpai, it's already morning. By now, the one who entered the room had arrived at my bedside to whisper gently into my ear. Well, I already knew it was the young swordswoman of our party, Yurusha. She certainly wasn't anyone suspicious, so I did not need to push myself to full wakefulness. Instead, I stayed half asleep, murmuring in a groggy state. What was going on? It felt as though Yurusha was simply staring at me, unblinking, as I remained in bed. What a large wound. She must have been staring at the mark over my right eye, a scar that stretched from my forehead down to my cheek. It was flashy at least, the kind of scar found in manga. As the youngest in the party, Yurusha must have found it painful to even look at. Senpai, please never do something as reckless as that ever again. We'll make sure you never have to, so please leave everything to us and rely on us as much as you like from now on. I swear we'll become stronger so that we can support you, so that you can trust us. We'll make sure you're always taken care of, so you don't have to worry about anything or do anything, whether you're awake or asleep. Everything will be taken care of, absolutely everything, no matter what. We'll always. Ghostly whispers filled my ear. It was terrifying and I felt myself shivering out of fear. I forced my eyes open. Ha-oh-oh, good morning, senpai. Did I wake you up? All I saw was a smiling Yurusha, looking a little flustered. Maybe I misheard. I had thought I heard her say things that would make my stomach churn, but oh well, I guess not. Good morning, Yurusha. Yes, good morning. About Yurusha, the genius swordswoman and the youngest member of Silver Grey. To be honest, I did not have fond memories of her from the original storyline. By that, I didn't mean I disliked her, of course. But her final moments, after the party was annihilated, were a little well. How much happier would I be if I could just forget about it? She was just a background character with a single appearance. That didn't make it right to put her through such horrible things. That author was seriously evil. With that in mind, I truly believed it was worth to have fought as desperately as I did back then. The fact that she was alive, that she could smile as she always did, that alone told me the sacrifice of my right eye and left leg wasn't for nothing. Now, compared to the original Yurusha, the one I knew. First was her age. At 13 years old, that made her younger than me, a junior high school student, by my previous life standards, and the youngest member of Silver Grey. And while it was not uncommon for children to work or wield weapons, it was quite rare for someone as young as Yurusha to be a full-fledged adventurer. Appearance-wise, she embodied the very definition of soft and sweet. Her medium-length hair, pink like pale cherry blossoms, hung down over her shoulders. Her eyes were a delicate peach color, while a flower ornament along her temple accentuated the air of tender innocence about her. She wore an elegant outfit of reds and pinks against a base of white, almost too refined in design to be light armor for an adventurer, that made her look more like the daughter of a well-to-do aristocrat. Having come from the royal capital, Yurusha did belong to a fairly prestigious household, so it was not an exaggeration to say she was the most refined and sophisticated member of our party. Unsurprisingly, her personality was as modest and gentle as her appearance suggested. Demure and reserved, polite to everyone, and a little shy when around people she was meeting for the first time. While Yurusha was taller than a certain girl I called my master, she was no less childlike in appearance, and, if not for the talwar she carried on her waist, the same kind of sword I carried, she would not look like an adventurer in the least. Nobody would suspect such a reserved, shy girl knew how to wield a sword and dispatch monsters. But make no mistake, she was a true prodigy with the sword, skillful enough to put most knights to shame. Such a girl idolized me as her senpai, but I thought she was stronger than I was at her age. Miss Lizzle, please wake up, it's morning. NNGHH. Despite being the youngest, Yurusha had established herself as the responsible big sister of the party, or maybe a mother figure was more appropriate. In comparison to me, who struggled with socializing, Lizzle, the little girl in appearance, and Atri, our final party member and a warrior who only knew how to fight, Yurusha was by far the most reliable companion among us. Really, it was hard to believe she was only 13 years old, with how sternly she was trying to wake up the master still stuck to my arm. Is it morning already? Indeed, so please wake up already. Don't wanna me, Miss Lizzle. Look, if you stay like this, senpai won't be able to get up either. No. Miss Lizzle, oh dear. Yep, as usual, my master's usual charismatic self was missing. She was always like this, first thing in the morning. In more relatable terms, this would be her little girl mode, while her usual confident self was her master mode. Still, it was good to know that she had slept peacefully, untroubled by nightmares. Yurusha and I carefully moved her to sit on the edge of the bed. She made vague ah and sounds as we did, even as she clung wistfully against my arm. She was supposed to be older than me, wasn't she? And we didn't need to direct her like a child, right? Seeing my master like this made me wonder how she managed to travel alone before she met me. Here you go, senpai. Oh, thanks. Yurusha offered a warm towel she had prepared from a bucket of hot water. She must have taken the initiative and asked one of the sisters to prepare it, with the youngest of our party being this reliable. I wasn't sure how we, the older ones, could compare. It started after I regained consciousness, having lost an eye and a leg. Since then, Yurusha was completely devoted to supporting me in every way she could. She checked on me in the morning, went shopping for anything I might need, prepared my meals, and even offered to help wipe my body clean every night. I should make it clear that I politely but emphatically refused that last offer on account of my dwindling male pride. And it wasn't just me she devoted herself to, but also Master and Atri. Before I was injured, I was the one taking care of the three of them, but it seemed Yurusha had taken on those duties in my place so that I could recuperate in peace and without worry. All of this begged the question: did I not feel ashamed to have such a young girl handle so much work? To be honest, I felt extremely guilty. If I wanted to get over that, I would first have to adjust to living with a single leg, to become able to take care of myself at least. I'll leave breakfast here, so you can eat it with Miss Lizzle when she wakes up. All right. So, is there anything I can do for you today? It doesn't have to be important, just anything at all. I don't want you to be inconvenienced, senpai. I think I'm fine for now. All I need is to get used to my body being like this now, little by little. While I didn't think I said anything strange, Yurusha's expression turned visibly darker. Oh, I suppose I'm simply too unreliable to trust. Not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I rely on you so much that I'm afraid I'll become completely dependent on you. I don't think that would be a problem, would it? That would be a huge problem. In my past life, forcing a 13-year-old child to take care of everything for me was grounds for a major incident. What I'm trying to say is, everything's just fine. You don't need to worry about me right now. And no, you really don't have to. And I really want to. Isn't it natural to want to? With how reckless you were, coming so close to death, only to end up the way you are now, I can't just leave you on your own, senpai. And you can't be that reckless again. I absolutely will not allow it. I'm not angry though, okay? I'm just really worried, scared that, if something like that happens again, you really will die. And I really, really don't want that to happen. That's why we all decided we would be the ones to protect you, to make sure we don't make the same mistake again. And I swore I would become stronger, much, 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 much stronger, so that you'll be able to entrust everything to me. And you will be able to trust me with everything, senpai. I will do my absolute best to ensure it. With that said, is there anything I can do for you? Well, I mean, what I'm trying to say is there anything I can do? Yuri, is there anything I can do? It was like she became an NPC, whose dialogue looped so long as I didn't select the correct response. And, excuse me, Miss Eurusha. Your mouth is smiling, but your eyes certainly aren't. You've got a smile that isn't quite a smile, and it's really doing a number on my stomach right now. WL, if you insist, could you bring over more water for drinking? It'd be great if you got enough for Master as well. Oh, I'm so sorry, I had not realized. I'll go fetch the water immediately. As soon as I gave her something to do, the ominous aura around Eurusha dissipated as though it had never been there to begin with. As I watched her go, listening to the pitter-patter of joyful steps, I let out a deep sigh toward the floor. I should work on my rehabilitation. I knew I couldn't let things continue as they were. Being unable to handle even my own daily needs was putting a strain on Eurusha's mental welfare, just as I had stressed my master the other day. To that end, I had to be able to put myself back out there, even if that meant going out in a wheelchair or using a prosthetic leg. Maybe it was because that excruciating bad ending of the original storyline still haunted my mind, but right now, all I wanted was for my companions to have a happy future. I knew it was possible at least. While we did live in a world where lives were cheap, the dark fantasy elements affected mainly the adventurers and the knights, those that fought monsters. Meanwhile, civilians within settlements generally enjoyed peaceful lives. It would move me to tears if I could see them someday, somewhere, meet someone wonderful, and settle down together to live a happy life. To get there, I had my rehab. First, I would ask for the church to prepare a leg for me. I wonder, what kind of prosthetics are available in this world? If there was a magical item of sorts that allowed me to regain my mobility and walk like normal when I put it on, it would make my prospects that much brighter. A little while later, my master, fully awake, switched from her little girl mode to her master mode, declaring, "Leave it to me, Walka, I shall stay by your side." Between the two of us, we somehow convinced Eurusha to take a break. Then I'll go and hunt monsters around the area until noon. I'll be sure to earn enough to make up for your share, senpai, so please rest easy. Argh. I had become the kind of man who lazed around in bed all day, while sending young girls out to make money for him. Oh, my stomach, my poor, poor stomach. Section, Eurusha believed her meeting with the swordsman named Walka was the work of fate. It was no exaggeration to say that meeting him had changed her life. Because she met him, Eurusha was able to love the sword. Because she met him, Eurusha broke herself free from the ties of her family and the binding words of her parents. Becoming able to take the first step, of her own accord, would bring her to the present. Although Walka hadn't allowed her to call him master, he did compromise and allow her to call him senpai. Despite that, the young man named Walka was no less a master to Eurusha, an irreplaceable mentor in not only swordsmanship, but also life. Eurusha was born into a fairly prestigious family, one that boasted excellent knights across various orders throughout its lineage. Despite having a quiet and soft-spoken personality that will befit the ideal knight, Eurusha not only inherited the full talents of her ancestors, but also loved the sword above all, hardly caring about anything else. The first toy she received from her parents was a blunted wooden practice sword, and she was assigned an instructor, a servant of the household who had retired from their knighthood many years prior. From then on, whether she was asleep or awake, all Eurusha had in mind was the sword. She was simply that kind of child. Eurusha aside, she also had 2 older brothers. Despite their young ages at the time, her first brother was equal parts fierce and brave, while her second brother was intelligent and strict. Unlike the frail Eurusha, the boys were practically born to be knights, and even now she could remember how hard they had trained each day, bearing the expectations of their parents. So, on one hand, her older brothers, with dreams of becoming first-class knights in their own right, received rigorous training directly from their parents. On the other, Eurusha, unsure if she would become a knight in the future, received what amounted to playful instruction from an older servant. It should have been clear to everyone to whom the goddess of blades smiled upon. Then, one fateful day, Eurusha and her brothers held a practice match among themselves, out of mutual curiosity. The aftermath saw Eurusha victorious, having utterly defeated her brothers. Yurusha had been so desperate to not disappoint her brothers at the time that, looking back, she could barely remember how she had fought. But according to a servant who had watched the fight, it had started as just a lesson from her brothers to her. It then became an even match between them after a few minutes, and then a role reversal a few minutes after that. By the end, they recounted, it could hardly be called training anymore. One glance was all Yurusha needed to perfectly imitate the techniques, the stances, and the footwork her brothers used. With a second glance, they had become her own. There was no doubting it. Yurusha was a true genius. For her brothers, it was nothing short of humiliating to see their training amount to so little. It was only natural they felt that way. They had put in so much work, and devoted their all to daily rigors, only to be defeated by a younger, frailer girl who hadn't so much as trained, but played with a sword. Such was the cruelty of the monster called talent, ruthlessly crushing underfoot and rendering moot their effort. Suffice to say, that was all it took for her brothers to truly detest her. No longer would they speak to her. When she tried to speak to them in turn, all she received in turn was abuse, both verbal and physical. Meanwhile, her parents inadvertently made it worse. They scolded her brothers. "Why can't you be more like Yurusha?" they would ask, then turn around with praise for her. "We expect no less from a child of ours." It all culminated one night when her brothers dragged her by her hair out of bed, threw her to the ground outside, and began kicking her repeatedly on the back. Their ears were deaf to Yurusha's sobs and apologies. Their eyes reflected only hatred and jealousy. "You stole our techniques. You stole our effort. You're nothing but a thief who can't do anything without stealing it from others." It was all they said, looking down at her. Everything had changed from that moment on, and the warped daily life began taking its toll, eating away at her heart. No longer could she bring herself to hold a sword properly, and when she managed it, she could not take a swing. Her chest seemed to constrict, and her breathing grew erratic. It was like she was experiencing that horrible night of her brothers mercilessly beating her, all over again. It felt as though they were watching her, glaring at her from the shadows with hate-filled eyes. It was truly fortunate that this had all happened right before Yurusha would be starting school. Out of desperation, she lied to her parents. "I have not been training with the sword recently because I became interested in magic," she claimed. And then, despite her parents wanting her to attend the same night academy as her brothers, Yurusha refused and instead chose to board at a magic school in a town just outside the royal capital. After all, she justified to herself that if she were to follow in her brother's footsteps, far worse treatment was sure to await her. "I want to try learning about other things besides the sword." And so she lied. Her parents were disappointed, but that too is a fine direction to go. With your talents, Yurusha, attaining the rank of Knight Divine is surely a possibility. Knight Divine? It was the title given to the strongest knight in the nation. One who demonstrated not only unparalleled martial ability, but also supreme magical prowess on par with the most powerful of magicians. Her parents had, of course, never held such expectations for her brothers nor spoke of it. What does it mean to have talent? She was hated by her brothers. She had lied to her parents. She could not even hold the sword she so dearly loved. All she could do was leave home, as though running away from it all. Is this what it means to have talent? But in the end, Yurusha was truly happy she had chosen then to leave her home. 2 years into her new life, when she turned 9 years old, everything changed. That morning, Yurusha had a sudden desire to swing a blade, so she brought a wooden sword with her over to a certain vacant lot on the outskirts of town. Despite how badly her brothers had treated her, Yurusha ultimately could not give up the sword. Despite attending a school for magic, there were days like this one, when Yurusha longed for the blade. On those occasions, she would visit the same vacant lot and distract herself, soothe herself, by doing light training. There had been no contact between Yurusha and her brothers ever since she left home, and because of that, Yurusha's mental state had begun to improve, enough to even hold a sword. Still, it was not yet a complete recovery. If she practiced for too long, the memories would begin to return. As a result, she only practiced for a little while. However, on this day in particular, there was someone already using the vacant lot when Yurusha had never before encountered another person. That person was a boy with gray hair, and he appeared to be about the same age as her older brother. She had sighed, disappointed at first. The vacant lot was a place where she could swing her sword in peace without anyone to watch her. Still, it wasn't like she had claimed the area for herself with a sign or some other indicator. Today, since someone else had come before she did, Yurusha had to be considerate. Maybe I should just give up on sword practice today, she thought disappointedly to herself, as she absent-mindedly watched the boy. Oh, he has a sword too. She noticed the boy was carrying a sword, likely to practice with, just as she had intended. He had already taken a stance, holding his sheathed sword loosely along his left hip in a slight squat. In front of him, and to his left and right, were simple targets, seemingly made with earth-type magic. He was most likely trying to see how quickly he could cut all three of them down, Yurusha surmised. At the same time, a twinge of envy tugged at her heart. For the boy to be here this early, an hour when few passers-by were likely to show, he certainly must love the sword, and because he loved the sword, he could train freely, wherever he wanted and however he wanted. She was jealous of simply that. After all, Yurusha could not do even that anymore. How easy it would have been if she could just train with him, but it was not quite so simple. To this day, whenever she swung her sword under the gaze of others, she could feel the phantom glare of her brothers at her back. Barring that, she might subconsciously steal that boy's efforts, taking his skills for herself. If that were to happen, he would surely disdain her as her brothers had. After letting out a second sigh, Yurusha quietly turned on her heel. The boy seemed to be sheathing his sword in a ceremonious manner, and as she turned away, she noticed the earthen targets falling to the ground in pieces. She stopped, frozen mid-turn. What had he done just now? All three targets had been cut down, but she did not know how it had happened. She had not seen when he drew his sword nor when he swung it. She had been wholly unaware of when his sword had left its sheath. She was only aware he had resheathed it. Lost in thought she might have been, not once had her eyes left the boy that entire time. What just how? Could it be she just happened to witness an extraordinary miracle of a moment? His sword had still been sheathed when he took his stance, and when he unsheathed it, he delivered a slash too fast for the eyes to cut down the targets. It was a style of swordsmanship Yurusha had neither seen nor heard of before. It was one completely different from the style the servant had taught her to first draw her sword before taking a stance, and, seeing as her father and brothers always followed the same routine during their training, assumed it was the only way. Not once had she ever thought of taking a stance without drawing her sword. And furthermore, though she was distracted at the time, she had not been able to see the sword in motion. At that moment, the boy noticed Yurusha, who was still standing in place. Yurusha came to her senses, but at the same time froze up in surprise. She was a shy girl by nature, but now she also faced a young man about the same age as her older brother. That was all it took for her horrible memories of physical violence and verbal contempt to resurface and stop her in her tracks. The first thing the boy saw was the wooden sword in Yurusha's hand. Oh, was this your practice spot? Well. Had she been her usual self, Yurusha would have been able to run away with a parting. Not at all, I'm sorry for bothering you. But there was something more compelling that kept Yurusha from running away. It was an irrepressible curiosity. Having witnessed such transcendental swordsmanship, how could she possibly be scared enough to just run away? If she were to leave now, she might never see this young man again. She looked up at the boy who had approached her. So even if the mere act of holding a sword scared her now, could you please show me again what you just did? Her love, her desire for the sword pushed her forward. The young man introduced himself as simply Walka. Despite being only 13 years old, Walka was already an active adventurer, and it seemed he had been staying at an inn in town since yesterday. It surprised Yurusha to learn a 13-year-old was a full-fledged adventurer, but more unbelievable was. It's called Badoujutsu. I mean, it's what I call it, but... So you were the one who came up with it then, Mr. Walka? Maybe. I've never seen anyone do anything similar, so I guess you could say that. It seemed Walka was the only practitioner of his Godspeed style, Badoujutsu, which implied it was a swordsmanship he had invented and perfected on his own. In this country, there were several major schools teaching their own styles. The knights who founded those schools had each gone down in history as masters of the blade. Upon realizing the young man in front of her had accomplished the same feat as those masters, creating a completely new style of swordsmanship. Yurusha's eyes sparkled with newfound adoring admiration. That's amazing. Amazing enough to have your name remembered in history. Please, that's far too much. I'm just a guy swinging a stick around because I like to. But for some reason, Walka was unhappy to hear it. Just from talking with him, Yurusha felt he was like her, the type to dislike standing out to others. His mannerisms were quite reserved, and overall he seemed untalkative, the polar opposite of her arrogant, outspoken brothers. Above all, he had no interest in honor nor praise, he simply loved the sword. It may have been presumptive of her, but Yurusha felt a sense of kinship with the young man, stemming from their similarities. Perhaps that was why, after just a few words of conversation, her initial anxiety and tension were now afterthoughts, and she had become completely engrossed in talking about swordsmanship with him. I see, so with a curved blade, it is possible to draw and cut in the same motion. Yep, it's much harder to do this with a normal straight-edged sword. Walka's sword was a slender and curved single-edged sword called a talwar, an uncommon weapon in this country. Having come from a very traditional family of knights, Yurusha had only ever handled traditional blades, so being shown a weapon like this sent her heart soaring with excitement. Before long, she even asked him to demonstrate the same technique once more, and so Walka reformed the 3 targets, before taking his sword-drawing stance and focusing his strength. It was like gazing upon the serenity of a tranquil lake, but at the same time, her skin tingled with the sensation of flickering flames licking its surface. This time, to not miss a single moment, Yurusha watched him intently, forgetting to even blink. She analyzed the slack and the rigidity in his strength, the shift of his center of gravity, and the balance within his sight lines and breathing. For a moment, she glimpsed it. Thin, thread-like strands of light, twinkling as they streaked through the air. At the same moment, it registered in her perception that Walka was already finishing the quiet, methodical sheathing of his sword. As the sword daintily clinked to signal its closure, all 3 earthen targets fell to pieces all over the floor. It was as though hearing the sound of the hilt meeting the scabbard had caused the targets to realize they had been cut. Wow, that was beautiful. Yurusha stood rooted in place, as though her soul had left her body. It was the first time she had felt so moved by the sight of another's sword, and she realized it then. All the swordplay she had been taught, all the swordplay she had ever learned, was, in the face of Walka's technique, nothing more than play fighting with sticks. It was beyond absurd to even compare the wonder she had just witnessed to the memory of her brother's swordsmanship. Filling her now was a dizzying, blinding awe for the young man standing before her. "Mr. Walka, how hard have you trained to do this?" "How hard? I guess hard enough that I thought I was going to die, a few times." Walka's answer, with his wry smile, did not surprise her. It made complete sense. It would otherwise have been impossible for a mere 13-year-old to have achieved such a level. She suddenly felt nervous. Would it be fine if I tried doing it too?" Sure, but... It was by now that Yurusha, if she was not already, certainly, was hopelessly captivated by Walka's sword. Before the ephemeral moment of Walka's slash could fade from her mind's eye, Yurusha took a stance where she stood, with her left foot moving 2 steps back and her upper body twisting right as though to hide the sword at her hip from view. She slightly lowered her hips, shifting her center of gravity backward, and imagined roots sprouting from the soles of her feet into the ground. Her wooden sword had neither scabbard nor curvature. Her attempt was nothing but a crude imitation. Even so, having witnessed such a transcendent, never-before-imagined style had stirred her so much that she could no longer suppress the urge to try it herself. Her sudden eagerness left Walka taken aback, but still, he smiled, with his lips curling in bemusement. He seemed strangely expectant of Yurusha, interested to see what she could accomplish having only seen his technique twice. Yet she felt no pressure from his gaze, there was only pure excitement. It was as though she had returned to the days where all she could think about, awake or asleep, was the sword, as though she were reliving a wonderful dream. And for some reason, the torturous memory of that night with her brothers did not so much as breathe into her mind. She took a deep breath, sharpening her senses, and swung. Huff! She invoked strength, slashing right and then returning left. It all happened in less than a second, her sword becoming a momentary flash of light. But that one demonstration was all it took for her to understand the inhuman level of training Walka had undergone to reach the skill level he showed. Eurysha, despite having the skills to master her brother's skills and techniques after seeing them just twice, could not come close to this. It was not the type of swordsmanship that could be imitated by simply seeing it 2 or 3 times. No, it was a transcendental style, akin to a mystical art only accessible to those willing to dedicate their all to single-minded devotion. In that moment, she truly understood what it meant to be beyond compare. Even so, she was simply euphoric. She had experienced the very pinnacle of joy in swinging the sword. She turned to praise Walka, to thank him for having shown her such a technique. You did that just from watching. That's absurd. Oh. Only to feel her excitement drain like the blood leaving her face. That wonderful dream came to an end. The disbelief in his eyes and the shock in his words evoked a horrifying terror and stirred an all too familiar nightmare from within her. She saw in his face the faces of her brothers after their spar on that fateful day. And no, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to steal your technique or anything. Right, of course, that would happen. She should have known she was just copying his technique. She should have known better than to do the worst thing she could have possibly done, the one thing she should not have done. It had stirred such a joy in her to talk to Walka about swords and swordsmanship that she had forgotten herself, and in the end, she still did the same thing as before. She shamelessly stole hard-won skills earned through desperate, dedicated efforts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. Her heart pounded controllably, her breathing grew shallow and ragged, and her mind filled with despairing darkness. Out of that horrifying murk appeared the hateful eyes and scornful voices of her brothers. You stole our techniques. You stole our effort. You're nothing but a thief who can't do anything without stealing it from others. What if the young man before her reacted with the same scorn and vitriol? She had finally met someone she truly respected, only to be met with hatred and rejection, for it all to come to nothing. Even just thinking about it brought her to the brink of tears. She was so frustrated, so sick of it all. Why wasn't she allowed to love the things she wanted to love? Did the gods find some amusement in denying her such a simple wish, to keep her from being able to love the sword? If she was fated to suffer such hardship for it, it would have been better if she hadn't been born with this so-called talent to begin with. What's wrong? Why are you apologizing? However, Walka did not react as her brothers did. In fact, instead of being angry, he was flustered and panicking. Oh, it's probably because of how unfriendly I look, isn't it? I didn't mean to seem that way, but I was born with this, so it's not that I'm in a bad mood or anything. There's nothing you need to apologize for or worry about, so. Walka was making desperate excuses about something for some reason, not that Eurysha was able to keep up to begin with. Because I stole your technique. Stole my? Oh, do you mean you can learn something just from seeing it done? Eurysha was certain she hadn't explained herself badly, but for some reason, Walka did not seem to understand. Well, whatever. Anyway, can I take that to mean you're interested in Bataojutsu? Why, yes. It happened so suddenly, Walka had grabbed Eurysha by the shoulders. I've always wanted to meet someone like you. Steam seemed to erupt out of Eurysha. She was still only 9 years old and prone to daydreaming, as girls her age were wont to do. It was fortunate, then, that she misunderstood this sudden, passionate confession from this swordsman she so respected, for his words erased without leaving a single trace the dark phantoms of her brother's enmity. That did, however, also mean what Walka excitedly said afterward did not register to her in the least. Sword-drawing techniques are amazing, like cool and stylish, like the epitome of a perfect aesthetic. It is quite difficult to perform, of course, but if you're interested, I think you should definitely try learning it as well. Oh, oops. Walka stopped, startled as Eurysha's eyes spun around and around. I might have come off too strong. Sorry. I got too excited because I'm used to just being told that my style is only good for showing off or for looking cool. Having heard his explanation, Eurysha gradually understood the situation, eventually stabilizing enough to timidly ask a question. So, you're not mad? Oh, you mean about that? Walka firmly shook his head. I'm not bad, but extremely impressed. You were able to do that much by just looking. I can't afford to get complacent and fall behind. Yurusha still had more to ask. Is it really okay to keep trying to learn your style? Sure, isn't that what you want? I mean, I'm not sure how well I can teach though. Walka gently reached out to her. But if it's what you would like, shall we try learning and practicing together then? Ah, how liberating those words were. They saved her and filled her with so much joy. Walka had neither resented Yurusha's talents, as her brothers did, nor imposed suffocating expectations, as her parents did. He simply treated the Yurusha before his eyes as just another girl who loved the sword. It was as though he was reassuring her, telling her it was fine for her to continue loving the sword. It was simply impossible for her not to truly admire him for having done such a thing. Mr. Walka, what is it? After shaking off the tears that had begun welling in her eyes, Yurusha called out his name with all her might. She didn't want to let this encounter end after only a single day. She wanted to learn the sword with him tomorrow, the day after, and every day after that. For as long as Walka was staying in town, even if the day would eventually come when he would leave. She began to daydream, fantasizing how wonderful it would be if she could continue loving the sword forever by his side. All the emotions Yurusha had repressed since leaving home, or perhaps from even before leaving, broke free, sending her into a mental frenzy. Again, Yurusha was only 9 years old at the time, and girls her age were prone to daydreaming. If a wonderful stranger were to appear before her one day and uplift her from her plight, as oft happened in fairy tales, it was no surprise then that the girl would go crazy with her emotions running rampant. And how exactly would Yurusha convey these rampaging feelings of hers? Well, you see, I think I've fallen in love at first sight with you. Wait, did I just? Walka's reaction was normal enough, and it was a terribly embarrassing slip-up on her part. She should have, at least, veiled it behind saying she had fallen in love with his swordsmanship instead. Ultimately, and unfortunately, she had not. Nonetheless, it was because of their encounter that Yurusha's once gray world grew vivid with color. Section HMPH. Yurusha shook her head with a sigh, flicking her wrist to remove the trace amounts of monster blood stuck to her blade. Her thoughts had been on the past. A short distance beyond the outskirts of Luther, the small town where Yurusha and the rest of Silver Gray were staying, and down the main road was a moderately sized forest. At the moment, Yurusha was there to fulfill a monster subjugation request to earn the money to pay for Walka's convalescence at the church. By now, the monster she had cut down had disintegrated, leaving behind only its loot. That made 36. Despite having defeated more than enough monsters to complete the request, Yurusha's expression remained dark. I knew it, I have not gotten any closer. Her right hand tightened its already powerful grip on her sword. No matter how she swung it, the blade still came away from the monsters she slashed, stained in their blood. It had improved over time, but most people would question why it mattered. Monsters were still living creatures after all, so it was natural for their blood to stain the weapon that cut through them. It was still incomparable to Walka's blade. After all, no monster blood ever stained Walka's sword after the slashes he delivered. Not once had red-black impurity stained his beautiful blade in the hundreds, thousands of slashes he delivered. His Godspeed draw was far too quick, far too brilliant for any to register it happening. It was a pinnacle, a destination that revealed itself only to those who single-mindedly devoted themselves to the way of the blade. Yurusha let out another sigh, this time of absent-minded bliss. Phew, I always knew senpai was amazing. Oh, senpai, 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 senpai. That final moment appeared in her mind's eye, the single flash that eliminated the Grim Reaper. It had been a superhuman feat in every sense of the word, having split even the light along its path. Yurusha, for all her natural talent and genius, was nowhere near that level. That one slash was truly beyond compare. Imagining it now sent euphoric shivers racing across her body, making her feel lighter than air. She had always been like this. From the moment she met Walka, Yurusha had been captivated by his swordplay. Even now, she truly believed she had been born solely just to meet him, which was why. That ephemeral, rapturous feeling evaporated, giving way to the crushing weight of regret and guilt. And with it, the image in her mind became the current Walka, missing his right eye and left leg. It was because of me. Lizzle blamed herself for having accepted that request to begin with, but no, it was not truly her fault. The guild had, after all, declared that dungeon cleared. No one could have guessed that the true boss was lying in wait in the dungeon's deepest depths, accessible only through a teleportation trap. The fault didn't lie with Lizzle for accepting the request, but with Eurysha for triggering that teleportation trap. If only I had not made such a misstep. If she hadn't, they would not have encountered the Grim Reaper. If they hadn't encountered the Grim Reaper, Walka would not have lost an eye and a leg. The swordsman was only 17, and yet his swordsmanship was at a level befitting a knight divine. It wouldn't have been long until his swordplay transcended even that and immortalized the swordsman's name in history. But that was no longer a future open to him. She had heard this from Lizzle. Walka did not expect himself to survive that encounter. He had fought the Grim Reaper prepared to die. By some miracle, he had survived, but seeing as he came away missing his leg, he was as good as dead anyway. Eurysha's careless mistake had cost the future of the swordsman she admired most in this world. That one fact dyed Eurysha's heart with pitch-black madness. Stronger, I need to become stronger. During that encounter, Eurysha could do nothing. The Grim Reaper had knocked her away, leaving her trembling in debilitating pain and fear. All she could do was watch from the ground as Walka fought the Grim Reaper to the death. She was weak, far too weak. Her blade and her heart were pathetic enough to make even her laugh. No matter how much she regretted it, she could not undo that crippling mistake. But as the only person to ever learn swordsmanship from Walka, she had to become stronger. She had to do everything she could to draw even a little closer to the height of Walka's blade, to prove that his swordplay existed there. If his one disciple, Eurysha, could not inherit his techniques and did not succeed, his Bataojutsu would disappear from the world forever. And she still had to make amends. From here on out, she would make amends and do everything she could for Walka. She would protect the person she truly respected to make amends. She would never allow that person to be hurt again to make amends. No one would ever take anything away from him, ever again. It would be perfect if Walka could just leave everything to her. I would be able to protect your everything, senpai. There was no answer. In this forest off the main road, lush green foliage overhead blocked much of the sunlight. There was little light from above and out of Eurysha's eyes. I wonder where Miss Atri has gone. If I defeat every single monster here, it will be safe when we go home with Walka, the warrior had declared before rushing off into the woods. Now, Eurysha, with eyes devoid of light, was out looking for her headstrong party member. If Walka had been there to see it, he certainly would have begun convulsing with intense stomach pains. Section. As the boy frantically ran on, his mind went over his deepest regret. The arrogance of overestimating his abilities and underestimating the difficulty of a solo venture. It was a common pitfall among promising young adventurers. They would grow overconfident, completing requests regularly with help from their more experienced seniors, only to mistakenly assume they were ready to work on their own. Of course, they would be warned to do otherwise, told things like, "It's too soon," or "You're still inexperienced." But such words only served to stoke the fires of their dissatisfaction until it all came to a disastrous outcome. The boy, too, numbered such overconfident rookies. "I'm good enough to do it on my own, so stop treating me like a kid. I'll show you guys what I can do." Or so he huffed before demanding of the guild allow him to take on a request solo. It was nothing special after all. All he had to do was defeat a certain number of monsters along the main road. It was a recurring request the guild would put up to maintain public security, so it was not as if a dangerous monster had suddenly appeared or someone was in immediate danger. It was a request quite suited for training new adventurers. Nevertheless, the boy found it frustrating that the guild was reluctant to let him take on the request by himself. And that was despite the fact they kept telling him things like, "You sure have talent," or "We look forward to what the future holds for you." That was likely all lip service. In reality, they were all probably laughing behind his back because of his young age and inexperience compared to their own. Since the only monsters that appeared along the main road were the wolfish bandits and devious goblins, there was nothing for the boy to worry about, or so he believed. He defeated many of them before, and he could hardly remember a time when he struggled against them. He sincerely believed he would have no problem handling this request on his own. And that brought him to his current predicament. The boy, shamefully running from 3 goblins, had gone from hunter to hunted. His first move had been perfect. He had encountered these 3 goblins along the fringes of the forest beside the main road, and without any hesitation, he leaped into the fray to strike one down immediately. But it was all downhill from there. Seeing their comrade fall, the 2 remaining goblins circled around the boy from different sides. This behavior flustered the boy. Never before had he experienced being flanked from 2 sides, as prior to this, he had always fought in a group. If he had come with a party, a companion would have kept one of the goblins busy. However, coming solo meant he had nothing other than the sword in his right hand to depend on, and with the realization of such dawning on him, the boy finally understood the situation he was now in. And it only grew worse, as a stone hit the back of his head. Out of the shadows of the nearby greenery emerged 2 more goblins. Thanks to the protective enhancements of his light armor, the boy did not suffer injury, but the surprise and pain it suddenly and unexpectedly inflicted upon him sent him into a panic. It was too much for him to handle, and the goblins flanking the boy sprang at him together. While he was able to cut one down with a desperate swing of his sword, the other grazed his right arm, leaving a shallow cut with a knife it must have stolen from a traveler. He realized belatedly the knife was poisoned. His right hand began to grow numb, and he could not maintain a reliable grip on his sword. Untrained as he was in using his left hand to wield a sword, the boy had no choice but to run. Damn it, why is this happening? The boy could not understand how he had been rooted. He had not struggled against these monsters when he was fighting them at a party, so why was he struggling now? How had he been so embarrassingly repelled? Still, despite his youthful indignation, at least he understood the direness of his current situation. Was he going to fall so ingloriously here, at a place like this, at the hands of small fry like them? Imagining the worst-case scenario sent shivers up his spine and bile up his throat. Girl. Just now, a girl? He had run right past her a moment ago. The boy reflexively tried to stop, but doing so caused his frayed nerves to finally give out, sending him tumbling along the ground to land on his shoulder. He did not have the time to acknowledge the pain. As he forced himself up, he looked around in a panic. There, the girl he saw. He hadn't noticed her coming his way until they passed each other, so preoccupied he had been with running away from the goblins. At that moment, the girl, too, looked back at the boy and made a surprised expression. It would appear that she, too, had not noticed the boy until now. "Oh dear, are you all right?" What? She appeared to be quite a young girl. In fact, she might even be younger than the boy. But he was either too panicked or his throat was too dry, he was unable to make a sound. Things weren't just bad, they were about to get much worse. The boy could not guess why such a frail girl was alone in such a place, but it was obvious that the goblins would switch to targeting her over him. Run. By the time he found his voice and spoke, it was already too late. All he could do now was watch. The girl, unaware of the threat approaching from behind, cocked her head in confusion. The goblins, having spotted their favorite type of prey, leaped toward her unhesitatingly, only for all 3 goblins to instantly die as their heads flew free from their bodies. The goblins likely hadn't realized what had happened until after they were dead. Or perhaps they never realized it at all, judging from their joyful, lip-licking expressions frozen in death. Their headless bodies fell to the floor, and a moment later, as though the bodies had realized what had happened, they fountained a bloody spring from their headless necks. Even that lasted for a brief moment. Immediately, the corpses of the defeated monsters crumbled to nothing, leaving behind their usual loot. Wah! The boy still could not understand what he had just witnessed. The girl had unsheathed her sword at some point. With a casual flick, she removed the blood from the tip of her blade before resheathing it with graceful, practiced motions, only to let out a soft, "Oh. My apologies, were you hunting those goblins?" They appeared so suddenly, so I instinctively. What did she mean, instinctively? She instinctively cut them down, this little girl did. When, in that instant, how did she do it? Excuse me. Oh sorry, I was just spacing out a little. On shaky legs, the boy got to his feet and stared at the girl. While he was not in any position to compare, the girl standing before him was just a child. No matter how he looked at her, she couldn't be his age, at the very least. And while he was short for his age, this girl was even shorter, with a body so frail and slender that she seemed liable to snap in two if handled improperly. Her fluffy, neatly trimmed cherry blossom-colored hair hung gently along her shoulders, and a cute flower accessory adorned her left temple. Combined with her soft-spoken and polite tone, the girl was a personification of a delicate flower. But from her left hip hung a talwar, a rarely seen single-edged curved sword. That she carried a weapon around marked her as an adventurer just like the boy, but was that truly correct? Sure, she wore armor, but its unblemished white and elegant design made it seem more like clothing for a well-bred, sheltered young lady. Her appearance overall was a complete mismatch with the formidable skill she demonstrated in slaying those goblins. Of course, she was also dazzlingly beautiful. Despite his thoughts, the boy found himself instantly, powerfully captivated. Were you, perhaps, in a hurry to get somewhere? Oh, well, you see. Startled, the boy returned to his senses and scrambled for an excuse. What little remained of his masculine pride stopped him from correcting her and admitting he had been fleeing from the goblins she so easily slew. It wasn't anything at all, I swear. And sorry for not noticing you there at first. And no need to worry, I was lost in thought myself, do excuse me. The girl bowed with an almost exaggerated politeness, and she spoke with a beautiful voice, clear and light like the morning sun. The boy found himself captivated once more by that charming, modest behavior. She truly was just like a blooming wildflower. All manner of questions began coming to the boy's mind. Who is this girl? What is her name? Why is she in a place like this? Did she also come from town? Is she an adventurer? Is she alone? What was that swordsmanship she used? However, his voice refused to come out. Even as he tried to speak, he grew overpoweringly nervous and hesitated to ask. Who could blame him? This was the first time, in the 15 years of his life, he ever experienced such an encounter. Naturally, the girl had no way of knowing his circumstances. "WL, if you would excuse me, I was looking for someone, so I must take my leave. Feel free to take the loot and be careful on your way." The boy finally found his voice as the girl turned to leave, and he reached out to stop her. He wanted to at least learn her name. Wrong. That was not enough at all. Senpai was much faster, much sharper, no blood would stain his sword. But why am I so weak? I can't protect Senpai like this. I can't be trusted with anything if this is the best I can do. I have to become stronger. I must become stronger to protect him. I must protect Senpai, absolutely must. While he did not hear her fevered murmurs, he did feel an unusual aura emanating from the girl, like a drawn blade pressuring him to keep away, and so he quickly withdrew his hand. She's probably really busy, so I probably shouldn't bother her. I'll just ask the people at the guild when I get back to town. She's such a young girl and adventurer, so I'm sure someone will know her name, or so he thought. It goes without saying that the boy, during that encounter, had not noticed the lack of light in the girl's eyes. That must be Eurysha. She took on the same request you did. So her name's Eurysha. What a beautiful name, he thought. A perfect name for a girl as beautiful as a flower. After the boy returned to the guild hall in town, he explained what had happened while downplaying the details of his shameful defeat at the hands of goblins, of course, to the female receptionist, who answered him without hesitation. Shorter than you, with cherry blossom hair and a red-handled, single-edged sword, a talwar, I believe it's called, that could only be her. Was she always one of the adventurers here? Not originally. That girl came from the Holy City. The boy was surprised to learn so, but it did make sense all the same. About 3 days away by carriage from Luther was the Grandfros, the Holy City of the South, and within the city was the Grand Cathedral of the Holy Order of Crisscrest. The city itself was said to be the safest in the country, and supported the country along with Eisenvista, the northern capital, as one of its greatest cities. In other words, the girl named Eurysha was an adventurer with no trivial background. She was alone, though. Is she a solo adventurer? Well, it should be obvious, but she does have a party. There's no way such a young girl would travel around alone. Well, that was to be expected. But then, why was she alone at the time? It seemed the receptionist wondered the same as well. but you ran into her by herself. I could have sworn she set off with someone from her party. Now that you mention it, she did say she was looking for someone. The boy bit his lip in consternation. At the time, Yurusha did mention she was looking for someone, and that must have been her party member. In other words, they had gotten separated, and she had been wandering the forest alone. He should not have let her go searching alone. However, the receptionist was nonplussed as she answered. Well, it'll be all right. Yurusha is part of an A-ranked party, so the monsters found along the main road won't trouble her in the least. She's A-ranked. That revelation caught the boy off guard. In short, being A-ranked meant being an advanced-level adventurer, a professional and veteran in the field, and it was no exaggeration to say there could not be more than 10 of them active in the city. But that girl, isn't she around my age? I believe so, or maybe she's younger. She's around 13, I think. Is that even possible? The boy wondered to himself. He was only 2 years older himself, but he was nonetheless a rookie D-ranked. Something wasn't quite right. Out of curiosity, her party doesn't do anything bad, right? The first thing he wanted to confirm was whether the girl truly was a member of the party. He wanted to be sure that the party hadn't taken her against her, because of her appearance, to be treated and used as a sort of mascot. It went without saying that there were significantly fewer female than male adventurers, and it wasn't uncommon for parties to deliberately seek out attractive young women to prop up as a main attraction. Furthermore, at least according to the boy's adventure mentor, problems always arose in mixed-gender parties, with so many stories that listening to them all would likely cause calluses to form in the boy's ears. Either way, the boy felt he was obligated to help the poor girl, but as he vividly imagined doing so, the receptionist suddenly grinned. Oh my, quite the curious one, aren't you? Could it be you're interested in little Miss Yurusha? Whwa. He seemed to turn red. That's not it at all. I'm just wondering, there aren't only 2 people in her party, right? So why are they forcing a kid like her to take on requests? What about the rest of her party? What are they doing? Oh no, it isn't like that at all. Nobody is forcing her to do anything. The receptionist sighed. Oh, you sweet summer child, you. I can see why you would be so worried, but let me say this. You're making a wrong, self-righteous assumption. Her party is nothing at all like what you are imagining. The boy pouted discontentedly after being scolded. Then what is going on, huh? Goodness, well, since it concerns their party, I'm not allowed to go too much into detail, but... The receptionist lowered her voice. Someone in their party was seriously injured, so they're currently not taking on requests. But they still need money to pay for things like lodging, food, medical treatments, offerings, money to live, right? That means their able-bodied members are out taking on requests to support them. In other words, Yurusha. That's the situation. Oh, I see. He accepted the explanation, albeit reluctantly. As an adventurer himself, he knew very well the costs of living, and he also knew the church was not a charity that helped people for free. It made sense to him that, if one member couldn't support themselves, the rest of the party could work together to cover for them. So, if Yurusha wasn't being forced to work, that meant she was doing so out of kindness and compassion for her companions. The boy expected no less from a girl like her. She truly is a good girl. Even though most of the blame lies with the guild, she hasn't made even a single complaint. Hi. For a moment, the receptionist averted her eyes and murmured something ominous, and by the time the boy had noticed, she was already back to her usual self. I'm sorry, but I can't say any more than that. And it wouldn't be nice for you to pry any further. It is bad manners. Yeah, I get it. I used to be part of a party myself. Oh, and don't get ahead of yourself just because she acts reserved. Girls hate it when you get too aggressive, you know. Yeah, whatever. As he turned away on his heel, the boy waved away the nagging, sisterly advice. He knew better than to cause trouble for Yurusha, even without the receptionist telling him so. Wasn't it better for him to invite Yurusha to join his party, since one of her companions was recuperating from an injury, and the girl was likely having trouble on her own? Sure, things had gone rather awry for the boy earlier, but that was only because it was his first experience handling a request on his own. When it came to partying with others, he had plenty of experience, and he had accompanied B-ranked senior adventurers more than just once or twice, so even if Yurusha was an A-ranked adventurer, the boy was certain he wouldn't be a burden. With such hopes in mind, the boy made a mental note to stock up on supplies after having lunch, so he could be ready to invite Urusha to join his party the next time they met. As it happened, Urusha was also out and about, carefully pushing along a wheelchair that carried a strange-looking young man. Her smile was like that of a red bud ready to bloom. Section. Urusha returned in the afternoon having finished the request, only to restart the same, "Is there anything I can do?" loop. This time, however, I gave in and asked her to help me take a walk, to get fresh air and sunlight. It seemed the wheelchairs in this world were of the type that required someone pushing it from behind to move, and there were no self-propelled types wheelchairs where the rider can move on their own, or at least, not at the church in this town. At the same time, accessibility was quite rare, which was likely why wheelchairs were not as widespread as they might be, safety concerns aside. That being said, the frame and the wheels were made from monster materials, so they were quite sturdy. Really, apart from the lack of cushioning and suspension, both of which, combined with rough roads, made for extreme discomfort and eventual pain from long periods of sitting, the wheelchairs of this world weren't all that far behind those from Earth. I had expected something barely more than a wooden toy, so this was a pleasant surprise. In the same vein, I also noticed how, likely because this world was a pseudo-fantasy thought up by a Japanese author in the first place, there were many customs and habits similar to those from Earth, or rather, from Japan, to be specific. For example, Urusha's hair was light pink in color, but the people of this world specifically called it cherry blossom colored. It was not uncommon for female passers-by to praise her beautiful, cherry blossom-colored hair. Would that specification mean cherry blossoms exist in this world? There was also the very traditional Japanese technique of kowtowing as a form of sincere apology, as well as stories of knights slicing open their stomachs in an act of repentance through ritual disembowelment. On a less extreme level, people regularly began and ended each meal with "thank you for the food." It was quite strange considering this was a world different from Earth, but at the same time, I was thankful to see these familiar customs. After all, if this world carried over none of the habits I knew from my old world, I would have had quite a terrible time adjusting to it all. Now, with that in mind, that was how I found myself out on the town, with Urusha pushing my wheelchair around. "Is there anywhere you would like to go, senpai? Please do not hold back on my account. I shall take you wherever you wish." Sure." I heard Urusha's vibrant voice bounce against the back of my head, and there may have been a deliberate emphasis on the anywhere. It would seem to push around my wheelchair quite tickled the fancy of our youngest, but most motherly member of the party. Beside us, the little girl who was the eldest of our party was happily eating a candied apple. She, too, was in high spirits. "Oh, master, you sure do love your sweets." Meanwhile, I was dressed in casual clothes that lacked any semblance of the adventurer. I also had on a black eye patch to hide the scar over my right eye. It wasn't the kind that looped over the ears, a medical-type eye patch from Earth, but rather, it wrapped around my entire head and draped over the injured side of my face to hide the wounds and scars. It was intimidating, like something out of a manga or video game. Personally, this may be biased, I thought it was cool, and the design stirred up the chunibyo I thought I had long since abandoned, where I would say things like, "Ah, how my right eye pulsates," or something, or not. As I sat alone in my thoughts, Urusha continued pushing the wheelchair, bringing us along the edge of the road, moving carefully so as not to get in people's way. The weather is quite nice today, so perhaps it would do you good to relax in the plaza. The breeze is rather pleasant as well, perfect for a nap so. Oh, that was a good idea. It was late afternoon, the perfect nap time, and I could imagine how pleasant it would feel to doze off among the greenery with the occasional breeze. That being said, senpai, there is something I wanted to try at least once, with, my lap and, well, you see. Oh, that was another good idea. I would have loved to see her give Master a lap pillow, to see the girls who were originally doomed to a tragic ending in the original storyline survive and enjoy a quiet, peaceful moment together. Yeah, if only I could get a picture of that and memorialize it in a picture frame. Shall we head to the plaza then? BB, but senpai, does that mean, you would, like to do something like that? Master could, at least. As for me, being a man, it certainly was an attractive invitation, but coming from a 13-year-old like Yurusha, well, it just feels like someone would call the guards over to stop me. Awkwardness aside, Yurusha took us around a corner, in the direction of the plaza. Ahem. A boy standing in front of the tool shop across the street from us suddenly froze up as he looked over at us. Yurusha noticed him as well and let out a quiet, surprised gasp. Acquaintance of yours? I'm not sure if acquaintance is right. I met him this morning when I was hunting monsters and, well, with the context of Yurusha's explanation, I realized the boy was wearing the kind of gear new adventurers usually did. And on closer inspection, I noticed he wore a new forehead protector emblazoned with the emblem of an adventurer, a crossed sword and wand. Did you form a party with him? I would never form a party with anyone else. She aggressively rejected the question, without even a hint of hesitation. Was there something about my question that upset her? It was then that Master, having finished half of her candied apple, noticed the situation, and she was neither shy nor reserved in the least at times like these. While I had decided there was no need to push the situation any further, Master stepped forward and called out to the boy. Hey, you there, boy, is there something you need from us? Yeah. The boy seemed to come to his senses. It was unclear why he had stared at us in a daze, but he seemed to make up his mind about something before hurrying over to us. Hey there, gee, good to see you again. Yes, I suppose. Instead of responding to my master, who had called out to him first, he addressed Yurusha, albeit rather awkwardly. I couldn't recommend that same course of action, because by snubbing my master like that, hey, don't you ignore me, you brat, who do you think you are, What, brat, who are you calling brat, You're just a kid, and shorter than me. And just like that, the boy did the next worst thing he could, guaranteed to set Master off. She truly hated those types of people, those who mocked or underestimated her because of her childlike appearance, and those who ignored her and treated her unfairly. Master turned to me, showing a lovely smile on her lips and a throbbing vein on her forehead. If you would excuse me for a moment, Walka, I believe I need to teach this brat a lesson. Oh, you stupid, stupid kid. What you did was as reckless as bungee jumping off a mountain and into a spike pit. But well, I suppose it was inevitable. Master did, at first glance, look like a normal child, and I, too, made the same mistake when I first met her and received a harsh scolding in return. In any case, I had to calm her down. Her claim of teaching him a lesson was no joke, and I was all too familiar with the sight of Master's victims, as a result of disrespecting her in some way, being sent flying with a magic-empowered fist to the face. You can't do that, Master. Look, you still have half of your candied apple. If you're going to leave it like that, I might just take it for myself, you know. Oh, did you want to share it? Wait, what? That wasn't the reaction I was expecting. I thought saying something like that would direct my gluttonous master's anger at me with an indignant, "No way, I'm not sharing," and cause her to forget about the boy. Well, it did seem to cause her anger to fizzle, so this was fine. And now I could leave Yurusha to handle the boy. She was very obviously uninterested in doing so, but seeing as he had addressed her directly, she had no choice but to respond. So, is there something you need? And no, nothing in particular. I just, happened to see you, so I thought. The boy answered with the hesitation of a shy awkwardness. Meanwhile, I watched it all unfold from the side. Dear me, Walka, if you wanted a candied apple so much, we could have gotten one for you too. Oh well, here you go, say ah. Unfortunately for me, Master seemed to have completely shed her master mode in favor of her little girl mode, making a spectacle out of me by feeding me. It felt like I was being put up for a public execution. Please, guards, someone, take me away and put me out of my misery already. So, I was curious why an adventurer like you was in this town. And after asking around the guild, I heard how one of your companions was injured. And, is that? Why, yes. Is it good? MMHM. Please stop, kid. Spare me with that look that shows exactly how awkward you're feeling. Thankfully, he seemed to take the hint and left his sentence unfinished. Instead, he turned back toward Yurusha. Anyway, I heard you're taking on requests to make money, right? I was doubly wondering if you would be interested. It was then that I could somehow guess what the boy was about to ask. And if even I could figure it out, Yurusha would certainly know exactly what he was about to say, down to the last word. As though to confirm my suspicion, right as the boy mustered up his resolve to ask, Eurysha curtly bowed her head and answered at the same time. In F forming a pa. If this is about forming a party, then I must decline. I have no need. Act. Kid, no, stay strong, kid. It might have punched a hole in you, but it's just a flesh wound. Still, it was as I thought. The boy wanted to form a party with Eurysha. However, if he had heard about our situation from the guild, he should also have learned that Silver Gray is an A-ranked party. Going by his appearance, I guess the boy was about D-ranked, C-ranked at best, and despite the rank discrepancy, he still tried inviting Eurysha. The instant, unceremonious refusal seemed to have dealt quite a bit of damage. Oh, so that's what it was, I suddenly understood. Having thought about it, this was a new event that could never have happened in the original storyline. After all, in the original storyline, the four of us were background characters who lost our lives in the battle with the Grim Reaper. Under normal circumstances, Eurysha and this boy would never have encountered one another or met like this. I should have known, since they overcame their original ends, Master and the girls would go on to meet many more people and form bonds that had not existed in the original. The realization left me emotional, and I felt it especially keen when it came to Eurysha, as having started adventuring so young, she had yet to make any friends around her age. It would be wonderful if she could meet more people, form bonds with them, and experience the rich, sweet and sour moments of a satisfying youth. After all, in the original storyline, she never had the chance to experience one. For that reason, I welcomed this encounter. So thank you, random kid. You did well by approaching us out of the blue like this. However, I should also apologize because your invitation is very unlikely to succeed. Eurysha, you see, is extremely suspicious about invitations like these. There were two reasons. First, before becoming an adventurer, Eurysha suffered terribly at home at the hands of her older brothers. She came from a family known for producing generations of knights, and her brothers had grown violently jealous of her prodigious talent with the sword. In the first place, the way she was treated was the catalyst that drove her to leave home to become an adventurer. Second, since joining us as an adventurer, her appearance has attracted no small amount of harassment from random strangers. For example, many persistently tried to poach her for their party, while others tried luring her to somewhere deserted to be alone with her. It happened so often that I started to think there was something naturally wrong with the men in this world. Seriously, I wouldn't hesitate to call the guards to stop them. In other words, Eurysha has had many bad experiences with the opposite sex, enough that she was completely averse to getting involved with men with undisclosed backgrounds. For this boy to invite her to form a party with him when they had only met once, his dreams were doomed to fail. And, as I expected, Eurysha, suspecting foul play as usual, turned an icy gaze at the boy. W8, please, hear me out. I know that I'm not very high-ranked or anything, but I know how to act appropriately in a party. So you intend to follow me around until I relent. You truly are a nuisance. Act. Oh no, don't go dying on me, kid. I know that's a fatal wound, but still, hang in there. It was quite unfortunate. He hadn't done anything wrong. If anything, wasn't it natural for a boy to want to form a party with a girl he was interested in, even if they were from different ranks? If there was someone the boy should blame, it should be those good-for-nothings in the past, the ones who had bothered Eurysha so much. Do you want some more, Walka? We can go back and get another one and eat that one together. Master, please give me a moment. I set aside my master, who had yet to snap out of her little girl mode. So let me just say this. It's not your fault. Eurysha has had many bad experiences with people pestering her and following her around. I intended to cover for the boy, but for some reason, he began glaring at me like I was his sworn enemy. Had I done something wrong? He clenched his fists, shaking. Oh, I get it. That guy, he's the one. Yes, he. Walka. Nam. Just as Eurysha was about to answer, my master, left to the wayside, angrily shoved her candied apple into my mouth in a huff. Why was she doing this all of a sudden? Who cares about that guy? Just pay attention to me. Let's go buy another candied apple. Master, hey, what are we talking right? Very important to me, and well. GRR. No, not yet. I can't give up if it's just like that. While I was busy handling my rampaging master, the boy shouted some cliched remark that sounded right at home in a novel before running off in a hurry. There was an awkward silence. I guess Yurusha just? Well, in any case, she skillfully rejected the boy's invitation. He did seem to expect a rejection to begin with, seeing as Yurusha was already with a party, but considering how desperately he fled. Maybe he truly felt something for Yurusha. Oh, he must have given up, I suppose. Shall we get going as well then, senpai? Ahem. Yurusha began pushing the wheelchair away, as though she had finished handling a troublesome matter. Good luck, kid. As of right now, Yurusha only sees you as a background character. If you want to win her attention, it's not your mouth but your arms that have to work. You have to become stronger through your own efforts, and let your strength show through your sword. Yurusha. Yes. If you ever find the right person, you should try forming a party with them. There's no need to worry about me so much. Oh senpai, that's just silly. It is impossible that I just find the right person, don't you think? Did she have to be that blunt? If that boy heard what she said, he'd probably fall to his knees and weep. Still, I empathized with her wariness of strangers. She was just a 13-year-old girl after all. Still, I thought it would be good for her to interact more with those closer to her in age. And senpai, it happened suddenly. She was right next to my ear, close enough for me to hear her breathing. It felt as though her voice was cradling me in its gentle arms, leaving me feeling helpless. I will always be by your side. And I will make sure everything is the way they should be. She was the same Yurusha as always. Lovely, delicate, carefully thoughtful. Is that so? Of course. So then why? Why did I feel a chill run down my spine? Why couldn't I bring myself to turn around and look at her? Chapter 4. Atri the Warrior. I felt that if things stayed as they were, there would be trouble. Ever since I woke up to find I was missing an eye and a leg in the room of a church belonging to the Holy Order of Crisscrest, I had been exercising as much as my new limitations allowed me. I tried all sorts of routines that only needed one leg, everything from lower body muscle training to sit-ups and push-ups. Before these injuries, I had been a hale and hearty adventurer, sleeping early to rise even earlier for morning training. Laying around in bed all day did not feel right to me, but at this point, I couldn't keep turning a blind eye to it for much longer. That is, having been stuck in bed for so long, my body and mind were starting to lose their edge. The main reason why I felt this way was because of the sleepiness that came over me in the middle of the day. Despite getting more than enough sleep at night, I found myself inadvertently dozing off after lunch or after light exercise. This had never happened before, so I could only assume it was because of my current, sedentary lifestyle. I had to start training again. Of course, it wasn't as though I would train with the intention of working as an adventurer again, or, at least, I didn't know for sure if I should. In the first place, I didn't know if I could go back to being an adventurer with my body the way it is now. In any case, I needed to stop skipping my exercise because it was now affecting my mental well-being, too. Besides, since I would have to use a prosthetic leg, something I was completely unfamiliar with, from now on, training with it would help me get used to it faster as well. While I wasn't completely sedentary, I couldn't call doing stretches with my back on the bed real exercise either. What I actually wanted to do was practice swings again. That was something I could do while seated, something I've repeated thousands, if not tens of thousands of times before. Being able to do that again was sure to be more useful than just stretching. To that end, I had my master push my wheelchair out to the church garden. Walka, are you going to use your sword? Yeah, of course. I thought it would be obvious, seeing as there was no other reason for me to go outside, right? This is the best I can do for now, at least. Oh, right, of course. The sword always was your main priority. It was always your main priority, and yet, for some reason, my master was reading too deeply into it. I just wanted to move around, That's all this was. Exercise and nothing more, I swear. I knew that, I should have known that, but still. It didn't seem like she did know. It only got worse as, while I was busy practicing, Yuritita returned. As soon as she saw me, she dropped the bags she was carrying, and her eyes glazed over like she was staring blankly into the distance. I knew it, senpai, even with your body like that, the sword is still. No, this is just exercise. Section. Because of how long it had been since I could do practice swings, my motivation and enthusiasm were higher than ever, but by late afternoon, I could feel my sleepiness creeping along. Well, since I had no reason to fight it, I decided to take a nap. Master was also a little more clingy than usual, refusing to leave my side, so today we took a nap together. As I dozed under the sunlight from the window, I sensed a presence enter the room. Eurysha would always announce herself before entering, which meant my visitor had to be Atri, the tomboyish warrior of our party. While thinking these thoughts, MMPH, Atri suddenly tried to climb on top of my stomach. Instinctively, I sat up and grabbed her by the shoulders, stopping her just before she mounted me. "Oh, you woke up." Of course, I would wake up. The presence had, in fact, been Atri, but what was she trying to do? I tried to read her intentions from her eyes, but her face was as neutral and serious as usual. "There is nothing to worry about. I just wanted to have you for myself." How exactly was this nothing to worry about? And what did she mean by having me for herself? Like to fight? Was that why she tried to mount me? If I hadn't stopped her, would she have attempted to strangle me? Man, my companion sure was strange at times. "Please take it easy on me. I've only got one good leg now, remember. It will be fine. I can do all the moving." I had no idea what she meant by that either. Maybe she was feeling excited and hyperactive, having found out that I was well enough to do practice swings now. She really did love to fight and all. Unfortunately, if she, our party's melee specialist, were to go all out against me in my current state, I'd be reduced to nothing more than a rag doll in moments. This girl was seriously just that strong, after all. About Atri, the frontliner of Silver Gray who came from a tribe whose members were said to be worth 1,000 warriors in combat. In the original storyline, she was another background character, the second to die after Walka. She didn't have a single line of dialogue, so neither her name nor personality was known, and she appeared only once in the corner of a single panel, so her appearance was rather vague. To me, she was a very mysterious character because of this lack of detail. As for her role, a warrior referred to the person in a party whose loadout consisted of large weapons and heavy armor, and whose role was to break through enemy defenses and draw attacks away from their comrades. In the case of Atri, she specialized in offense. Her weapon was demonstrably taller than her. She wielded it as naturally as she would a limb nonetheless, but she wore no heavy armor whatsoever. Did that mean offense truly was the best defense? No, it was more that staying on the attack was the best defense. So, original storyline aside, what about Atri as I know her? First, Atri was not native to this country. She belonged to a small tribe that lived far south of us, as evidenced by her light brown skin. She had soft, white hair that seemed to flow down to her shoulders, while exotic ornaments of unfamiliar design adorned her ears, neck, and wrists. Her usual outfit was in the style of her tribe, with intricate patterns woven across the cloth. Notably, little fabric covered her upper body, exposing her healthy shoulders, belly, and chest, and the material was so thin to begin with that her undergarments were faintly visible too, giving her a very enticing appearance. As for her lower body, long, lithe legs were visible through a prominent slit in the skirt, though not in an obscene manner, since her black undergarments appeared similar to short spats. Still, I could see how young, healthy men would find it hard to keep their eyes off her. This particular, exotic girl belonged to a tribe of peerless, unparalleled fighters akin to berserkers. It was said that they had been bred to fight, becoming stronger with each generation, and their strongest members, after powering themselves up with just strength, rivaled even a knight divine. Seeing Atri, I believed those stories. In Silver Gray, Atri was without a doubt the physically strongest, so much so that even our resident genius swordswoman, Eurysha, acknowledged, albeit a little hesitantly, the gap in strength. She was 1 year younger than me, 16 years old, and somewhat taller than others her age. By her slender, graceful appearance, Atri hardly seemed like she could leverage immense power, and people often found it hard to believe she was, in fact, a warrior. Her light purple eyes seemed as inscrutable as they were misty, and Atri herself was generally taciturn and detached. She usually did not say more than the minimum. She spoke abruptly and haltingly when she did, and her facial expressions rarely changed from their neutral position. Of course, that wasn't to say she had no emotions, and, as we were now, I could sense Atri was disappointed that she hadn't been able to catch me by surprise. How badly had she wanted to pull that one off? It will feel really good. Just leave it all to me. No, really, please just let me rest. Between the two of us, Atri was the only one who felt that way about fighting. I could only assume that, within her tribe, all she learned while growing up was how to fight and how to survive in the wild, as shown by her general lack of common sense. I always tried to tell her, to help her improve, but to no avail. If anyone heard her, they would have the wrong impression about her. Admittedly, I thought her tomboyish nature was a huge plus and a real eye-opener when I first met her. Girls like this really exist in this world? I had thought to myself. So those were my companions, the legal lowly Lizzle, the easily flustered Eurysha, and the tomboy Atri. Frankly, it was unbelievable that such charming girls were not just thrown away at the very beginning, but subjected to a horrible, awful, and disgusting end. That author was seriously a rotten bastard. He shouldn't be allowed to live. So no, you can't, and look, Master's sleeping here too. Atri's face turned pensive. I see, to do it with our companions around is certainly difficult. So you understand then. The mood for our first time is important too. Was considering the mood really that big of a deal when sparring with a companion? This girl seriously worried me sometimes, with her trigger-happy desire to fight. Or maybe she had noticed how much my battle sense had deteriorated since I was hospitalized, and she wanted to tell me off for slacking off for so long. I couldn't blame her for thinking so, but I intended to work hard from now on to get back into my usual shape, so I hoped she would let me off for just this last day. Though, now that I think about it, with the way I was now, was I any more than a half-assed swordsman? Losing an eye was troublesome but still manageable. The issue was my missing leg, my pivot leg, which dashed any last hopes I might have had about being an adventurer. Even in the anime and manga of my previous life, characters missing an eye or an arm treated their disability like a status symbol that indicated their strength. I could hardly remember any characters missing a leg. If nothing else, that had to mean that even in fiction, having 2 legs to stand on was paramount. Being short a leg was too significant of a hurdle to overcome. On the other hand, if the prosthetic limbs of this world were good enough, it would not be impossible for me to make a return to form as a proper swordsman. With that hope in mind, I would keep swinging my sword then. Besides, knowing how rotten and evil this fantasy world was, there was no telling what my companions might have to face in the future. And for the current me, ensuring a happy ending for all of them was my utmost priority. And while I no longer intended to thoughtlessly throw my life away for that ideal, so long as I continued to breathe and my body moved, I would do everything in my power to be sure I could do something to prevent bad things from befalling them. However, on the other hand, did those girls truly need my help? Atri, my master, and Eurysha were all strong in their own right, so wouldn't I, invalid that I was, be more of a nuisance than help? Was it not presumptuous for a swordsman like me, crippled with the loss of an eye and a leg, to say I wanted to be able to help them? If they were able to bounce back from all that has happened, once they were able to take care of themselves again, then after. Uwalka, what's wrong? Atri stared at me with a puzzled expression. I lightly shook my head. I was just thinking a little about what's next. Your rehabilitation. No, after that, further out in the future, I mean. I clarified, rubbing the stump that was the remains of my left leg. Well, you can see what a mess I'm in now, right? I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to stay any longer. Walka. Speaking in a clear voice, Atri unexpectedly interrupted me. I looked up at the sound to find her leaning forward and staring into my eyes from so close that I could feel her breath on my skin. In that battle, you saved me, and my life was spared. To abandon you, such a thing is impossible. I could not even let out a breath. Her purple eyes drew me in, making me feel as though I were falling into them. To have one's life saved is to be indebted a life. That is the law of my people. It was not a grand resolution, a beautiful vow, or an unstained prayer. It was entanglement, wrapping around its observer's arms as though to pull them down. It was an obsession born from depths that saw no light, or perhaps it was pure desire. So every hair on my head, every shard of bone and drop of my blood in my body, every little bit of my soul is yours. All of it belongs to you. Atri drew closer still, and I found myself involuntarily leaning back and away. She was the same as always, cool and aloof as she made her declaration. I, Atri, swear to live and die for you, Walka, for now and forever, so rest assured. I see. It took several seconds before I squeezed out such a simple answer. It was at times like these that I was grateful for my stubbornly unsociable personality. No matter how flustered I was on the inside, I was able to maintain a calm exterior and respond steadily. I gently pushed back Atri's body away, even as she began leaning into me. I'm sorry for making you worry, and thank you. Emma. It was then that Atri returned to her usual self, and she sat back, as expressionless as ever. So can I do it? No, you cannot. Is it because you want to take the lead, Walka? If it's you, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, sure, let's leave it at that. Surprisingly, Atri could be quite chatty when her conversation partner is someone close to her. Of course, here, it did feel like there was a fundamental disconnect between what either of us were talking about, but more importantly, for me. That is my issue here. Arg, I can't take any more of this. Did you really have to go that far, Miss Atri? Was that crushing responsibility Atri placed on me? Internally, I was convulsing in spasms, already unconscious with my eyes rolled back into my head. Oh, my stomach, my poor, poor stomach. Section. The southern tribe Atri belonged to more commonly known as the Arsvelum, were natural-born fighters whose history was rife with conflict. To the Arsvelum, battle was everything, and they took special pride in their martial prowess. Gender did not matter to them. Boys and girls alike, from the moment of birth, were trained to become fighters, so much so that when they became capable of conscious thought, they were taught to use a knife before a spoon and how to hunt lesser beasts. Atri, too, was one such child raised this way. And while it may seem conceited for the person in question to believe so, Atri knew she was strong. Even when growing up, among her peers, among even some adults, Atri had no equal, and by the age of 11, she defeated an ogre on her own, a feat she was supposed to accomplish as part of the tribe's coming-of-age rites. It was then that the tribe's leader, whom they referred to as Granny, took Atri under her wing, personally educating the young girl and passing on accumulated experience and techniques with stern but loving care. They had a saying, one common across the Arsvelum: God is to be met on the battlefield. For that, they, proud and storied, took to the field to commune with their god. They were as demons in battle, their lives alight as they danced amidst the storm of blood. Their comrades were brothers and sisters in arms, bonded along the precipice separating life and death, and their pain was all shared, for a comrade's wound was the tribe's wound. As one, the tribe would fight. They would crush every foe, protect every ally, and cut through every obstacle with their overwhelming might, carving the path that led to their supremacy. But among Granny's teachings, there was one that had always stuck to Atri. Listen well and remember these words, Atri. I would die for you. You must find someone to whom you truly mean those words. Granny always enjoyed sharing these pearls of wisdom that were far beyond the comprehension of the young Atri, and she always did so casually puffing away at her pipe. It does not matter if the person is your employer, a comrade you trust, or even a man you love. What matters is that you do find someone to whom you can devote every hair on your head, every shard of bone and drop of blood in your body, and every bit of your soul. To sacrifice yourself for such a person is to achieve the greatest honor among our people. Granny, did you die? If I died, then who do you think is sitting in front of you, huh? Though there are many ways to sacrifice yourself, really. As for me, someone else sacrificed themselves for me, which is why I continue to live on in brazen shame as the chief of our tribe, though, because I was able to raise you, Atri, perhaps there was meaning in my continued failure to die. So whatever you do, Atri, do not end up like me. You will regret it for however long your life continues afterward. At the time, Atri was likely 8 or 9 years old. Granny's teaching then was not something to instill in a child. Even so, whether she understood the significance of Granny's words or not, they were forever etched into Atri's memory. I would die for you. I would devote every hair on my head, every shard of bone and drop of blood in my body, and every bit of my soul to you. Would there come a day she understood what that meant? The girl wondered. Not long after, Atri defeated an ogre and, under the tribe's laws for warriors, set off on a solo journey to train herself. It was like the final test, imposed on all Arsvelum warriors. For the first time in their lives, they would leave their home behind to wander the world alone. There was no specific goal, nor was there a set duration. What they were to do, where they were to go, everything was for them to decide on their own. What they hoped to return with was strength. The strength to fend off unheard-of monsters, the strength to earn the necessities for living and journeying alone, the strength to adapt to the peoples and cultures foreign to their own, and the strength to form bonds. It was the strength to achieve all of that and more. There were those who met the one they would dedicate themselves to, and they returned home with their success in tow. There were those who wasted their time with nothing to show for it, and they returned home with their shame laid bare. And there were those who perished along their journey, and they would never again return home. Among those who left around the time she did, many set off with great anxiety and worry, unsure of what they should hope to accomplish. Atri, however, was not afraid. She knew the goal of her journey from the very beginning. She would find the one she would be willing to die for. After all, Granny had said to do so, and to do so was to achieve the greatest honor among the Arsfalem. If Granny had said so, it had to be true. Still, she was not without doubts. For there to be someone Atri would be willing to die for, what kind of person could they be? That encounter occurred about 1 year after Atri began her journey, in a northern country far from her homeland. By then, Atri had become an adventurer, wandering from town to town and hunting monsters. It had not been her goal to become one, merely a means to an end. The Arsfalem were skilled at fighting after all, so it had been a natural course of action as her journey continued. As for finding a person she would be willing to die for, Atri had, at least, decided such a person had to be strong. What she had not decided was how that person should demonstrate their strength. Should it be a warrior who was physically stronger than herself, or perhaps a leader with the strength to attract followers? To that end, she planned to travel across the land in search of people with strength, in hopes of finding the person she could devote herself to. With her plan set, her next destination was a country very relevant to her journey. The reason was simple. That country was one of the world's largest countries, which meant there were likely to be many strong people in it. It had not been a smooth journey until that point. Many was a time when she became ill from eating something strange or injured herself from an unfortunate accident. There were even times when the people she teamed up with to earn money for a journey tried to turn on her, only for her to turn the tables and beat them into submission, of course. There was one particular experience that was the worst of all. When she was forced to traverse the sea aboard the accursed transport called a boat. It had left her devastated, and she swore never to ride one again. It was a mistake for humanity to dare try and cross the water in such a manner. It was after such a tumultuous journey that Atri finally arrived at this country. What a nice place. It was an honest thought that came to her mind as she made her way toward the city proper. The roads are clean and properly maintained, completely different from home. According to Granny, to know a nation, simply look at its roads, for they reflected its prosperity. Roads were essential to livelihood after all, but there was no issue if a road were imperfect. It was one thing to maintain roads within a city, but what about a country such as this, whose roads beyond those borders were so well kept? It was a sure sign that the country doing well. In particular, the roads here were wider, smoother, and more solidly built than those of any country she had visited before. Even here, considering their distance to the nearest city, Atri had seen carriages driving effortlessly by without any trouble at all notable, as carriages were vulnerable to even the slightest deformation or instability on the road. In comparison, if a carriage were to drive along the roads of Atri's homeland, it would find itself stuck within tens of seconds due to the poor road. But most telling of all, there are fewer monsters around. She would occasionally see monsters along the way, but it seemed like they deliberately avoided getting too close to the road. Of course, not all species attacked humans on sight, but in this situation, Atri's plan to supplement her travel expenses by hunting and harvesting from an occasional attack would come to nothing. Perhaps they instinctively knew the road was human territory. That, despite the tantalizing prey the people in horse-drawn carriages made for, there was danger awaiting them if they were to recklessly in thinking there was an easy meal. If that were the case, this country was truly methodical in its well-kept roads, but also in maintaining public safety. Will I be able to meet my person here? Her goal was to visit the 2 largest cities in the country. Grandfros, the holy city of the south, and Eisenvista, the royal capital of the north. There she would find their strongest warriors. In the Grandfros, the Krisk Knights of the Knights Divine, and in Eisenvista, the Kingsguard of the Knights Real. Furthermore, she might also encounter the seven ruling flowers within the royal capital, a group that consisted of 4 knights and 3 sages, and was said to be the strongest across the nation. From among them, would she find someone she could die for? Would there be someone to whom she could devote every hair on her head, every shard of bone and drop of blood in her body, and every bit of her soul? Atri traveled with such expectations in her heart, but as the road stretched forward and into a small valley. Anyone, please, is anyone out there? As previously mentioned, monsters seemed disinclined to approach the road, but that did not mean traveling was completely safe. Ultimately, no matter how well-maintained the road appeared, there was always a possibility for danger. Please, anyone, just help me. Please, anyone at all. Atri had already broken into a sprint, dashing along the winding, hilly road before catching sight of an overturned carriage. A group of adventurers were defending it, but a horde of goblins had them surrounded. In other words, this was the result of a monster ambush. Monsters were not stupid. While they could not speak any human language, they were capable of not only communicating with one another in their language, but also learning from their failures. It would seem they understood carriages along the highway always had escorts, so a reckless attack would result in death. But more importantly, they had learned to discern carriages with fewer escorts, to set traps, and even to fight with a numerical advantage. Monster intelligence was truly not to be underestimated. By the looks of things, some sort of trap had overturned the carriage, and with the group stopped, they found themselves surrounded. There were 6 on the adventurer's side. 5 had their backs to the wagon, looking pale with their weapons at the ready, while the 6th was huddled against the wagon, an arrow lodged in the left shoulder as they desperately fumbled for a potion out of a belt pouch. As for the monsters, about 30 goblins faced them. But even in numbers, weaklings were weaklings still, and these were ordinary goblins in the end. Had their opponents been limited to just goblins, these adventurers would not have thrown aside their pride and cried for aid. No, it was not just goblins they faced, but 3 lumbering behemoths too, monsters so large the adventurers could only cower in terror. There were 3 orcs among the goblins. It went without saying that orcs were far more dangerous than goblins, even if they were no more than large goblins. But that made all the difference, for in a battle with lives on the line, size was an uncontestable advantage that made all the difference. After all, the larger the body, the stronger it was. It was as simple as that. This fact presented itself in how novice adventurers learned the trade by starting with goblins. Orcs, by extension, thanks to their gargantuan size, were far more dangerous, classified as B-ranked threats. With 3 such creatures, in addition to the several dozen goblins on the attack, it was no wonder this party of adventurers was in a panic. Not that this would have posed a problem to Atri. She had single-handedly defeated an ogre before, and those were far stronger than any orc. This group of monsters hardly registered as an issue in comparison. She leaped into the air to close the distance, materializing her reliable partner, a halberd with accessorize, a spell that transformed weapons into accessories for easier transport. As she landed, she empowered herself with strength, racing forward in time to see a young man beside her slice through an orc's belly with one brilliant stroke. Ah! Atri forced herself to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dirt to stop her momentum as she looked back. There was the one orc she impaled with her halberd, as well as the orc with a sliced belly, and then the third, perfectly bisected from top to bottom. The one behind that attack was the young man who slid to a stop beside her. Her eyes met with his. His hair was gray like ash, and he appeared to be her age, if not a little older. But what surprised Atri was his weapon, a single-edged curved sword called a talwar. That he sliced through an orc's thick, tough body with such a delicate weapon was proof of considerable skill. For what seemed to be a drawn-out moment, Atri and the young man stopped to stare at one another. He was wide-eyed in astonishment, and his thought was plainly visible. How likely was it that another adventurer had joined the fray at the exact moment and in the exact manner he had? It lasted but a single moment. In the next instant, Atri and the young man stepped forward simultaneously, crossing by the other to cut down the goblins that charged toward them. He matches me perfectly. This time, it was Atri's turn to go wide-eyed with astonishment. She was a moment faster than the young man, but within that interval, he instantly understood Atri's intent and adjusted with such perfect coordination that she wondered if he had read her mind. By now, Atri understood the young man was not only skilled but worth working together with. And with the stunned adventurers still behind them, she stood side by side with him. "Ready?" "Yeah." There was no need for her to ask, she knew, but still, the young man answered without hesitation. "I'll adjust, so move how you want." "Got it." She did not hesitate in trusting the young man despite the few words they exchanged just now, and she had no doubts about him. The skill he displayed in instantly dispatching the orc, despite his delicate weapon, and the perfect improvisation he demonstrated told Atri's intuition that he was someone she could rely on. So, just as he said, she ran wild among the monsters. That battle would go on to be the greatest one Atri had ever experienced, a moment of utter euphoria. Atri's halberd was so large that it was a wonder how a human was able to wield it effectively. It should have been difficult to work around its owner's wild swings, but somehow, the young man neither impeded nor was impeded by it. Rather, he complemented each swing, cutting down any goblins that snuck through the swings to try skewering Atri with their spears. Then, Atri grew irritated seeing goblins firing arrows at a distance, only for the missiles to be intercepted and their shooters to lose their heads in an instant. There truly was nothing for Atri to think about. All she had to do was dance across the battlefield, mowing down enemies however she wanted. And true to his word, the young man adjusted for her, preemptively eliminating anything that might have stymied her rampage, like they were in perfect sync. Perhaps because of their perfect coordination, Atri felt stronger than ever, as though the euphoria of battle had allowed her to soar. In the end, it took less than 30 seconds before all that remained of the monsters was their loot. Atri planted her halberd into the ground, tilting her head back to stare at the sky before letting out an entranced sigh. It was as though her entire body was on fire and burning hot as lightheadedness came over her. It was all so pleasant. It was a pleasantness she had never before experienced, and even as she tried to calm down, her breathing refused to stabilize. You're amazing." She turned to the young man to find him elegantly sheathing his sword, which, somehow, was devoid of any blemish or bloodstain. "I should be saying that to you. It was an amazing battle." Atri, too, wanted to say that exact thing. And while there hadn't been many opportunities for her to watch the young man in action, what little she had seen of his swordsmanship had been permanently seared into her mind. He would sheath his sword, then take a stance. A moment later, he would draw his weapon, the blade would flash, and the enemy would be cut down in a single stroke. When it came down to it, that was all that happened. However, the strength enhancement he applied in that singular moment rivaled that of the Arsvalum, turning his basic slash into an unstoppable, blinding flash of light. It should have been impossible to maintain fine control of a weapon wielded with such force. And yet, the young man had repelled every arrow that came their way with unerring precision and accuracy. Above all, despite having slain almost as many of the monsters at Atri, the young man's sword remained clean. Not a single drop of monster blood marred his blade's surface. Was he even aware of how bizarre that truly was? "I'm Atri." "You are." Before she realized what she was doing, Atri had asked the young man his name. How strange. She was usually never interested in starting a conversation with people. That she chose to do so now, this was the first time she had ever done so since setting off on her journey. The boy answered, of course. "I'm Walka." "Walka, I see." She concentrated to better remember the young man's name. "Walka." "Walka," she repeated, saying his name 3 times in total to commit the memory to heart. Excuse me, you too." At that moment, the man behind them, seemingly the leader of the adventure party in trouble, interrupted them. Atri had completely forgotten about them, but the reminder irritated her. She had been in such a good mood after all, but the interruption was like having ice water thrown at her, instantly cooling her heated state. Or, perhaps it was more apt to say the interruption returned Atri to her natural state. Thank you so much for helping us. It is embarrassing to admit, but we were caught completely off guard. The rest of the group, using strength, had begun righting the overturned carriage. And from the back of the vehicle emerged a man who seemed to be the merchant who owned it, having barely survived the encounter. Atri returned a terse answer. "I just happened to be passing by, don't mind it." "Same for me." "I see, both of you are so young but so impressive." The man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, seemed rather sheepish at having been saved by Atri and Walka, who seemed much younger. Atri, for her part, cared not a whit for his concerns. What she did care for was what Walka intended. If possible, she wanted to accompany him, she wanted to fight together with him again, to feel as good as she had. Was that what people meant when they said their blood boiled? Everything about the boy's unfathomable strength piqued Atri's curiosity, and it was all she could think about. Then, Walka. Walka. Suddenly, a voice from further down the road began calling for the young man. As Atri looked over, she found a small-statured girl wearing an oversized witch's hat running toward them, waving vigorously. "Oh, master. Master." That girl could not possibly be Walka's master in swordsmanship, especially not when she was dressed like a magician. In fact, with that in mind, it was better to assume she was Walka's master in the magical arts. She ran straight to Walka without so much as a glance around. "You foolish disciple, why did you jump out of the carriage like that? You surprised everyone, you know. Do you have any idea how scared, worried I was thinking you had left me behind?" "Right, sorry." "Oh, you." She fumed, only to cool off after a single sigh. Then, after looking from Atri to the adventurer's leader, and finally to the righted carriage, she gave a wry smile. "I suppose I should have expected no less from you, my disciple. Now come along, seeing as your work here is complete, let us return." "All right." "Hey, you people are fine on your own now, right?" The male leader seemed taken aback, having been addressed so unceremoniously by such a small girl. But with a light shake of the head, he seemed to recover. I believe so. We can take care of things from here. Thank you again." "Take care then." As soon as Walka said so, the small girl took his hand and began pulling him away, which was why Atri quickly spoke up. "Hey, take me with you." The girl stopped and turned, staring at Atri with a suspicious glare. "And who might you be?" "Just a passing warrior." A passing warrior who had to make her intentions clear. Atri was on a journey to find someone she would be willing to die for. What she felt toward Walka was not quite that, and he may not be the someone she was looking for. But then, what was she to do about the throbbing heat that had built up inside her? Granny did say this journey wasn't just about achieving her goal, but also about meeting different people and experiencing new things. In other words, it wasn't strange for Atri to want to follow the warrior that made her feel this way, which was why Atri earnestly made her case. "I have never felt this way before. It was so intense, so good, and it's left my body all hot and... Come again. That's why I want you to take me, make me feel this good again, just like before." "What?" the young-looking girl screeched, then turned and grabbed Walka. In an instant, the color drained from her face and her eyes filled with tears. "Walka, you idiot, you dummy, you big idiot. How could you fall for this weird girl? Was it the clothes? Because they're a little see-through. You dummy, you fool. You pervert. W8, please wait a moment, master. There's been a misunderstanding." Was that not the right way of putting it? Though, Granny always did say, your phrasing often leads to misunderstanding. But what could be misunderstood about what I said just now? I spoke honestly. At that explanation, the young-looking girl grew further incensed, leading to an even greater commotion until the leader of the party they had saved, unable to bear the scene any longer, nervously stepped forward and cleared up the misunderstanding. In any case, that was how Atri and Walka first met. Since then, Silver Gray has become a place truly precious and irreplaceable to her. Whether it was Walka or Lizzle or Yurisha, Atri loved them all so much. And if there ever came a time when they faced an overpowering monster, Atri believed she was ready to give her life to protect them. That, after all, was the way of the Arsvalum. She truly believed so. Section. We had to amputate his left leg. As for his right eye, he will likely never see out of it again. Hadn't she believed so? After hearing the elderly sister deliver grim news, all that went through Atri's mind was the sight of Walka cut down before her eyes. There was the Grim Reaper. There was Walka on the floor and covered in blood. There was Lizzle, crying and screaming. There was Yurisha, knocked away and struggling to rise. And there she was, on her knees and seemingly catatonic. She did not remember what happened after the sister finished speaking. She found herself ready to collapse in the shadow of an alleyway when she finally became aware of her surroundings, having run out of the church at some point. Ugh, gah. She pressed one hand against her mouth and another against a wall to stabilize herself as her vision swam. It was impossible to tell if she was still standing or had fallen. We had to amputate his left leg. As for his right eye, he will likely never see out of it again. Nausea came over her. She wanted to vomit. Urgs Allah. A grief-stricken wail filled the air. Back then, she could do nothing. She hadn't tried to fight the enemy they had to defeat, and she certainly hadn't protected the precious comrades she was supposed to protect. And it was in the throes of her grief now that she realized the truth. It wasn't that she could not do anything, she had done precisely nothing in that fight. They had faced a grim reaper, an executioner that plucked lives with ease. Atri had heard stories about it before. A number of her ancestors had fought such a monster, but none of them had lived to tell the tale. When they came face to face with such a monster, Atri knew the time had come to protect them all. She was not afraid of death, and she wholeheartedly believed she could do it. That was what it meant to be Arsfellum. And yet, was it carelessness or arrogance? Whichever the case, Atri had put everything into her attack, only to fail before the Grim Reaper's nigh invulnerability, and, in the opening she left, fall victim to the magical counterattack it used without so much as a warning. That was her end. The murky torrent of unsurmountable magical power should have devoured her whole, torn her to pieces, but time continued to flow. Was this one of those moments where everything seemed to slow and things happened at a delay? No, there was no such occurrence. Time was far too cold and ruthless for that. But at that moment, what hit Atri was a minor shock through her body, hardly enough to tear her to pieces. But beside her, Uwalke. He looked as unfriendly and unsociable as usual, but for a brief moment, Atri saw insurmountable determination in his eyes and gritted teeth. Only, a moment later, for him to be cut down before her eyes. Urgasaya. The sight seared her eyes, the sound plugged her ears, and the memory haunted her mind. Flesh tore, bones snapped, bright red blood flowed like a fountain of absurdity. It all happened right in front of her, close enough that she could touch it with her fingertips. And it was all her fault. This all happened because of her. It was not supposed to happen like this. The Arsfellum prided themselves on their fighting and martial prowess. They were the protectors and their comrades the protected. But if the protected were to take a fatal wound protecting them in turn, that was beyond the pale. According to Granny, that was no longer shame or dishonor but sin, a sin against their very God. It was never supposed to happen like this, but it did. So whatever you do, Atri, do not end up like me. You will regret it for however long your life continues afterward. The nausea refused to subside. Awug. She felt an urge to destroy everything around her, a regret from failing to protect her comrades, a frustration from having done nothing, humiliation from the sin she committed, but that was not all. Those were not the only emotions eating away at Atri's heart. There was something else that left her unable to stop sobbing. Her body shook as she screamed, and her fingernails dug into the wall. Tears fell to the ground as, buried within the emotional turmoil within Atri, an entirely different emotion threatened to drive her mad. Deep within, she felt profound adulation, a shining reverence for Walka, who had risked everything to protect his friends. When Walka rose again to confront the Grim Reaper, Atri should have been there, too. Walka had shielded her, after all, so she, unharmed, should have been the one to fight, not him, gravely injured and on the brink as he was. But at that time, Atri could not move. No, she hadn't considered moving to begin with. Why? Because she could not take her eyes off him. The sight of Walka putting everything, his entire self, into the battle stole her eyes. Being an Arsfellum, Atri was certainly aware. Walka, at the time, was prepared to die. Here, he was not fighting to win or survive, but simply putting his life on the line to protect his comrades. It was an Arsfellum ideal, burning away one's life and becoming Kishin, and in this very moment, Walka was that very image. Finally, after all this time, Atri had found it. She found the person she would die for. Wrong. What was she thinking? Walka had protected her. Walka had nearly died, losing his right eye and left leg because of her. Atri had failed to protect a comrade, committing the gravest sin among the Arsvalum in doing so. So what gave her the right to indulge in that joy? She had no right, it was wrong. But she could not stop herself from feeling. It was simply irresistible. She yearned for him, she wanted him to become a part of her. She wanted the name of the warrior she revered, his resolve, his scars, his blood, his life, all of it. It was a desire her will could not hold back. It was a desire that dyed the very depths of her soul a pure, blinding white. Walka. Walka. There was guilt in it, for failing to protect her comrade, but with it was a reverence for the one she failed to protect. Caught in the whirling abyss of these contradictory emotions, the girl named Atri was being torn apart. How long had she stayed there, shedding her tears? Stop following me. By chance, a voice reached her ears, and Atri's tormented heart began to settle. With each deep breath, her mind finally began to clear. As I said, it is nothing serious. I can search well enough on my own, so please do not follow me any further. No, we can't let you do that. It would be more efficient to search with others. Don't worry about us, we had nothing better to do anyway. Right, it'll be fine like he said. We're just trying to be nice. I do not need your help, truly. It was a girl's voice, desperately trying to reject the advances of unsavory men whose intentions were clear. Atri no longer felt the nausea nor the tears, and the inferno in her heart became ice. As her expression returned to its usual passivity, she stood and made her way to where the sound had come. Unsurprisingly, it was all happening in a secluded spot, not far away from the alley but certainly apart from prying eyes. Well, they don't seem to be here, do they? How about we try over there? I've got a few friends over there. Let's meet up with them and search together, shall we? Like I have said, I am fine on my own. PL, please stop following me around. Wow, how rude, when we're just worried about you. Can't you see we're just trying to be nice? What do you think you're doing? The men spun around in surprise, while the girl Eurysha looked relieved. This scene was nothing unusual. Eurysha, with her attractive and vulnerable appearance, was charming even to Atri. The young girl was sure to become even more beautiful as she grew older. Unfortunately, this also meant strange men often made unwarranted advances whenever she was alone in town. Moreover, her timid personality made her unable to outright reject these advances, so the pushier types only got closer and closer against her wishes. Though, since joining Silver Grey, Atri and Walka were there to deal with these types of pests. This time, two men were hassling her. They appeared older than Walka and had good looks, but there was an obvious shady and flippant air about them. An emblem bearing a crossed sword and wand hung from their waist. It was unbelievable that such men were adventurers. Eurysha quickly moved to hide behind Atri, and as she did so, one of the men clicked his tongue in annoyance. For an instant, his face, loose with anticipation, shifted to a darker emotion. Atri did not miss that detail. Oh, is she the friend you were looking for? Well, good for you, you found her. The man said, clearly meaning otherwise. His companion, on the other hand, raised his lips in a smirk as he leered at Atri's figure. There was nothing pleasant behind that clinging stare. Oh, you're pretty cute yourself, and a feisty one too, you new to this place or something. What a boring man. Atri impassively turned away. Let's go. Why? Atri took Eurysha by the hand and began to walk. The cross atop the church was barely visible from the alleyway. They were a long way away, it seemed. Eurysha was a good girl to have diligently come all this way to find her despite how hard it must have been. On the other hand, if their departure now was enough to shake off their followers, those men would not have followed Eurysha to begin with. The man who clicked his tongue earlier was now aggravated, speaking up without hiding his irritation. Huh. Hey, where do you think you're going? After all we've done to help, the least you could do is. Just as the man's fingertips were about to graze Atri's shoulder, Atri turned back, eyeing the man like a beast preparing to make a kill. Eek! Do not push your luck. The man flinched, stepping back in terror as Atri calmly spoke. I am in a very bad mood right now. With that, it was over. The man stood frozen in place, unable to answer, and Atri took that opening to escape, pulling Eurysha along as the two moved from the dim alley to the wider main street. While there was little foot traffic due to the early hour, it was still safer to be out in public view. It seemed the men had not followed them. Atri let out a relieved sigh. Had they persisted in the chase, Atri would have been forced to do something like break their arms to drive them away. Are you all right? Yes, I think so. Faint but unmistakable remorse colored the small smile that appeared on Yurisha's face. I'm sorry for causing trouble again, especially at a time like this. You could use your sword. You're 100 times stronger than them. Ahata. It seemed Yurisha, back when she lived with her family in the royal capital, had been badly bullied by her brothers for her superior swordsmanship. Even after leaving home, random men continued to pester and harass her. So much that at this point, apart from Walka and a few other acquaintances, she held a strong aversion to older men. Naturally, Yurisha avoided answering, instead returning a nervous smile and a hesitant question of her own. So, how are you feeling, Miss Atri? Atri was skilled in fighting but not much else, but she was not so foolish as to ask Yurisha to clarify. So she answered, I'm fine. Right, for now, she was fine. Her voice was not trembling, and she was no longer nauseous. She had cried all of it out, over that unfathomable emotion she felt, but she finally understood what it meant. I'm sorry, this might sound strange, but... I feel regret and frustration and sadness, but I also feel... It was natural to feel sad, since she was unable to protect her comrades. It was natural to feel frustrated since she was the reason why Walka was so badly injured. It was natural that, having seen a true warrior with his soul so proudly ablaze, she became captivated. Atri spoke. He was wonderful. That was the truth within Atri's heart. What she understood now was, it was not wrong for her to feel that way. It certainly was contradictory to her other feelings, but they would never conflict. Seeing him put everything on the line, burn away his life like that, Walka was wonderful. Truly, truly wonderful. It's strange, right? I couldn't do anything but now, the blood that flows through my body. She did regret it. She did feel sad about it, but because of how much she regretted it, because of how sad she was about it, she felt an unceasing, aching desire for it. I don't think I can think of anything besides Walka anymore. She would die for him. She would devote every hair on her head, every shard of bone and drop of blood in her body, and every bit of her soul to him. That was the moment she finally understood what Granny was trying to teach her. I don't think I can think of anything besides Walka anymore. What came out of Atri's mouth seemed to cut away the darkness clouding Yurisha's sight. The words, and the soft, dreamy smile on Atri's face, did not seem strange to the young girl, and rather sent a jolt running through her heart. After all, she felt the same way. She remembered her uselessness, she knew how weak she still was, and yet, she could not forget the sight of Walka as he stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, prepared to throw everything away for it. That image would be forever seared into her soul. She would never forget it. Whether she regretted it, was remorseful over it, or resented herself for it, she would never forget it. No matter what she tried or how hard she tried, there was no dousing that burning desire within her. Let's go, we have to get back. All right. She believed she should not hold such feelings, and tried to convince herself they were wrong. But hearing the revelation from Atri's heart shook the tenets of that belief down to her very core. Young as she was, Yurisha did not know how to cope with what she felt. Yet she was wholly convinced of one thing: it was beautiful. In that moment, when Walka slew the Grim Reaper, his swordsmanship was beautiful beyond belief and transcendent, beyond anything in this world. Section. So what's the story? Why are you looking so burned out? The fight was over before I could even try. On a certain day, a man visited the Adventurers Guild and found a familiar rookie, one he mentored in his party, before slumped over, exhausted on a chair in the lobby. The man was a B-ranked adventurer. As one of this city's more experienced adventurers, he had been offered a promotion to A rank, but he refused the recommendation, claiming, "I'm not cut out for it." Of course, his peers vouched for his skills, and he was a beloved figure within the guild for his mentoring of the rookies and adventurer hopefuls. That also meant he could speak casually and candidly with the receptionist, of course. He fell for a female adventurer and invited her to join his party, but apparently she turned him down. It just happened yesterday, and he's been like that since then. Well, what you know, springs come for the lad, huh? The man chuckled as he showed a toothy grin. It was a good-natured laugh, obvious to anyone watching that he was not mocking the boy. Though, we had a female adventurer around that this kid'd be interested in. Over there, you see, the girl with the cherry blossom hair. She's been in town for a little while now. Oh, I recognize her. I think I passed her on the street not too long ago. Huh, what you just say, old man? The boy's spark had seemingly reignited in an instant. The man smirked in amusement as he drew closer in great strides. I saw her pushing a guy around in a wheelchair, must have been one of her party members. They were having trouble with some stairs, so I went over and gave him a hand, that's all. Oh yeah, that makes sense. The boy visibly relaxed. Seeing this, the man began roughly tousling the boy's hair while grinning with glee. Hey, now, what's this I see? You seriously head over heels, huh? It sure must be nice to be a brat falling into young love. I'm not a brat. The boy indignantly brushed away the hand before looking downcast. There's nothing nice about it at all. I got rejected. Are you serious? Come on, you really think an A rank would accept a D rank's invitation? Nobody's interested in babysitting a kid. Erge. Faced with an undeniable argument, the boy could only collapse in defeat. Though, if she did accept, that means she was interested in you too, and that'd been your cue to push her down and get right into the action. Hey, that's just sexual harassment, you know, you perverted old man. Yeah, you're a woman, so you wouldn't get it. It's a man's thing. When you see it, you gotta just go for it, you know. After waving away the nagging receptionist, the man bent down to eye level, meeting the boy's gaze. His lackadaisical tone was suddenly serious as he began to speak. Well, things are going well now, aren't they? You've completed 3 or 4 requests with your party already, and you're starting to get the hang of things, right? Just remember, being an adventurer means your life's always on the line fighting monsters. Don't ever forget that, and don't ever take it lightly. And if you're not strong, you shouldn't be an adventurer. It's as simple as that. You're still just a kid, so you're gonna get people looking down on you. And of course, that means you're not going to catch the attention of a girl you're interested in. While the boy did not idolize him, he knew the man to be a reliable mentor, which was why the man's words struck a chord within the boy's heart. So you've got a goal. Now it's easy, just head straight for it. Don't get distracted. Don't feel bad when you're frustrated. Push through even if you have to bleed for it. You'll get dirty and grimy along the way, but so what? A man's not getting strong if he's not willing to get his hands dirty. He continued. Speaking of dirty hands, that guy's hands were dirty and battered, even more than mine. Ewa. The calluses were so thick, I could only imagine the blood and blisters he'd gone through to get therm. They weren't healed with proper healing magic, either. I bet it's the same all over his body, cracked and bruised with scars and calluses everywhere. And then his arms. The muscles were completely different between his right and left. That's how I knew he's a complete idiot, the kind who's done nothing but swing a sword over and over, countless times, a complete one-track-minded fool. And to top it off, he was missing an eye and a leg. The girl you're interested in's with a man like that, you know. The boy balled his hand into a tight fist. A cursory look revealed a flare-up within the boy's eyes. It was a flickering candle of a flame, but it was a lit fire nonetheless. It seemed the receptionist had noticed the change as well. She spread her arms in exasperation while letting out a sigh. You men can be so simple, I swear. Yeah, simple's all we need. And if it's for a woman, a man's able to become as strong as he needs. Are you speaking from experience, or is that just one of your ideals? It's from personal experience, of course. Didn't you know, back in the day, I could go on and on without having to stop. I'm going to go train. It was a quiet, determined declaration like he was ready to break free. And when the man turned to look, the boy had his back to him, already prepared to leave the guild. The boy, having found his goal, would no longer hesitate. His silhouette seemed a little taller as he left the building. As he watched the boy leave, the man awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Well, I suppose that was good for the boy, the kind of experience that toughens him up. A man's gotta learn to roll with the punches sooner or later. The receptionist let out a light, breathy giggle. Was that what happened to you? Yeah, course. My life's been nothing but failure, even now. And that kid's gonna surpass me someday. Maybe it's about time I retired then, what you think? Yes, so you say, but I still have a job for you, Mr. Veteran whose life has been nothing but failure. Hey, don't you think you're overworking me? Show a little care and respect for your elders now. A little respect. Then, may I ask what brings you to the guild today, sir? Cut me some slack here, lady. You could stand to be cuter, you know. Isn't that why no guys are interested in you? Why, that's none of your business. Oh no, they're starting again? Someone, stop them already. Someone called out. Some nearby adventurers looked over unamused, having seen this spat some hundreds of times by now. The guild was lively with animated chatter all around, only for the noise to settle into a restless murmur. Oh, speaking of. The man raised an eyebrow as he looked toward the entrance. There, coming through the door, was a dark-skinned girl in an exotic outfit from some faraway land. She was in the same party as the girl with cherry blossom hair and the most talked-about adventurer in the guild as of late. Her name, if the man recalled correctly, was Atri. There were two reasons why so many adventurers were talking about her. The first was her strength. According to those who happened to see her fighting, she wielded a halberd too large to be considered a serious weapon, and she did so with ease, slaying in a single blow monsters that B-rank parties would struggle with. Rumor had it that some days ago, she returned with a mountain of loot too vast for any normal person to carry, and caused the receptionist on duty to scream in terror. However, all who saw her in combat agreed on the same thing. She fought as though she were possessed. As for the second reason, it was her attire. Little fabric covered her skin, and her underwear was faintly visible through much of it. Even the slightest movement revealed her bare, luscious thighs. She was a feast for the eyes, or perhaps too much for the stares to know where to start. Among the many looks that followed that girl, the receptionist watched her with scared eyes. But the girl at the center of the attention, Atri, paid them no heed as she made her way to the counter furthest away from the man. The receptionist working there had started only recently, and she processed Atri's request with a tense look on her face. Correct me if I'm wrong, but... The man leaned closer to the receptionist before him, lowering his voice so the nearby adventurers would not overhear. The ones who recleared Guzel were her party, right? The man asked with complete certainty, but the receptionist showed not a hint of surprise. She let out a low sigh and lowered her voice before she answered. So you knew. I mean, all the guys with half-decent intuition have already figured it out. It was little more than a month ago when the nearby dungeon, Guzel, was declared cleared. But then 2 weeks ago, an announcement was made about how the true boss monster had been defeated, and the guild was investigating Guzel once more. In other words, the initial dungeon clear announcement had been a mistake. Speaking of 2 weeks ago, that was around the time when the party Atri belonged to, Silver Gray, had been seen rushing to bring a blood-soaked young man to the church. It was harder to believe there was no coincidence between these two events. You know, usually, there's always some big party thrown for a group that clears a dungeon, right? The boss monster gets publicized, and everyone in the guild gets all excited and impressed with how it was defeated like, wow, you guys really beat that thing? Of course they would, right? It's one of the greatest achievements, as an adventurer. So then, why has there been absolutely no information released on which party cleared Guzel, and on the identity of the boss monster? Why has it all been hidden? It's not like I like what we're doing, either, you know. The receptionist could not hide the irritation in her voice, but she directed it not at the man before her, but rather something above her, toward the intangible forces she could do nothing to resist. If I could, I would announce it myself, and I would do it immediately. Those kids, do you know how much they must have struggled? They work so hard. She closed her eyes before letting out a deliberate sigh. Listen, I'm only sharing this because it's you, all right, so you absolutely must not share this with anyone. Got it. Seeing her pointed stare, the man momentarily deliberated the request before returning a silent nod. This was the true boss monster they faced. In small letters, the receptionist wrote a name on a pad in front of her. Grim Reaper. That's. Reading the name left the man uncharacteristically speechless. If it were true, then this was not just any achievement, but a feat worthy of a record in history. The Grim Reaper was an unstoppable entity that casually stole the lives of any adventurer who unwittingly encountered it. Every strategy regarding the Grim Reaper was the same. If encountered, do not engage and focus on escaping. As far as the guild's record books went, the number of confirmed Grim Reapers killed totaled no more than 10. To think those kids had accomplished such a feat. We haven't been told why the news hasn't been made public, but allegedly, it's because those kids don't want it to be publicized to begin with. 3 points, the Grim Reaper. A wounded young man missing an eye and a leg, His unscathed companions connected in the man's mind. The receptionist continued, but her voice was strangely weak. I don't want to sound like we're shirking our responsibility, but, well, while we had been the first to hear the dungeon had been conquered the first time, the adventurers who verified it had been sent over from the Holy City. I can only imagine the commotion over the discovery of the true boss monster. Some investigators even rushed over from the Holy City to try and speak with those kids. She sighed again. Earlier, you mentioned helping the young man in the wheelchair, right? Apparently, his injuries were so bad that it's a miracle he even survived. Even then, he's missing an eye and a leg after all that. If something like that happened to a precious party member of yours, then... The investigator from the Holy City had been turned away by the elderly sister at the church. But what she had said was, it was not a problem with the young man, but rather his companions. Apparently, it was 2 days later that they were finally allowed to go in, but all that happened was, the littlest one, the magician, began to cry, and they chased away the investigator. It must have been harrowing for them. Not something they would have wanted to talk about, I bet. The man, incensed, was aware of the frown that formed on his face. Given his age and the occupation, he had taken many under his wing, many of which he saw off as they departed, in more ways than one. With that kind of experience, perhaps it was no wonder that, upon hearing this story, he felt an anger he knew not where to direct. If he were to blame someone or something, it would almost certainly be the guild. To claim to have cleared a dungeon whilst it was not unprecedented. Some were liars, doing so for the glory and honor of clearing a dungeon, while some were unintentional, having come to a mistaken conclusion. To remedy this, the guild would often send in an investigation team to verify dungeon activity had truly ceased. But it seemed in this case, the investigation team was also wrong. Had they made a mistake in their job? Or had they lied and intentionally reported wrongly? Whatever the case was, the result was all too clear. The adult's actions had robbed a young man of his future. Even if, by some miracle, he survived the consequences of the mistake, with the loss of his leg, his career as an adventurer was all but over. The receptionist turned teary eyes toward the man. So, that boy, that means he. Yeah, he protected his party members, and he risked everything to do it. While the young man was left on the brink of death and missing an eye and leg, the girls in his party had escaped with no injuries to show, of course. That was what happened. If the man were in his place, he, too, would make that same choice without hesitation. On the other hand, for the girls, it was as though a curse had afflicted them. They were protected, after all. They survived and were able to shamelessly go on with their lives, all at the cost of the young man's eye and leg. They would be honored for slaying a grim reaper, they would receive a generous reward, and they would be promoted to S rank. But what of it? Would it restore the young man's leg? Would he be able to see through both eyes? Would they be able to redo everything that happened? No, absolutely not. Nothing would change. All of those accolades were meaningless. The young man had been the one to foot every cost, and yet the girls would be praised as well, as though the entire party had contributed to the feat. All the while they were blaming themselves for what they must believe they had caused. So why? The receptionist's balled fists trembled over the counter. They gave it their all. They tried their hardest, and they all came back, so why? It seemed Atri had finished her business at the reception desk, as she turned and began walking away. Perhaps she would be hunting monsters in the surrounding area today. It was unimaginable for such a young-looking girl to do so on her own, to say nothing of the unsavory men with ulterior motives that might approach her, looking for an easy mark. But at this moment, the only thing the people present in the guild could do was watch her as she left. Not a single person called out to her, but neither did Atri give her attention to any of them. She fought as though she were possessed. It was not the desperate recklessness of regret for failing to protect her comrades, but rather the single-minded devotion from a martyr dedicated to giving every last piece of herself to the faith she adhered to. That girl, what was it that she saw with those eyes? What had those eyes seen that she would become such a zealot for? It's such a sad story. An insatiable curiosity for the unknown, or maybe something like the steadfast determination of a hopeful young lad, was supposed to be the brilliant desire driving young adventurers forward. They were of similar ages, but compared to the boy from earlier, The girl that left the guild now had very clearly realized the purpose of her life and was wholly prepared to sacrifice herself for it. Neither the man nor the receptionist had the words to admonish such a girl. After all, despite having lived longer than her, they had never once considered what they might be willing to give their lives for. Section. As an aside, perhaps it is worth exploring what some might call the more unnecessary parts of what Granny taught Atri. The following conversation was one such lesson between them when Atri was still with the Arsfalem. Now then, Atri, you are only 11, but having defeated an ogre, you are nonetheless considered an adult among the Arsfalem. To that end, I must teach you one of our people's most sacred missions. What's that? There will come a day when you meet a man so strong, you will give your everything to him. But you must also take his seed. His seed. In other words, you need to bear his children. As you know, many Arsfalem die young chasing glory. Thus, leaving descendants that carry the blood of the Arsfalem is also one of our sacred missions. How do I bear children? Well, first you have to push him down and strip him naked. Then take him, drain him as you would marrow from. Atri, of course, took the lesson at face value and without misunderstanding any of it. At the time, Atri was like a blank canvas, enthusiastically absorbing and putting into practice every lesson Granny gave. And now, in the current day, Atri had finally found the man she wanted to devote her everything to. The result was, of course, her morning ambush when she attempted to mount Walka. It was only thanks to the simplicity of her understanding of the situation that Atri, told not to continue, did not press her attempt any further. However, that did not mean she had given up. So we can't if there is someone around. So should I try when no one is around when we're together? But Walka is worried about his body, so maybe it's better to wait for things to settle down, and more importantly, the mood. Atri had no more doubt. She had sworn to devote everything she had to Walka, every hair, every bone, every drop of blood, every bit of her soul. At the same time, Granny had taught her that bearing the children with such a person was no less important. Cross-cultural communication could be so difficult. Chapter 5, Anne's the sister. What? A grim reaper was defeated. At the heart of the holy city of Grandfros stands the Grand Cathedral, the central headquarters of the Holy Order of Crisscrest, the same organization currently taking care of Walka. It is a majestic structure whose appearance overwhelms all who see it for the first time. It was said that only the royal palace of Eisenvista rivals its splendor. That was likely the case, for the Grand Cathedral also functioned as the home of the 4 cardinal saints who managed the holy city, the apostles known as the Incarnations of God. But to reach them, in the innermost sanctum of the Grand Cathedral, would mean avoiding the eyes of over 100 devout worshippers, sneaking past the vigilant knights whose watchful eyes missed not even a mouse, and finally defeating the 3 knights divine said to be the most powerful among those in the holy city. Out of a room in this sacred place came a loud voice that was as unsaintly as could be. Wow, is it really true? How long has it been since the last one? Who was it again? Oh right, those bastards from Eisenvista, the Sevens, did it. I haven't forgotten how they kept gloating about it. Why couldn't they have just gone and died instead? The voice, unexpectedly foul-mouthed despite its saintly owner, belonged to a young girl eagerly scanning a certain report. The magnificent robe draped loosely over her body indicated a lofty position within the Church of Crisscrest, and atop her head, over her flowing snow-white hair, was a tiara bearing a delicate snowflake. This feminine embodiment of snow had her mouth agape in a toothy, unflattering grin as she continued to read the report. Oh, and it seems the ones who did it belong to an A-ranked party. Hey, our adventurers are pretty good, huh? Nice, now I've got something to flaunt over those bastards. Hey, Heavenly Sword, you listening? I did. I was quite surprised. I believe it was 4 years ago when the Sevens last defeated one. Beside the Snow-like girl was the one she had addressed as Heavenly Sword, another girl dressed in the same ceremonial robes. The tiara on her head, however, bore a sword, and, at least compared to the Snow-like girl, she carried herself with the grace and dignity that befitted her title as a saint. You don't gotta act nice about those guys, you know. They got all cocky that time. I can't wait to see their faces when they hear a party of our A-ranks beat a monster that took all 7 of them to do. Please, Alabaster White, the Grim Reaper is not simply a monster. No ordinary adventurers could have defeated it. Yeah, whatever. I'm still gonna stir the pot, especially with those bastards. The snow-like girl, Alabaster White, turned her attention back to the report. So it says the party that took down the Grim Reaper is called Silver Grey. Wait, isn't that? That is Walka's party. Heavenly Sword interrupted, her voice tense. Ignoring Alabaster White's blatant grimace, she continued speaking. Oh, what a relief, Walka. You're safe. Now I won't need to disband the search party I organized the other day. What do you mean disband? You didn't organize anything in the first place. Do you have memory problems or something? I was even the one who rejected the proposal, remember? Alabaster White let out a deliberate sigh. Seriously, it's like I said, you were worried for nothing. It's no big deal if a man hasn't come home in 2 weeks, so. Alabaster White. A deliberate interjection from Heavenly Sword cut Alabaster White off. Alabaster White looked over to meet Heavenly Sword's gaze. The eyes she saw were like the abyss over a sheer cliff, a bottomless pit of sadness and regret. I once left Walka behind, left him for dead. Because of that, how can I not worry about him at every turn? Alabaster White let out a smaller sigh this time. You know, you might just be more messed up than me. I simply wish for Walka to be rewarded for his efforts. Yeah, and I'll bet not even in his dreams did your Walka consider such a thing, let alone imagine one of the saints remembers him and wants that for him. Heavenly Sword only returned a weak smile that seemed fragile enough to crumble at any moment. It would only worsen the mood to push further, Alabaster White concluded. So anyway, just throw a big celebration when he gets back. Slaying a Grim Reaper's still a tremendous feat, and we, the leaders of the Holy City, need to reward him anyway, right? Reward the faithful and punish the wicked, remember. Of course. Then, could we arrange for a grand parade across the entire city? That's too big, you dummy. But I guess I shouldn't have expected any less from you. Heavenly Sword's instant turnaround put a wry smile on Alabaster White's face. Reassured, she returned to reading the report. Still, the Grim Reaper, what kind of dangerous dungeon did their party venture in? An abrupt stop put an end to the rest of her sentence. Silence. Alabaster White. The saint only furrowed her eyebrows. Wait, this dungeon they explored, wasn't this the one we were told was clear the other day? What do you mean? I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this. Alabaster White straightened up in her seat before leaning forward as she began reading more carefully than before. Her eyes began scrutinizing the pages with such intensity that it seemed a matter of time before she stared holes into them. She pulled her face away from the report a moment later and let out a tired hiss of air. Then she looked at the report again, then she let out a low groan. Heavenly Sword cocked her head in curiosity. Is something the matter, Alabaster White? Do you require assistance? Hey. Alabaster White looked over wearing an expression of utter regret, as though realizing an impossible burden had been placed upon her shoulders. But the expression was not over what was written in the report. It was toward Heavenly Sword. Before I say anything, I need you to stay calm when you hear what I'm about to tell you. And I seriously mean, you have to stay calm. Do you understand? I am absolutely serious about this. Of course I will. You seriously, you don't get it, do you? Perhaps not, but you know very well how I calmly manage disasters when they arrive. You? Calmly managing anything. Or right, of course, as long as it's anything but that, you're always calm. A silent pause stretched between them, until finally, Alabaster White shut her eyes and let out a distressed sigh. She seemed to have made up her mind, or perhaps given up trying, as she opened her mouth to speak. About that guy Walka, he's alive, after the encounter with the Grim Reaper, but he suffered major injuries. He's lost an eye and a leg. What? Heavenly Sword's initial reaction was calm at first. At least, she was not panicked, nor did she raise her voice at Alabaster White. Heavenly Sword's expression began to warp as she registered the meaning of her fellow saint's words. Alabaster White, for her part, realized the warning she gave was useless. What did you say, Alabaster White? Did you just? A person on their deathbed, whether they were stabbed on the streets or thrown off a cliff, would have shown a less lifeless expression on their face. Hey, he lost an eye and a leg, suffered major injuries. No, that's impossible. How could that have possibly happened? Her pupils dilated, Her mouth hung agape and her breathing grew ragged. Her skin, usually fair and beautiful, was an icy white. It was a miracle that she had kept her wobbly body from toppling over. Hey, it can't be Walka. In the nick of time, Alabaster White grabbed her, wrapping both arms around the shell-shocked saint before she could blow the doors open and leave the room. Hey, hold on, calm down, would you? How can I stay calm after hearing this? Her words came out in a desperate shriek. Gone was Heavenly Sword's refined, elegant demeanor, and her long, platinum blonde hair became disheveled as she struggled in Alabaster White's hold. Please let me go, I must go. And I said calm down. Do you know how far away they are? They're 3 days away by carriage. That's not a distance you can just rush across without thinking. That does not matter. It does matter. Now calm down. Walka. Arg, enough already. Alabaster White clicked her tongue in frustration, still struggling to keep Heavenly Sword from breaking free. I already said he survived, didn't I? Your precious Walka is still alive. Out of breath, Heavenly Sword finally began to stop, allowing Alabaster White to continue. Listen to me, all right? You've got to calm down and properly prepare yourself before you go see them, understood? You need to do at least that much, but everything will be all right. Heavenly Sword's knees chose that moment to give out, and the saint collapsed limply in a heap. Seeing the girl's shoulders tremble, Alabaster White spoke gently, placatingly. And he still slew a grim reaper. Isn't that Walka of yours amazing? That makes a genuine hero, you know. But. Right, of course. She moved closer and picked up Heavenly Sword in a gentle embrace. Now, let's call the others here, and we can adjust our schedules together. I'll make sure we can cover for you for the next 2 weeks, but you have to make sure you have food and clothes prepared, got it? Just don't overthink it. I'm sure if you go see Walka as you are now, you're only going to cause trouble for them, and they're not going to want to see you, right? I understand. Heavenly Sword trembled as she pressed her face against Alabaster White's shoulder before, unable to hold back any longer. She began to sob. Alabaster White gently caressed the weeping saint's back in return. Seriously, weren't you just saying how calm you always are? Although her words were teasing, Alabaster White's gaze was tender, like she was comforting a needy younger sister. That was 2 days ago, and on the morning of the 3rd, a girl dressed like a typical sister and a young man dressed like a typical knight secretly departed the holy city. They urged their horses on a vigilant gallop to sooner arrive at their destination. Section. Now, how does it feel? Is there any discomfort? It feels a little off, almost disturbing. That's what everyone says when they put one of these prosthetic limbs on for the first time. I'm afraid this is the best we can do with what we have available in this little town of ours. My rehabilitation had begun. Rehabilitation, of course, meant walking practice, and walking practice meant I finally had a prosthetic for my missing leg. As soon as it was ready, I immediately asked to borrow the rehabilitation room in the church, where I immediately tried putting it per the elderly sister's instructions. This certainly was a strange feeling. At first glance, it had a very simple but refined design. A somewhat thick rod attached to a joint-like socket where I would insert my stump of a leg. It was like something out of a manga or anime I had once seen, but perhaps it was all the same considering a prosthetic's job was to just support the body off the ground. No matter the world, this cane-like design was quite universal for that purpose. In any case, it looked pretty good. The issue was how it attached to my stump. A slime would be used to do that. I say again, a slime would be used to do that. See, a slime-like substance coated the inside of that joint-like socket, and it adhered perfectly to the skin when magical power was applied to it. I was worried about how well it would work at first, but when I tried using it, the adhesion was quite impressive. There was no instability no matter how I lifted or bent my leg. However, it didn't change the fact that a slime was used to do all this. What I'm trying to say is, this texture is very squishy and slippery. Walka, are you all right? Why, yeah. It's just, this might take a little getting used to. I must have had quite a grim look on my face, because Master jumped into her usual overprotectiveness. I couldn't have her worry about me simply putting on the prosthetic or else we wouldn't get anywhere, so I forced myself to clear my expression. Miss Lizzle, you may get in the way here, so why don't you come sit over here with us? Sit with me. But. Eurisha and Atri were also with us, meaning all of Silver Gray had gathered in this room. I didn't think it was necessary to demonstrate my rehabilitation to everyone, but I did appreciate having the girls around to handle Master, since was liable to raise a fuss every time I stumbled or tripped. To that end, Atri had scooped up my worrywart Master from behind and sat her neatly on her lap. She certainly looked like the proper little girl she appeared to be, my Master. Now, I understand your hesitation, but I assure you, the materials for this prosthetic limb were specifically chosen for their ease of use. In any case, going back to the elderly sister's explanation, one of the main issues with the prosthetic leg was the limb attached to it. Basically, every little movement with the prosthetic leg, moving, bumping, shaking, and so on, put stress on the limb, which in turn could cause pain or swelling. It was something like wearing improperly sized shoes and getting blisters from it. What the slime did was significantly reduce the stress by perfectly adhering the skin to the socket to remove unnecessary friction between the two while distributing the load more evenly. In addition, it was very easy to put on. Insert the stump into the socket, tighten the belt, and channel magical power. This made it easy to put on and take off as necessary for daily use. However, I must remind you once again that this limb is strictly for everyday use. You must not, under any circumstance, try and go adventuring with it. At the end of the day, it was a simple slime keeping the prosthetic attached to my limb. So of course, rigorous activities, running and jumping among them, were unfeasible. The prosthetic itself was made from materials focused more on being lightweight than sturdy. This made the slime adhere better to the limb, but it was also more fragile than other types as a result. More importantly, though, the sliminess felt gross. It felt really gross. Well, I had no choice in the matter at the moment. If I couldn't handle this, how would I return to a normal life? And if I couldn't do that, how could I hope to push the girls toward a happier future? If getting used to this nasty sliminess was a part of accomplishing that, I would gladly do it. Walka. I'm fine. I can't just stay a layabout forever after all. I spoke gently to console my Master, who seemed more worried and anxious than ever. And finally, after all this time, I was able to stand on my own 2 feet without relying on anyone for support. I eagerly began my rehabilitation from there, and things seemed to be going well. Though, to be honest, using a prosthetic leg was incredibly difficult. I struggled constantly for the first hour, not even stopping to rest, and by the end, the best I could manage was walking unsteadily across the room, shaking like a newborn fawn. I had suspected as much, but moving the prosthetic was completely unlike using my leg. See, if it were my real foot, I could intuit what the ground underneath would feel like: hard or soft, stable or precarious, as I took each step, without having to think about it. It was different with prosthetic limbs. Even after stepping forward with my prosthetic limb, it was difficult to understand what kind of surface I had stepped on. And with that uncertainty, could I really put my foot down? Was it safe to shift my weight onto that leg? Would I lose my balance having misjudged the ground? Those were the new mental hurdles I now had to overcome. Still, I could have done better if I did say so myself. Maybe my body really had fallen out of shape. If my grandfather were still around, he would likely take this opportunity to yell at me for slacking off and getting lazy. The elderly sister, on the other hand, had a different impression. Pardon me for prying, but this was your first time using a prosthetic leg to walk around. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right. If you would excuse me for saying so, you are learning extremely quickly, or rather, that is still an understatement. What I mean to say is, for most people, it takes them several days before they can walk without assistance, on a prosthetic leg. Wait, really? Could that be because of a difference between being an adventurer and an ordinary person? Then, by that standard, it should be about a month before I could walk properly. No, I can't possibly take it that slowly. I was already walking like a newborn fawn, but, following the similarity to its conclusion, fawns were fully capable of walking properly hours after birth. In other words, I had to become able to walk around inside the church without problem by the end of the day. That way, I wouldn't have to bother Master or the others for something as basic as water. And really, even if something happened, at worst it was just me falling over. But if I were cowardly enough to be scared of falling, I would not have picked up a sword to begin with, let alone become an adventurer. Furthermore, compared to the sword training I had undergone in the past, my rehabilitation now, in learning to keep from falling, was no problem at all. You did great, senpai. Oh, thank you. As I sat down for a short break, Yurisha already had a towel and water ready for me. Meanwhile, master. Walka, why you're not pushing yourself too hard, are you? You needn't rush and overwork yourself, understand. Doing this slowly, little by little, is perfectly acceptable, you know. Incidentally, Master was still sitting on Atri's lap. Needless to say, she was missing the dignity she usually fussed about as the eldest member of the party. In response, Atri began caressing Master's head. Lizzle, you're worrying too much. Everything will be fine. But there was no but she needed to consider. I also think it would be fine for you to take it more slowly, senpai. Is there a reason why you want to be able to walk again so quickly? Well, there was a reason. I did not want to burden Master and the others any more than I needed to. That aside, it also meant being able to return to the holy city sooner. Once I was back, I could seriously start getting back into shape. Maybe it was because I had started doing practice swings again, but lately, I was starting to become obsessed with wanting to start training seriously as soon as possible. There was an irrational, maybe exaggerated, fear behind it. Like if I didn't start swinging my sword again in earnest, I wouldn't be myself anymore, something like that. It was a creeping fear that began ever since I woke up here, but I had deliberately avoided thinking about it. And, well, the blade had always been a part of me, so maybe it was just a deeper part of me than I had first thought. Then, without any warning at all. WHYF. From outside the rehabilitation room came the sound of another sister's scream. However, it wasn't one of fear or pain, but more of shock, as though struck by a random bolt out of the blue. If I were to make a comparison, it was like something from my past life, the scream of a fan receiving a surprise, in-person visit from their favorite celebrity. And for some reason, the screams came in succession, starting from the entrance of the church, as though moving from sister to sister. Hearing this unexpected commotion inappropriate for this solemn place, the elderly sister with us frowned. What in the world is going on to be so noisy at a time like this? The screams gradually drew closer. As they did, I thought I heard the faint, but rather theatrical voice of a man saying, "Oh, my dear ladies, if you would please remain calm." I reflexively leaned over, bracing my arms for support and staring straight at the ground. That voice just now, could it really be him? It could be no, it couldn't be anyone but him. But why would such a distinguished knight from the Grand Cathedral be at a place like this? I felt a headache coming on, and I began rubbing the sides of my head when, Walka. Contrary to my expectations, the person who came running into the room was a young sister. I recognized her soft, neat face and the platinum blonde hair that seemed to have absorbed the sun's radiance. Besides, there was only one person who insisted on using Mr. to address me, even though I was just a lowly adventurer. To give some background, the Holy Order of Crisscrest, the organization that managed the churches of this country, was like the second home for adventurers. What with all the injuries they suffered? That went no differently for Silver Gray, with the Holy City being our base of operations ever since we became a party of 4. We had several acquaintances and people we relied on who worked at the Holy Order's central headquarters, the Grand Cathedral, as well. Among those people was the sister exclusively in charge of us, or rather, of me. Ans. I've finally found you, Walka. As soon as she spotted me, she ran over, looking panicked, the aforementioned sister, Ans. Ans, am here for you. Oh, I see. Wait, no, why are you here? Ans calmly got to her knees before me and gave a cursory glance at my prosthetic leg, and then my eye patch. As soon as I heard you were injured, I was too restless to not come find you. And I am so sorry for having not a clue that you were going through such a hard time. Oh, I see. I'm sorry for worrying you. Ans was an exemplary sister, innocent and compassionate, and a very good girl in general. Too good of a girl for me, I sometimes felt. I had no doubts about the purity of her intentions, but at the same time, the size of her goodwill was overwhelming, to say nothing of how she tended to go overboard at times. Thankfully, I need not worry any further. Still, it was a relief to see that, in a small town like this, far removed from the Holy City, Anne's magnanimous heart was the same as ever. Anne's wrapped her small, white hands around my own. She seemed to glow with an aura of kindness and declared clearly enough that her voice echoed into the room outside. Let us return to the holy city at once, and there, we can live together at the grand cathedral. What? That was the first time I had ever heard such a sharp edge in the voices of Master and the others. How could I describe it? It was like Anne's declaration put a crack in the mood about us, one so large that it was impossible for me to try and pretend I hadn't noticed. And even if I knew those dagger-like glares were not directed at me, I could still feel their sharpness and a chill crawl down my spine. But somehow, Anne's, the target of those daggers, was unperturbed, and her smile remained just as compassionate. It was as though the pressure of that hostility, so heavy it could crack the floor under our feet, was nothing more than a gentle breeze to her. The Grand Cathedral is the safest place in the world. There you can take however much time you need to recover. Anne's that's. You may rest easy, Walka, for I will make sure no harm ever befalls you again. The Order of Crisscrest will leverage every asset and every resource to ensure your comfort and convenience. Please, just leave everything to me. Yep, her usual gratuitously overwhelming feelings. About Anne's, the sister whose heart is vaster than the sky and deeper than the ocean. If my unreliable recall wasn't mistaken, there was no such character in the original storyline. And even if she had been just a minor character, I was certain that, if a girl as memorable as her did appear, I would have remembered her. Thus, the fact that I could not remember a character like her at all made it seem reasonable for me to assume she never appeared in the first place. In the first place, as far as I had read, the holy city itself was only ever name-dropped. There were two reasons for this. First, the protagonist of the original storyline purposely avoided both major cities, that is, the holy city and the royal capital. In other words, because the protagonist never went there, they weren't ever depicted. Solid reasoning that. There was also a reason for it. The protagonist, a berserker determined to kill every last monster, hated the two cities for being able to send out powerful forces but never coming to the adventurer's rescue. From what I can remember, it was only several volumes in that the protagonist finally, albeit begrudgingly, began interacting with characters from the royal capital. It did seem like the focus would begin shifting toward the holy city, but as time went on, the serialization would become delayed or go on hiatus. Of course, I also eventually passed away, so I ultimately never found out where the story ended up going. Second, though this is just my speculation, the author may have intended the holy city to be the main setting for the latter half of the story, which was why there was so little shown about it. The setup was that the holy city was governed by 4 so-called cardinal saints, who were said to be stronger than the entirety of the royal capital. That kind of background was the type of reveal that would drop at the latter half of a story, so it made sense that their existence was only ever hinted at. Then again, it wasn't like I could remember what the hints were exactly. In other words, what little I could recall from the original storyline was useless when it came to the holy city. Now, back to Anne's. Anne's is a sister belonging to the Holy Order of Crisscrest. She wears the same, plain black habit as the other nuns of the Holy Order. She has flowing, platinum blonde hair that flows down her back. Her emerald green eyes seem to shine with the light they absorbed, and her skin is so extraordinarily pure and pale that it was hard to believe she is a human like me. She seems to exude a divine aura, one that made me feel I would face heavenly retribution if I were to thoughtlessly touch her with my bare hands. Her personality, like her appearance, was as pure and clear as an untouched spring. Her face always held a compassionate smile. Her pure heart earnestly faced every person she met, and she always acted with goodwill. Her behavior, completely free of negative emotions like anger or jealousy, made her a shining example of what it meant to be a devout servant of God. However, she wasn't without flaws. Perhaps as a side effect of being so pure-hearted, Anne's always went overboard with things she said and did. In broad terms, her mind was as open as the sky, and her compassion was as deep as the ocean. There were a number of ways to describe her virtues, but to me, they were gratuitously overwhelming. No, but really, it was as though, through God's blessings, she wanted to uplift the world wherever she went. Take what she just said, for example, about living together. Her phrasing was easy to misunderstand. The girls had, in fact, misunderstood her, and what she truly meant was, please recuperate at the Grand Cathedral. To be honest, I always felt awkward about how dedicated Anne's was to her faith. In my previous life, I, as a former Japanese person, followed Shinto and believed in the many deities that existed. Being told to believe in God and receive salvation, in this world, put me on edge, like I was interacting with the followers of some shady cult. It wasn't Anne's fault, of course, and I was trying to come to terms with the change myself, but that being said, apart from her overwhelming gratuity, Anne's is a perfectly normal girl. If I remember correctly, she was the same age as Atri, 16 years old. She is shorter, of course, but likely because she is uninvolved in labor and other tough work, her skin had a nurturing softness to it and seemed almost motherly in aura. And as though nurtured by her heart, her breasts are bigger. No, wait, I should not say any more than that. It was rude to ogle her like that, after all. Suffice it to say, they were overwhelming in a different sense. Their sheer mass even drove my master to the brink as she decried the unfairness of society. What could she have eaten to have developed in such a way? She had lamented. Incidentally, that was why my master treated Anne's as she would a rival. Hey, you impudent girl. And why, at the moment, cracks began to form all over the walls, threatening to leave the room in an irreparable state before long. Master hopped off her seat on Atri's knees and moved to stand imposingly in front of Anne's. Surely you do not mean to imply you're talking Walka away, do you? Walka is my our precious companion. Refrain from making such ridiculous remarks, understood. Master was always quick to pick a fight, but with Anne's, she was about 30% more volatile than usual. She was radiating waves of magical power now, which caused her silver hair to rustle eerily. Did she misunderstand Anne's intentions, thinking she was trying to take me away from the party? There was no need for her to worry. I had absolutely no interest in joining the Krisk Knights. If she could reign in her magical power, too, my stomach was starting to hurt from the strain. I looked over at Yurusha, hoping she could calm Master down, but the first thing I noticed was the lightless color in her eyes. Her lips seemed to be moving, and she sounded like she was mumbling something like, "She's going to take Senpai away, I have to protect him." But, maybe it was better if I pretended not to hear that, it'd be too scary otherwise. Thankfully, Atri was as calm as ever. Wait, no she wasn't. Her right hand was gripping her chair with enough force to crack the seat, and she looked ready to spring at Anne's at any moment. Seriously, all three of them, what are they trying to do here? Look, the elderly sister looks like she's ready to just faint. Okay, well, I guess I have no choice but to stop them myself. Master. You be quiet, Walka. Oh, of course. That was so scary. I couldn't find it in me to try and say anything. The fact that Anne's is still perfectly calm despite Master being that angry, her mental fortitude was on an entirely different level. Oh dear, Anne's suddenly said, pressing her hand against a cheek in thought. Would it not be ideal? Considering Walka's condition, I believe leaving him in direct care within the Grand Cathedral would be best. Well, Master sounded bitter, unable to argue back. That is not wrong. It is truly frustrating, but there is no denying it. From your perspective, it must look like we are the unreliable ones, unable to protect and now care for Walka. You are right to blame us. Not at all, Miss Lyslert. That is not what I meant. Anne's interrupted, shaking her head. Her eyes filled with tears while her face softened with sympathy as she grasped Master's hand. She looked at Master, then Yurusha, and then Atri in turn. Each of you are Walka's precious companions. I cannot even begin to imagine the pain in your hearts, having seen Walka injured so. Is that right? Knowing so, how could I possibly blame any of you, when I myself know nothing of the situation, let alone being present for it? There is it. The other reason why I had trouble facing Anne's. She bore no ill will in her heart nor in her intentions, not even the slightest bit. Even when she disagreed with someone, she was still 100% considerate of their opinions, and this came across all too clearly in her attitude. As a result, it was easy to be thrown off track in the conversation when speaking with her. For example, my master was currently in such a state. I suppose that is true W8, but still. It had been quite some time since I last saw Master maintain her dignity as the eldest of our party for so long. But it seemed Anne's kindness was beginning to erode that away as well. Now all she could do was puff her cheeks and stomp her feet in irritation. You said what you just said. What do you mean by live together, huh? Are you implying something here? It is indecent. Indecent, I say. I absolutely forbid such a thing. Oh, this is bad. It seemed rather than melting away, Master's dignity was actually plummeting in dramatic freefall. Well, I guess this was better than having the atmosphere be as tense as it was. It had been like a balloon ready to pop, but instead, it had deflated instantaneously. Besides, Walka is, my disciple. That's right, he's my precious disciple. I refuse to hand him over to someone like you, with breasts that large. Master, please calm down. She was letting out her suppressed resentment now. That wasn't something nice to say in the presence of a man, me, in this case, and it was also rude to Anne's. But Anne's accepted even this assertion with a calm and gentle smile. Hee. As I have always known, you truly care for Walka, don't you, Miss Lyslart? Of course I do. Then, allow me to make a little correction to what I said. How about, please, if you would wait a moment. It seemed the elderly sister had finally regained her senses, though she was not as calm and collected as she usually was. Instead, her face was bloodlessly pale and her eyes wide in shock as she approached Master. Do you have any idea with whom you're speaking? Before Master could answer, Anne's let out a soft giggle. I do not mind. Please, you need not worry. But, as I said, I do not mind. The elderly sister deliberately swallowed back words that hung at the tip of her tongue before falling silent. Was Anne's that important that she could silence a high-ranking sister like this? Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised at the authority and influence a sister from the Grand Cathedral wielded. Let us get back to the topic. Now, I wholly understand that Walka is a precious, irreplaceable companion to you all, so. Anne's clasped her hands together in front of her chest. For some reason, it seemed as though a light was shining down on her from above as she proclaimed the rest of her sentence. How would you all like to stay in the Grand Cathedral as well? That way, we can all take care of Walka together. Oh no, that was the opposite of what I wanted. This criss-crest-scent assassin, if not stopped, would stop my rehabilitation and reintegration into a normal life, and she would do so with her 100% good intentions. As I mentioned before, the Grand Cathedral is the safest place in the world. We are completely safe from outside intrusion, and in the unlikely event of an emergency, we will be able to provide immediate healing. In addition, the Grand Cathedral will provide everything: daily meals, personal necessities, the best prosthetics available, and anything else you may need. So, don't just accept it that easily. And of course, I am sure you are all aware of how we always have knights on patrol. There would be absolutely no worry about ever losing sight of Walka. Wait, no, something about that sounded off. Like she meant, I was actually going to be confined to the Grand Cathedral. Which means Walka will have the time to recover, and we can all focus on nursing him back to health. What do you all think? Is it not an excellent idea? Hey, wait, you guys aren't supposed to take that idea seriously. And don't stare at me like you hadn't realized that was an option. If this were to happen, it wasn't just my stomach, but also my pride that was going to take a beating. Anne's. Yes. What is it? Anne's turned around. Her eyes sparkled tremendously, and I inadvertently flinched at this overwhelming display of her pure, brilliant brightness. I truly appreciate the offer, but you don't need to go that far for me. It is no trouble at all on my part, Walka. In fact, I should beg your forgiveness for being so powerless that this is all I can offer you. After all, while you were here suffering, I was blissfully unaware in the holy city. Oh, if only I could have been here, Walka. If I could, I would do everything in my power to heal you to a full recovery. There's that gratuitously overwhelming kindness of hers again. But I can't let myself be taken in by it. I wanted to reintegrate into society one way or another. To simply rely on the goodwill of Master and the others, to force them to cater to my needs, for me to give up on trying to rehabilitate and instead live a lazy life, as their comrade, it was wrong for me to be so selfish, wasn't it? Even so, Anne's, even if my body is like this now, I'm not so weak that this is enough to keep me down, you know. But I'm already getting used to this prosthetic leg, and soon I'll be able to walk again. I don't need to depend on the Grand Cathedral. Once I got through my rehabilitation and regained the ability to walk, we would prepare to return to the holy city. There were people we knew that I wanted to report our safety to, so I couldn't just stay here forever. And if I was able to return to the holy city on this prosthetic leg of mine, well, that was the first step in properly reintegrating into society, which meant I did not have to impose on the Grand Cathedral for assistance. In fact, at that point, it might even be possible to return to living a normal life. At least, I intended to explain all of that and segue into refusing Anne's offer, saying I would be fine without having to rely on her. But, oh, I see. So in the end, I was truly incapable of helping you in the least, Walka. Huh? Wait, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Why was Anne so shocked? And that smile she had on, why did it look like she was forcing herself to act cheerful? I'm so sorry. I did not mean to be presumptuous. I should have known better than to assume I could have done anything to help. I must be a nuisance to you. Erghe. Okay, wait, this really wasn't the reaction I was expecting. And hello, Anne's. It's plainly obvious that you're only pretending to be fine and are actually hurting on the inside. And what's with Master and the others? Why were they staring at me like this was my fault? Weren't you guys just about to fight Anne's over what she said a moment ago? Don't just go switch sides all of a sudden. Then again, it seemed like Anne's had really forced herself to rush here from the holy city out of pure concern for me. I really should be more grateful to her, shouldn't I? To blatantly reject her proposal the way I did was a little harsh, now that I thought about it. And no, I'm the one who should apologize, Anne's. I didn't mean it like that. You're not a nuisance at all. However, even then, I must not allow my emotions to change my course, not now. I still had my reasons, after all. And besides, I hadn't risked my life just so I could be treated like that. I truly am grateful for your offer, Anne's. However, I cannot allow myself to depend on someone else right from the start of my recovery. This is my body, you know? This means I should be seriously considering how to adjust to it, of course. If I ever do run into any trouble, I will be sure to come to you for help. For now, though, could you let me indulge in this selfishness for a little while longer? Anne's pursed her lips, making a thin line out of them. Her face darkened in shame, or perhaps regret. Strangely, it was not directed at me, but rather seemed to be for herself. Then, if I can be of any assistance, anything at all, please do not hesitate to ask. My heart is yours, after all, Walka. Why, yeah, of course. To be honest, I was more confused than guilty as to why Anne's was so depressed. As far as I was aware, Anne's and I, to put it bluntly, were not very close. We hadn't spent as much time together compared to the rest of the party, nor did we have much of a private relationship beyond that of healer and patient. Even our very first meeting wasn't anything special. Our party, the newly established Silver Grey, was just one among the many that had answered the escort request, and nothing had happened then that might have drawn our relationship closer. Despite that, she was strangely dedicated to taking care of anything she saw that we needed. Was that out of a desire coming from her heart, or was she just following her duties as a sister? In any case, it would be a little while longer before I remembered what I did about the girl named Anne's. Section. Not even in Walka's dreams could he have imagined that not only had he and Anne's met before, when they were still children, but that he was special to Anne's, having influenced the trajectory of her life. Of course, they exchanged only a few words with each other, barely more than introducing themselves. Even so, Walka gave her a nickname, Anne's. Was it heartless for him to give her a nickname only to not remember her? Some might think so. But it was inevitable that he would, for Anne's hid her face, she had yet to grow out her hair, and her personality was more timid and reserved. If anything, it would have been strange to connect Anne's as she currently was to the shy little girl from back then. There was nothing special about her nickname either. Her full name was far too long, Walka had complained, so he shortened it to simply Anne's. And above all, back then, Walka had been in the middle of a training so intense that he regularly coughed up blood from his exertions. Thus, it was only natural for a girl who hadn't accomplished anything to be forgotten. This happened 8 years ago. At the time, Anne's was on a pilgrimage to learn about the world beyond the holy city and to gain the wisdom and experience appropriate for her future position. One of the stops along her journey was a certain small village, so far removed from the holy city that it was hard to know exactly how distant it was. It was there that Anne's met a certain boy. She had been wandering around the village, having been given free time when she had her encounter. What she found was a boy under attack from a man, or that was what it looked like in Anne's eyes. They fought in front of a ramshackle little hut, barely more than a shack. That was completely different from the houses Anne's was used to seeing in the holy city, standing over a dilapidated patch of land that appeared to be the garden, and it seemed the old man was one-sidedly overwhelming the boy. "What's wrong, Walka? Why aren't you reacting? You're doing nothing but taking hits. What's wrong with you? Can't you fight back? Is this the best you can do?" Despite hiding in the shadows and the distance between them, Anne's instinctively shrunk in fear upon hearing the old man's fiery temper. What is that? What is going on? Before this pilgrimage, Anne's had lived a sheltered life within the confines of the grand cathedral. Thanks to such an upbringing, she naturally assumed all adults cherished and loved children by nature. But now, seeing an adult inflict violence upon a child, suffice it to say, it was the first time Anne's had ever witnessed something so terrifying. All she could do was cower and tremble, staying hidden within the shadows. Then, all of a sudden, the old man's wooden sword sank mercilessly into the boy's side, sending the small body tumbling away. The boy landed some distance away, rolling along the ground before coming to a violent stop after crashing into a tree not far from Anne's hiding spot. She thought she could hear the boy's agonized groan. Eek! She instinctively averted her eyes. For the young and innocent Anne's, she could hardly bear to see a body being flung through the air as unceremoniously and helplessly as one would a pebble. It had left her so terrified that she wondered if the boy might have actually died from it. However, in the next moment, she heard the old man call out, "Were you all talk, Walka? Did you truly intend to get stronger? Because at this rate, you're never going to reach the level you said you wanted to with your sword, not even if you trained for an eternity." Anne's could hardly understand what the old man was saying. The words coming out of his mouth sounded like a foreign language she had never heard before. "I'll give you 15 minutes to recover. Take the time to fix your injuries, and we're resuming whether you fix yourself up or not in time." Anne's timidly looked out only to witness another unbelievable scene. She watched as the old man casually turned to leave the collapsed boy behind. As for Anne's, the world she had known, the one where she believed adults existed to nurture children and to raise them with love, seemed to crumble to pieces. Before long, the old man disappeared through the door of the hut, leaving just the battered boy, alone and unable to move. Anne's wanted to rush over to help, but she was too scared to move, scared that the old man would return and find her. Igah! Had the boy not begun coughing himself back to consciousness, Anne's may very well have stayed rooted to her spot, trembling all the while. It was like a trigger, sending Anne's running over. She was cautious of alerting the old man, so she spoke quietly but earnestly as she held the boy by the shoulder. "Hey, are you all right? Please stay strong." Suffice it to say, the boy was anything but fine. His left eye was swollen, his lips were torn, and blood oozed from lacerations across his forehead and arms. His clothes were torn in many places, revealing painful, blue bruises that could not have appeared after a single day. And Anne's realized with a start that the boy had been the victim of this kind of violence long before she arrived at this village. The boy, for his part, seemed not to hear Anne's worried question. His eyes were unfocused as he muttered to himself in apparent delirium. Damn it, he actually knocked me unconscious. Ow, 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 that damn geezer, I swear I'll kill him for this one day." The vestiges of understanding remaining in Anne's were blown away just like that. It wasn't enough that she had to see an adult mete out merciless violence upon a child. Now she witnessed a child declare his intent to murder an adult. She knew nothing, truly nothing, about this kind of world. After all, she only knew of the secluded world within the grand cathedral and the adults within it. She only knew of the compassion the residents of the grand cathedral shared. She only knew of anger as an emotion driven by good intentions and expressed out of love. Why are you saying these things? Who are you? At last, the boy's hazy eyes registered Anne's. Keep in mind, Anne's was still an extremely timid child, and she lacked any sort of experience when it came to interacting with boys of her age. While she had approached the boy of her own volition, she now found herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, because of the lessons she had been taught growing up in the Grand Cathedral, she would not ignore the boy nor leave him alone. I am a sister in training, on a training pilgrimage. In trying her absolute best. Would you please allow me to treat your wounds? I am still inexperienced in it, but I can use holy magic. She likely appeared suspicious. Anne's was required to wear a certain outfit as part of the pilgrimage. A light robe that was easy to move in, a hood that covered the entire top of her head, and a thin cloth draped over her eyes and covered much of her face. In addition, the adults accompanying her on this pilgrimage had taught her specifically how nameless sisters in training were supposed to behave. Her request caught the boy off guard, causing him to stop and think. Well, first, let's move away for a bit. The boy grimaced, enduring the pain across his entire body, as he forced himself upright and began to move, slowly dragging his feet along. If the geezer sees you, there'll be trouble. Like so, Anne's became acquainted with this scar-covered boy. Walka. Having known a world full of love and having taken that world for granted, her meeting with this boy changed her on a fundamental level, and that change would culminate in her life taking a completely different trajectory than it should have. Anjois, you sure have a long name, but could I just call you Anne's instead? Oh, of course. While taking care of the boy's wounds, Anne's introduced herself, only to be given a nickname. Of course, Anne's herself did think her name was quite long as well, but was it not stranger to be treated so closely despite having only just met? Or perhaps it only seemed strange because Anne's was naive and unfamiliar with the ways of this outside world. To be called a different name, though, it was like becoming a different person, and strangely, it did not feel so bad to her. Wow, the pain is going away just like that. This much is nothing worth mentioning, really. They had moved further away from the house. The boy had stopped at a conveniently placed tree stump to sit down, whereupon Anne's began using holy magic she recently learned to heal the boy's wounds, one spot at a time. However, that is, Walka insisted she did not completely restore him to perfect health. But when she pressed him for the reason, this way, I can train my recovery magic. Recovery magic worked, as its name suggested. Unlike holy magic, it did not require specialized training. Anyone could learn to use it. However, recovery magic was treated as little better than a placebo, seeing as it simply enhanced the body's natural healing capabilities rather than outright restoring condition. Furthermore, no matter how skilled the user became, at best it would cut the time to recover to perfect condition by about half. But when Anne's confronted him about this, Walka simply laughed it off. It's better than not learning it, he explained. I have a question. Would it be fine to ask it? Yeah, sure. Walka, what were you doing earlier? The boy returned a casual answer. Doing earlier, you mean training. Training. How could that be training? Anne's got to her feet in reflexive disbelief. How could that being one-sidedly beaten with a wooden sword be considered training? Anne's, a sheltered young lady and ignorant of the outside world that she was, at least knew what martial training was supposed to look like. After all, she had been allowed to watch the Crisk Knights of the Grand Cathedral train on several occasions. With that in mind, how could Walka call what he was doing training? What he was going through was not training, not in the least. Despite Anne's shock, Walka seemed to understand the root of her confusion. Yeah, that's training all right. The old geezer's stricter than anyone. It's weird, isn't it? If you are aware of then why? Because I want to be strong. Anne's instinctively swallowed back her unfinished sentence. He had answered without hesitation, cutting off what Anne's wanted to ask. But what stole her attention was not Walka's interruption, but rather the unshakable will and determination that glowed like a steady flame within his pale, jade-colored eyes. There's a certain swordsmanship that I have in mind. Swordsmanship? So I know what it needs to look like, but it's a different kind of swordsmanship. And I know I won't be able to do it if I train normally. I don't have the talent to figure it out either, so, well, that's why I have to do things this way. Anne's was at a complete loss for words, though she understood perfectly how serious Walka was. And why wouldn't she be? There was a boy her age, but he had already decided his goal in life and knew the road he had to walk to achieve it. Of course, it was not simply a road that awaited him. No, it was a sheer, hazardous precipice he would ascend alone, bleeding all the while. Even the slightest mistake would cause him to fall, to lose his life. What about your parents? Dead, both of them. It happened about 4 years ago now, I think. Wah! Confronted by an inexplicable development, Anne's was left on the verge of tears. She could hardly stomach the overwhelming plight that fell upon the boy before her, let alone understand how he had been able to accept it all as he did. After all, he had lost his parents at such a young age that he could only guess when it happened, only to, despite being younger than 10 years, throw himself into an extraordinarily taxing training regimen that riddled his body with countless wounds. How could Walka be sane? If not for the fiery glow of steely glint within his eyes, it would have made more sense to assume the death of his parents had driven him to act recklessly out of despair. How was it that this boy was the same age as Anne's? It was simply unbelievable. And yet, the boy was unperturbed in the least. He simply scratched his cheek, looking troubled. "Oh well, you don't have to worry that much. I was the one who asked the geezer to train me like this. You asked for this training." "Yep, so it's fine. I can feel myself getting stronger, so it's definitely working, and besides, it's actually pretty fun." Perhaps it was because Walka found it hard to express his emotions, but to Anne's, he answered so awkwardly that she wondered if he were not simply forcing himself. Still, the smile he had as he answered her, could it be that he was worried about her? Despite how much he was suffering, despite how Anne's had been raised in a loving environment, completely different from what Walka had gone through. No, but to have to go through this much. Anne's grew so agitated that she momentarily lost control of her holy magic and inadvertently erased an entire bruise. My apologies, but she hesitated. She had not approached the boy because she wanted to lecture him. Is there anything I can do to ease your burden?" Walka's expression did not change. He stayed quiet for so long that Anne's began to wonder if he was ignoring her on purpose, only for him to finally answer. Not really. There isn't anything you can do." His words were like a small spike, digging into her heart. It was the realization of the vast chasm separating her from Walka. Furthermore, the boy was neither holding back nor putting on a brave face. He truly did not need Anne's interference. The healing, too, was likely because he would have felt guilty refusing Anne's, seeing her desperation, and so did not refuse her aid. "That should be enough for my wounds. Thank you, Anne's." Walka stood. "Wait, but I have not finished. It's been 10 minutes, I have to head back." He looked perfectly calm, even, as he gently pushed away a flustered Anne's. "Besides, you've got your training pilgrimage to get back to, right? Good luck, Anne's." Of course. In the end, all Anne's could do was watch Walka's disappearing back as it returned to the hut. The world she unknowingly took for granted up until now was gone, having all but crumbled to nothing. Of course, she knew not all children grew up as she did, with the same amount of love she received, but having seen firsthand Walka's resolve and his determination to put his life at risk, Anne's finally understood, painfully so, how truly blessed her life had been. But that was what it meant to know about the outside world. This meeting marked the first time Anne's was forced to face her powerlessness. The following morning, Anne's returned to where she met Walka before, hoping to see him before she left the village. Of course, she could not hang around for long. The pilgrimage was on a strict schedule that followed the changing phases of the moon. Any delays Anne's caused would inevitably force the rest of the group to work harder to make up for it. That gave Anne's 30 minutes before they were to leave. With that in mind, Anne's took off in a sprint, kicking up dust and dirt as she ran to the same spot as before to look in on Walka. Walka was indeed there, in a corner of the garden, not far from where Anne's was hiding. His left hand gripped the scabbard at his waist, while his right rested on the handle of the sheathed sword, and his knees were bent, lowering his center of gravity. It was still early in the morning. The sun had only just risen, so the eerie chill of the night still hung in the air like a faint tingle against the skin. Perhaps it was because of these otherworldly sensations that Anne's intuitively knew Walka, despite looking like he was standing still without having drawn his sword, had already taken a stance. Meanwhile, the old man was standing opposite Walka. Unlike yesterday, however, he was not holding a wooden sword but thick blocks of wood, likely firewood, in each hand. Without warning, he simultaneously lobbed both blocks at Walka. They flew in a gentle arc toward the boy, and, as Anne's wondered what purpose this kind of training served, her eyes caught a flash of silver. Walka seemed to have drawn his sword at that moment. She could not be certain of it. It had happened too fast that all Anne saw was that momentary light. To have swung so quickly, no, that was not entirely correct. Walka should have drawn his sword toward the right, so why was it on the left? Could it be that there had been two flashes of light, one from the right to the left and then another from the left back to the right? But then, Anne's had seen but a single flash of light. The thrown firewood dropped unceremoniously to the ground. Then Walka slowly sheathed his sword in one graceful motion. He looked as though he were offering a sacred prayer. It was then that Anne's understood, profoundly so. She truly understood what this boy wanted to achieve. She knew nothing about swords, but she found herself captivated by the beauty nonetheless. The only techniques she knew were those of the Krisk Knights, but they always held their swords unsheathed. But here, it looked as though Walka had kept his sword sheathed the entire time. The very act of drawing his sword was sublimated into this swordsmanship. He had called it a different kind of swordsmanship. It did not make sense at the time, but it was as clear as water now. This swordsmanship was why, despite becoming covered in wounds and coughing up blood, Walka never turned away, never strayed from his training. He had been determined to see the dawn of a new kind of swordsmanship, the likes of which this world had never before seen. Only for the old man to begin yelling, "Are you stupid? What are you doing standing there acting like you're so cool, huh? You haven't done shite to those logs, boy." Startled from her reverie, Anne's, too, finally noticed. Both blocks of wood, despite falling to the ground, were the same as they had been when the old man first tossed them over. But Walka angrily barked in return. "Shut up, geezer. At least admit that it's starting to look cool already. All you're doing is drawing your sword. It's a show, you're just putting on a show. It's so useless, it can't even chop firewood right. Because of that, I'm increasing today's quota, 30% more. Wah damn you, geezer." The night before, Anne's had asked the elderly aide in charge of her education what he thought, only to be told, "You need not worry yourself over my opinion, my lady." Yet, here the boy walking the path he knew he must take to his goal. To stop him here was to tarnish his resolve and desecrate his beliefs. Instead of doing that, it would be better to pray that his efforts bore fruit. And perhaps that was all she could do. That she could do nothing else, but no, Walka was sacrificing himself for his goal left Anne's devastated. The lives they lived until now and the futures they intended to walk from here were far too different, so what could Anne's possibly say to Walka? She was not like him. She did not have a singular goal to devote her everything to. She could only accept that she had nothing to say that might deter him from his path. In the end, she had grown up in a comfortable and loving environment, and she was embarrassed for having taken it for granted. Understanding so, she gave one last secret bow and mustered her brightest smile as she slowly backed away. "I pray that you will continue giving it your all, Walka." Anne's entourage would return to this village in 2 weeks, on the return trip. During that time, Anne's decided she would follow Walka's example and put her all into improving herself however she could. She would set aside the privilege she had always known and earnestly face the outside world. She hoped that by doing so, she would make at least less embarrassment of herself again when they next met. And the next time they met, she would surely have more things to talk about, to share with him. She truly believed there would be a next time. At the time, Anne's had not even the slightest doubt that he would still be at this village when she returned, training as devotedly as he did when they first met. However, having been outside the holy city, she should have already seen things with her own eyes and learned things she never knew before. But among the things she learned, it seemed her mind had yet to register the dangers of the outside world that lurked much closer than she still believed. Section 10. And some days later, the entourage were back at the village, now on the return leg of their journey. Naturally, upon their arrival, rest was a foregone matter to Anne's. She was already off searching for Walka. In the 2 weeks they separated, Anne's worked like a girl reborn, devoting herself to the pilgrimage and putting her best efforts into training and learning. Of course, compared to the bloody trials and tribulations Walka put himself through, Anne's was merely a spoiled girl who had learned to put in a normal amount of effort. Even so, the girl felt closer to Walka than she had before. Still, he was likely continuing his harsh training, having hurt himself as he did before. Anne's would, of course, heal his wounds once more. And then perhaps she would be able to have a proper conversation with him. Perhaps they could talk about him, or Anne's, or even about the future. And perhaps, if Walka wanted it, they could talk about bringing him back to the Grand Cathedral to train him to become a knight serving Anne's. But Walka was nowhere to be found. She searched all over the village and furtively peeked into houses, but she could find not a hint of that battered and scar-covered boy. Eventually, she sought out a villager, a middle-aged man whose face darkened into a somber expression at her question. "Are you his friend, little lady? Oh, how terrible. Did something happen? Where is he? Where can I find Walka?" Something was wrong. A terrible feeling nipped at the edge of her thoughts. Her fingers began to tremble, and a terrible frost began settling over her heart. "About a week ago, that kid left the village by himself, for training," he said, "but then, that was the last we ever heard from him." Eventually, everyone in the village went out looking for him. All we found was a broken sword and traces of blood near the edge of a cliff far from the village. There must have been a monster. Outside the village, attacked by a monster, a broken sword and traces of blood, the edge of a cliff, gone for over a week. But no, that could not possibly happen, can it? This was not how it was supposed to happen. Her instincts desperately tried to reject the truth, to stop her from understanding the truth. How could something like that happen? There had to be a mistake, it had to be a misunderstanding, it just had to. After all, when Anne's had left 2 weeks ago, Walka had been so lively, arguing with that old man, working towards the ideal swordsmanship that was his goal. He was more alive than anyone Anne's had ever known. Sure, the challenge he faced was like climbing a sheer cliff, but since it was him, since it was Walka, he surely would succeed. She had left him alone for 2 weeks. It's so sad, but for a kid like that to go out on his own, he's been gone for over 7 days, and we haven't seen any sign of him. Perhaps he's already. Only for him to disappear forever, almost before Anne's very eyes. During this journey, Anne's learned about the dangerous monsters that lived outside the city and how people would arm themselves to face these creatures. She learned how, just as knights were defending the Grand Cathedral, so too were adventurers, wielding steel and sorcery, defending people's livelihoods. The man before her spoke vaguely about what had happened, but she still understood. She understood, painfully so, that a child not even 10 years of age, and armed with only a sword, stood no chance of survival in the world beyond the village. Anne's collapsed on the spot in a daze, hollow as strength drained out of her body. What was she to do? What could she have done? A torrent of regret swept over her, filling her, should she have stopped him. Should she have trampled over the determination he showed to master his swordsmanship by seeking help from the adults who accompanied her. Even if Walka ended up hating her for it, should she have forced him away from the goal he wished to achieve? I tried to tell them, the old man and the kid both, that the absurd training they did was the wrong thing to do. But both of them, Anne's had felt the same about Walka's training regimen. But in the end, she had folded in the face of his extraordinary determination. Of course she would. Her lack of effort was apparent, so what else could she do but give up trying to convince him otherwise? Still, if she had truly been serious about stopping Walka, there certainly were several methods she could have used. Knowing that she did, a certain whisper teased her inner mind. If you knew but still didn't stop him, then you may as well have killed him yourself. From there, her memories grew hazy. She vaguely remembered embracing her elderly aide and sobbing in his arms. Walka was the first person to ever leave her life so permanently. Being so young and impressionable, Anne's came away from this experience with an immeasurably deep and painful scar upon her heart. She could hardly eat when regret and despair filled her belly, and she could not finish her training pilgrimage when she was so stricken. Only after several months did she finally begin to recover. She only realized then just how much this boy she met, by chance in a remote village, had become such an influential part of her life. He had been the one to tear down Anne's misbegotten values, allowing her to face reality as she was supposed to. Their time together had been so fleeting, and yet, in that small period, he was the one who altered the entire trajectory of Anne's life. Which was why. I am the leader of Silver Grey, the magician Lyslart. While the members of this party appear young, I dare say we stand head and shoulders above most others. Hey, come here, my foolish apprentice. Introduce yourself already. Then, right around the time when Anne's was nearly 2 years into what was her current position, even now, she was to go to the royal capital for certain business. As she would be traveling incognito, she was to be accompanied by several knights as well as several adventurer parties. Seeing as adventurers lived their day-to-day with the people of the city, interacting together through various jobs and requests, hiring them as escorts, and engaging with them in small talk was an invaluable opportunity to hear what the people of the Holy City had to say about current affairs. Now, among the parties that had answered the call, name's Walka, nice to meet you. When she saw him, when she heard him, oh, how her heart had soared at that very moment. He had grown much in the time since they last met, but there was no mistaking that appearance. He had the same gray hair, now long enough to be tied off at his nape, the same shade of jade in his eyes as Anne's, the same brusque manner of speech, and most telling of all, endlessly scarred hands that spoke of his dedication to training. He had lived, and now he was here. He had lived, and Anne's was able to meet him once more. She should have done something back then, and by doing nothing, she had left him to die. This truth had haunted her and filled her with endless regret this entire time. It crushed her heart and put her through so much pain that, having disappeared, her chest felt as though it might burst. And the tears, she could feel tears welling up in her eyes, so she hurriedly hid her face in her hands and turned away. Something wrong. It seemed he had not realized Anne's was the little girl from back then. It made sense, of course. Her face had been completely hidden at the time. Since then, Anne's had grown out her hair, and she carried herself with the dignity expected from one in her position. If nothing else, it would be stranger if Walka did realize the girl before him now was the same timid child from the village. In truth, she wanted to throw herself into his arms on the spot. Do you remember that time? And do you remember me? I'm the girl from back then, you know. I'm glad you're safe, and I'm glad you're alive. I'm so sorry that I couldn't do anything then, she wanted to say. Even now, she wanted to sob and cry and hold nothing back. However, what's this? Oh, my foolish disciple, you have scared the poor girl with that face of yours. Allow me to help. See, all you have to do is smile like this. Now smile. Wah, master, don't. Miss Lizzle, you mustn't. Other people are watching. Hey, this looks fun. Let me join in. Miss Atri, not you too. Oh dear, I am so sorry. Please, despite how we might appear, I can reassure you that each member of our party is sufficiently powerful to properly protect you. Seeing Walka with his companions, watching their interactions together, Anne's felt her overwhelming feelings begin to settle. It felt as though she were waking up from a pleasant dream. Walka, it seemed, had met and befriended like-minded individuals. And unlike Anne's, who could do nothing, he and these girls shared an irreplaceable bond, a bond of genuine trust and support, of supporting one another, of achieving a sum greater than their parts. Knowing so left her utterly delighted, but it was also a little painful. Please excuse me, my eyes were dazzled by the sunlight is all. She quickly wiped away the welling tears and lifted her head to face the party once more. She forced down the words that had welled up in her throat. She wanted nothing more than for Walka to remember her as the Annes from back then. Only then would she be allowed to shed the tears she held back. She could not reveal the truth herself. She had been the one who left him to die after all, and she would not allow herself to take a place among his irreplaceable companions. Oh, now I understand. That small pain in her heart was the pain of jealousy. She envied the 3 girls allowed to stand beside Walka as his companions. The sight of them together as they were left Anne's wondering if she could have been the one standing beside him, had things been different. Or perhaps this was her punishment, for having done nothing back then. Still, just that was fine. If Walka did not remember, then there was naught she ought to do. After all, from here on, she would not be the same girl, too ashamed to face him as before. She would devote herself to becoming the woman he needed. It is good to meet you all. She knew how she would introduce herself. It was her identity as a commonplace sister, after all, and she had resolved to use it. After all, it was a precious name her irreplaceable person gave to her. Now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anne's. It would please me if you could address me so. Chapter 6. Watch the Night. The gratuitously overwhelming feelings in Anne's heart worked both ways, so she tended to become extremely depressed from negative emotions. It took some time to cheer her up, but she ultimately recovered. And despite being combative and argumentative just moments ago, Master and the others all supported Anne's, reassuring her with words like, "Walka is the one in the wrong, no need to be upset." Or, "If anything happens, we shall certainly rely on you, Miss Anne's," or "Anne's, you're a good girl." I was already feeling bad about it, but after hearing that, my regret grew deeper. In any case, with the situation now resolved, I finally had the opportunity to ask Anne's about something that had been bothering me since earlier. "By the way, Anne's." "Yes, what is it?" "Before you came in, I thought I heard you-know-whose voice." "Did he come with you?" Anne's answered with a nod. "That is correct, he is here as my escort. I believe he should have been right behind me, but..." She turned and glanced at the door, despite no one being there. What is that idiot doing, leaving his charge alone while he went playing around? But just as I was about to let out my complaint, bold and confident footsteps began approaching, accompanied by the sound of something stirring the air. A moment later, the rustle of clothing announced the presence of a certain, annoyingly loud man. "It has been quite a while now, hasn't it, Walka? I, your ever-reliable friend Roch, have arrived. Do excuse my tardiness, the mademoiselles simply refused to let me go as usual. I dare say my handsomeness is truly a sin. Ahahaha." Of course, this idiot would appear as soon as I mentioned him, even offhandedly. About Roch, one of my few friends and the most narcissistic knight I knew. Like Anne's, he was from the Holy City and did not make an appearance in the original storyline. Despite his over-the-top personality, he is a very capable knight, and his brilliantly silver armor, sporting a sword-end cross sigil, identified him as a member of the highest knightly order among those in the employ of the Grand Cathedral, a Krisk Knight. If I were to describe him with as few words as possible, I would say he is the very model of a prince out of a manga. And it is no exaggeration to say that his looks were the ideal a man could ask for. A 20-year-old standing over 180 centimeters tall, legs sturdy and long at a glance, beautiful blonde hair that seemed unlikely to belong to a man, narrow blue eyes that seemed to see right into people, fair skin, a majestic presence like something out of a portrait, and a voice that sounded as smooth as silk. And above all, an overbearingly bright personality that could only belong to comic relief third-wheel type characters. He is the type of character that, after making a tiny misstep, ends up becoming a stepping stone for the protagonist, especially in a storyline like this one. After all, his overbearing personality borders arrogance, and, with that ever-present grin plastered on his face, he comports himself with an unshakable conviction in his handsomeness, using it to get closer to every woman in sight. Describing him like so makes him sound like some sort of unlikable, narcissistic jerk. However, in reality, Roch is an incredibly upstanding guy. While he is full of confidence, he never treats anyone as a lesser, but rather brings out what he sees as the best in people with keen observation. And while he interacts with a variety of women, he conducts himself properly and refrains from making inappropriate or unsolicited advances. Moreover, he is deeply compassionate and respectful by nature, so much so that it sometimes feels suffocating just to be in his presence. And above all, he is a skilled and exemplary knight, a fact he keeps hidden. He is seriously strong. We have sparred numerous times since our first meeting, and the record currently sits at 49 wins, 49 losses, and 12 draws, a completely even matchup. The man himself claims he is only an average knight, but if that were true, it would mean the Krisk Knights are practically monsters. Oh, speaking of sparring, I suppose with my current condition, I guess we would never find out who would take the 50th victory. It is a little depressing to think about. You seem quite well, Walka. That's a relief. I didn't want to see you moping and sad, you know. You're so loud, Roch. Be a little quieter, would you? Hahaha. My apologies, friend, but unfortunately, my radiance cannot be contained so easily. Seriously, what's with this guy? So the noisy one has come as well. Ahaha, he is as energetic as usual. So loud. Master and the others recoil from his presence. Roch pays them no mind and walks over in a lively gait. Even his steps sound confident before coming to a stop, towering over me. How are things looking with the prosthetic? Still not used to it. Well, even after I do, I probably won't be able to wield a sword the way I used to. I hear Urusha sharply inhale, as though flinching from something painful. While it likely sounded like I was giving up prematurely, the truth is, This prosthetic was nothing more than a stick attached to my leg. The elderly sister did say it was meant for everyday use. So training being impossible was more an issue with the limb's capabilities than my own. I see. Rach's usual boisterous vigor suddenly sobers up, and he answers in a quiet, subdued tone. I always assumed we would continue to train together, sharpening our blades against one another as we fought. It would seem life tends to go awry at times, doesn't it? Huh? Why is he suddenly so serious? This is completely out of character for him. But as soon as that thought registers in my mind, Rach is back to his usual self, and he reaches out with a large hand to pat me on the shoulder. Oh, but I have a feeling you will overcome even this and grow even stronger than before. After all, you are not so small a man that you would let something as insignificant and trivial as this stop you, are you? Actually, that is physically impossible. How was I going to get stronger when I lost an eye and a leg? What exactly did this guy see me as? Well then, I believe you are in the middle of rehabilitation, yes. There are a few matters I need to take care of, so if you would excuse me. Related to work. Come to think of it, us encountering the Grim Reaper meant the guild had erroneously declaring the dungeon to be cleared, which meant the holy city is likely dealing with the consequences. This guy sure takes his job seriously when it comes time to do it. I think to myself, impressed. Of course, there are many meals to be had with the many mademoiselles of this town. On second thought, Anne's should definitely replace this guy. What is he even thinking, leaving behind his charge and dining with other women? I believe Anne's will be helping you with your rehabilitation, Walka, which means there is no need for me to stay close. Indeed, such an arrangement is perfectly fine. She doesn't care. I don't know about that. Anne's should clearly tell him no. To be honest, I think it wouldn't be too far if she were to slap him for messing around like this instead of doing his job. Then, adieu, my friend. Please take good care of Anne's for me. Ha 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 ha. Is it truly acceptable that a Krisk Knight, the very face of the Holy Order, acted this way? Master and the others stare after the departing Rach with dumbfounded looks. Anne's, however, is the only one with a gentle expression, seemingly unbothered in the least. You sure this is fine? Yes, it is. Rach did exemplary work on the journey here, so I want him to have the day off today. Well, if Anne says so, then I suppose there isn't a problem. And well, him appearing the way he did had lightened the mood. In any case, I get back on my feet, carefully putting weight on my prosthetic limb. Well then, I guess I should push a little more. Walka, please leave everything from here on to me. You may rest assured, everything will be just fine. Yeah, I guess so. As Anne smiles, the elderly sister quietly exits the room, looking extremely fatigued. Perhaps being in the same room as an elite sister from the Holy City had been overly stressful. Even so, she had been a lifesaver until now. I hope she could get some rest. So thankfully, I can continue working on my rehabilitation, but with the elderly sister gone and nothing to keep the girls in check, the room quickly becomes noisy. Walka, please come this way, take my hand. No, Walka, you cannot. Here, you have to come here. You must not be tempted by that one and her big breasts. Master and Anne's begin competing over whom I should approach as I work on walking. Here. Atri, what are you doing? Seeing their antics, Atri makes a face as though to say, I should do it too, and spreads her arms open in a carefree manner. Walka, why did you choose Eurusha? Could it be that you like neither big ones nor small ones? WHWHWHWHWHWH. So instead I go for Eurusha, but that draws even further complaints from Master. To think you would choose me, I understand what I must do. I will be in your care from now on, but, could we start with holding hands? Oh wait, this isn't Eurusha. Hello, Eurusha. But that also seems to flip a strange switch in Eurusha, causing her to stop listening to me, too. Seriously, I wish these girls would just let me work on my rehabilitation. Still, despite their antics, I do not stop them. I do not stop them because, well, it seems like it had been a long time since we had everyone messing around like this and having a fun time together. It is through peaceful moments with my friends, like this, that I can almost forget how we live in the world of a rotten, horrible dark fantasy. Still, compared to what my past memories show, people's lives, at least those living in the cities, are generally peaceful. Even I thought it was the world of a typical fantasy story, too, at least until I properly remembered the source material. The fact that I had just goes to show my life had been rather easygoing compared to the things the original protagonist had gone through. Though, from a meta perspective, maybe it is more apt to say that the original story was so cruel because it involved the protagonist. After all, tragedy was always following the protagonist, so by extension, even the act of meeting the protagonist was inherently terrifying. As for me, he did save my life, and I did intend to express my gratitude, but with my body like this, if I happened to become involved in one of the events involving him, it would not matter how many lives I had in stock. No amount would be enough. Of course, that would also put Master and the girls in danger, so for now, I can only hope I did not encounter the protagonist a second time. Seriously, though, I really do wish I still had both of my legs. That would have been nice. Section. As night falls upon the town, the local adventurers, having rewarded themselves with delicious meat and drink for their efforts, retire one by one to their lodgings. Their laughter, satisfied from their day and eager for their tomorrow, is like the noise of a distant, foreign land to Anne's ears. They know nothing of the stir Guzel was causing in the holy city. Such is the state of the small town beside that dungeon, Luther. The finest guest room of the town's best-in lodgings the ordinary adventurer could never afford, currently serves as Anne's temporary sanctuary for the duration of her stay in Luther. She moves to open the largest window in the room, and as pale moonlight drenches her, she drops to her knees in fervent prayer. "O Lord, why must he?" There is not a trace of any of the emotions the adventurers outside had exhibited in Anne's voice. And why would there be? The only emotion filling her heart right now is the crushing guilt of having been useless to help Walka. In front of Walka and his companions, she had been steadfast, believing that raising a fuss would only make her out to be a nuisance. However, now that she is alone, those emotions she suppressed are beginning to erupt. If she did not throw herself into prayer as she was, she would very well find herself unable to keep her composure from crumbling. Once again, I was not able to do anything. When Walka most needed help, Anne's had not been there for him again. She had still been a child the first time, so that was perhaps understandable, that she could do nothing then, but what about now? When Walka had been on death's door, what had she been doing? It horrifies her to think of the possibilities. Was she enjoying a delicious meal? Casually chatting with white chalk, or perhaps sleeping peacefully in her warm bed? Hasn't Walka suffered enough? Hasn't he faced enough terrible trials in his life? Why must he? If she had not known beforehand Walka had lost an eye and a leg, it would not have been strange for her to faint when she saw his eye patch and prosthetic limb. The meager rationality that remained kept acting as usual, but she had inadvertently blurted out her true feelings anyway, saying she wanted them to live together at the Grand Cathedral. After all, she knows exactly the kind of bloody efforts Walka had, until now, put himself through. Of course, Anne's first encounter with Walka, when they were both young, had been but a brief moment. It would be arrogant for her to claim to understand the entirety of his past through just that. However, that in no way lessened the harsh training Walka had undergone, a regimen so brutal it should be closer to abuse, only for him to experience a fate so seemingly doomed that even the adults of the village had given up on him. When Anne's had left the village the second time, Walka must have been fighting for his life. A desperate struggle for survival that was also extraordinarily intense training in a way. Then, after likely enduring endless agony that left him coughing blood and bleeding all over, he had finally found wonderful companions whom he trusted and was trusted by in turn. Everything was fine then, wasn't it? He, with everything he had to suffer through to get to that point, should have been rewarded, shouldn't he? Anne's cannot stop herself from questioning the natural order of the world, and why it had Walka facing a cruel fate time after time. Fate is cruel even now, for Anne's wholly aligned magic could do nothing to regenerate Walka's lost leg nor restore his crushed eye. After finally becoming an A-ranked adventurer, and at such a young age, Walka's hard work should have finally borne fruit. So why? Why, Walka? A single clear droplet slides from Anne's cheek and onto her finger. At that moment, 2 knocks sound at the door. "Anne's, are you there?" "Yes, you may come in." Anne's quickly wipes her eyes as stands to her feet, putting away her muddled thoughts. After taking a moment to calm herself, she invites the knocker inside. The door gently swings opening, revealing the man accompanying her under the guise of an escort, Rach. After giving an elegant bow, he quickly enters the room. A reassuring smile tugs at his lips as he reverently approaches Anne's sides. His measured, careful steps are a far cry from earlier in the day, as though they belonged to a different person. "Welcome back, is it done?" "Indeed. Would you prefer to hear the report tomorrow?" "No, let me hear it now." Anne swiftly closes the window behind her and draws its curtains tightly closed. Once she does, Rach applies deafness to the entire room, stacking 4 layers of the enchantment to form a sturdy defense against would-be eavesdropping. He does so not because they will be discussing sensitive matters or anything they do not want outsiders to hear, but because it is standard protocol while away from the holy city. "Then, allow me to give my report." Rach briefly clears his throat. "As for the employees of the branch here, they are innocent. Their only involvement was in receiving a report of the dungeon being explored and cleared. It appears the verification and final approval of the report was handled by guild headquarters in the Holy City. In addition, it seems the party that gave the completion report had come from the royal capital. Although a false report is within the realm of possibility, it seems the guild staff do not suspect such a thing. The party submitting the initial report had a proven track record and a good reputation." Anne's loosened up in relief. Had the culprit behind everything been in this town, she could not be certain how calm she could have remained. "As for the guild master here, well, I forgot his name, but whenever he opened his mouth, all he had were excuses to shirk responsibility and protect himself. Our conversation went nowhere, but I believe it was right for you not to come along. It is unfortunate, but I can only imagine what kind of trouble his subordinates must deal with, having someone like that above them." "Excuse me for going off topic," Rach quickly adds. "With this evidence in mind, that would make the original investigators from the Holy City the most suspect, I believe. As the preliminary exploration party, it is their duty to prevent these kinds of disasters from occurring. They can hardly excuse themselves with a 'we don't know anything' or 'we just didn't notice' when lives are on the line. Furthermore, they receive compensation commensurate with such responsibilities. Of course, there had been cases, albeit very rarely, where dungeons reported as cleared were not truly so. In some cases, a vain party might loudly boast about clearing a dungeon only to find themselves pushed to their limits and make a false report without thinking of the consequences. In other cases, there were those who, lacking the experience that came with repeated adventures, relished the glory of having defeated a powerful monster, and they would return with a genuine misunderstanding about having cleared the dungeon. Whatever the case may be, there would always be a sacrifice that paid the price for such an error. The current Adventurers Guild had thus devised a countermeasure. Whenever they received a report of a cleared dungeon, they would dispatch a party of trained veteran adventurers as an investigation team to independently and reliably confirm the details of that report. While this placed a heavy burden of responsibility upon the investigation team, they were also greatly compensated with payouts commensurate with the importance of the job. For a party to sloppily shirk such a job, especially one coming from the Holy City, the very seat of God. "I see. Then, if I am understanding correctly, for the time being, there is no need for my intervention." "Indeed, and to great relief. If you were to pass judgment, I cannot help but wonder if even the littlest fragment of the perpetrator's body would remain. Do you take me for a barbarian, Lord Rach?" "Inconceivable. Before me stands a devoted and wonderful young woman." "Oh, you." Rach lets out a soft chuckle as he warmly looks upon his charge. "Please leave these troublesome matters to me. You need only stay by Walka's side. After all, once we return to the Holy City, the two of you will hardly be able to meet so casually, I imagine. Thank you very much for your consideration. As for the Holy City, I can depend on White Chalk." Then the matter is settled. Lady White Chalk has quite the admirable work ethic after all, seeing her work to completion. Furthermore, with how much she cares about her friends, I believe no matter how much she complains, if the related party is important to you, she would never cut corners in her work. Anne's, of course, feels the same way. The foul-mouthed White Chalk, for all her grumbling, had done much to care for an effectively catatonic Anne's. She had adjusted schedules, located Roch to serve as an escort, and even prepared a proper excuse in sending off Ans as a representative of the Holy City. To Ans, White Chalk is not just an important friend, but an irreplaceable childhood companion and reliable older sister who would always take care of everything. So, with that concludes my report. Thank you for your report. There is just one thing I must ask. What is it? Ans meets Roch's gentle eyes, staring deeply before asking, "Are you not upset as well?" From the moment they first met, Roch and Walka had been not just rivals honing their swordsmanship against one another, but also close friends. Knowing their friendship and how close they are with one another than she to him, Ans wants to know exactly how her escort feels. Of course I am upset. How could I not be? The words coming out seem to burgeon with anger. The seething, barely restrained fury causes Ans to reflexively stiffen. Having seen it before, I am sure you will understand what I am about to say. Walka's swordsmanship is far beyond what we know as ordinary, so much that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a technique encroaching the realm of divinity. As a fellow swordsman, I hold the utmost respect and stand in awe of his blade, and the thought that this is how his divine technique is to meet its end. It makes my very blood boil. However, there is little need for me to express such emotions. As his voice returns to its normal tone, Roch shrugs his shoulders. It is a personal feeling after all, and not something to be directed to another, least of all a friend. And that is what I wish for, that we continue to be friends and for nothing to change that. Is that why you lied to Walka? There is no lie. I did have dinner with a woman, after all, the young lady who works the reception desk at the guild. Might I add she was quite eager to answer any questions I had. To Ans, the man before her is truly mysterious. Roch is a knight she and White Chalk trusted and depended on, yet he never displays his excellent qualities to his friends. Even now, despite dutifully handling his responsibilities as a representative from the Holy City, he had not told Walka and the others such. Instead, he nonchalantly insisted he was merely having dinner with a woman. And most importantly, Roch had already found his determination in how he would interact with Walka in the future. It had been so decisive that it left Ange questioning her resolve. She had not been able to heal his wounds, she was not able to stay by his side as a companion, and she certainly could not offer support he did not need from the Holy Order. What then could Ange possibly do for Walka? In the end, she realizes nothing has changed for her since that day. Is there anything else you would like to hear? No, that is all. The moonlight behind her appears blue. It would seem tonight would be yet another sleepless night for her. Thank you for your continued efforts, Knight Divine Rochiheart. I will be depending on you again on the morrow. Your will be done, Saint of the Heavenly Sword, Lady Angeshite. I wish you a pleasant slumber. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 7, Regrets. Walka, why do you want to be strong? Under a frustratingly clear sky, a certain boy is sprawled breathlessly on the ground. Standing over and looking down on him is the old man, now sheathing his sword to use as a makeshift cane. The boy is badly beat. A thin line of blood streams down from his forehead, joining a trickle that comes from a corner of his mouth, while his left eye is bruised and swollen shut. The second-hand clothes he only recently received from a generous villager are tattered in places and reveal the bruises underneath them. Yet, despite his injuries, a determined glint remains in the boy's eyes, one uncharacteristic for an 8-year-old boy, let alone one who has already trained like this for 3 years now. It is unheard of. Other boys of his age should be innocently running around and playing with their friends, not practicing with live steel. It isn't as though the two had no relation. This boy is the child of the old man's son, his grandson, in other words. Walka, what is your goal? Where are your eyes looking? When this grandson asked for lessons in swordsmanship, the old man's heart soared. It seemed the time of atonement had finally arrived. His son, to put it mildly, was ill-suited to be a fighter, so much so that the old man had quickly given up trying to teach him swordsmanship. Instead, his son's path was in magic, and he went on to work as a scholar with the Ministry of Magical Law, Magisterica, in the royal capital. He found not only a modicum of success in that career path, but also a wife, albeit in a late marriage. It was a happy and fulfilling life, or at least the old man saw it as such. Tragedy struck when husband and wife dove into a dungeon for field research and never returned. He had not a clue as to why this grandson of his, a memento of the lost couple, would suddenly demand lessons in the way of the sword. However, as the old man saw it, if the child truly desired the pursuit of that path, it was his duty to answer the desire and raise him to the best of his abilities. After all, had the old man not been so quick to give up teaching these lessons to his son, or even taught him a little more of how to defend himself, that son might still be alive today. Which was why the old man chose to raise his grandson, a memento of his son, at least enough so the boy would be capable of taking care of himself once he was alone. That was the least the old man could do, a small atonement for being indirectly responsible for his son's death when he, himself, was soon bound for the same place. But that was a naive conclusion. What the old man had not anticipated was the fervor, the pure and unstoppable passion, his grandson devoted to the sword. "Walka, what is it that you want to accomplish?" Seeing as his grandson was incapable of properly gripping a sword with his small hands, they started training gently, at a level suitable for the young boy. Of course, it was more playing around with sticks than actual training, and it was after about 6 months of this that his grandson suddenly lashed out in anger. "If this is all we ever do, I'm never gonna become strong. Please train me more seriously." At first, the old man dismissed the protest with a laugh, thinking it merely a show of youthful bravado. It was upon closer observation that he noticed the fire in his grandson, blazing away like a roaring conflagration and hot enough to scorch the elder's skin, an overwhelming ultimatum. "If you won't take me seriously, I'll crush you where you stand," the boys' swordplay seemed to declare as they clashed blades in mock training. The old man found himself unwittingly swept up in that fervor, and their training, initially closer to playing, took on a more serious slant, just as the boy wished. The remaining 6 months of the year were no different from live training. The next year, they trained at a level beyond what was appropriate for children. The following year, the training intensified to a level that would have drawn complaints from full-grown adults. On some occasions, the old man's mind would sober up with the reality of the situation. Why was he training with such ferocious intensity? The boy was still a child, not yet 10 years of age. His instincts, however, dismissed such paltry concerns. The boy's age mattered not, for the determination in his eyes said it all. And perhaps answering his grandson's passion, the old man oft mused, was the final calling of this long life. Furthermore, no matter how grueling the training became, the boy never complained. If anything, his eyes blazed with greater determination, and he grit his teeth through the training, as though hoping to find the chance to tear into the old man's throat. The boy was clearly abnormal. At first, the old man wondered if it might be the boy's way of accepting his parents' deaths. As time passed, he began to doubt this assumption. Could the grief of death truly drive a young boy's fervor for 3 years, 3 years without fail? The only way he could know was by asking his grandson himself. "Walka, for what reason do you wield your blade?" "Phew." There is a breathy pause as his grandson catches his breath, before responding in a muffled, raspy voice. "Because there's something I want, something I decided I wanted. I want to be able to do that." Again with that same nonsense. The old man lets out a sigh. His grandson is referring to a technique he was experimenting with during his breaks from training. In short, it involves drawing a sheathed sword, delivering a single cut, and returning the blade to its scabbard, all in one smooth motion. At the very least, it sounds like swordsmanship, but it certainly isn't anything the old man would think to consider proper. How many times have I told you now? That isn't proper swordsmanship. Think about it. What use is a sword that can only be used while it is sheathed? I suppose it could be effective as the opening in a surprise attack, but outside of that. Ridiculous. Think about monsters. They never hunt alone, yes. So what will you do when faced with a group of them? Surely you do not intend to sheathe your sword to answer monsters that attack you? Then what if your hand slips? What if you cannot sheathe your sword? What will you do? Beg the monster you face for mercy? Phew. His grandson's breathing gradually returns to its regular rhythm. Yeah, I know. He spits out an answer. Even I know it doesn't make sense to use it in a fight, but it's not about that. I don't want to master it because I want to use it for fighting. I want to master it because it's what I want to do. That's all. Is that truly all? Just because it's something you want to do? You have stuck to this training for 3 years. Surely you must be aware that what we have been doing is no ordinary training. Is the swordplay you pursue so valuable that you will continue regardless? It is. An answer returns immediately. It isn't just valuable, it's my everything. Despite his bloodied face, his grandson cracks a defiant grin. And I know I don't have the talent to do it normally. If I tried normally, I'd be as old as you by the time I accomplish it. If I want to do it, I'll have to give everything for it. That's why I keep saying, teach me seriously already. His biting words seem to tear at the old man's throat. Besides, I'm already planning to beat you with that technique. So don't you dare go dying on me, thinking you'll get away with only ever winning against me. HMPH. The old man lets out another derisive snort. Despite his outward disdain, however, his heart is bursting with unfettered joy. After all, his grandson's answer is exactly the one he was always hoping for. Oh, you stupid, stupid boy. It is a far better reason than something as grandiose or flowery as avenging his parents or protecting something dear to him. Moreover, the old man is convinced. His grandson has a maddening devotion to the blade. It is unclear where the boy could have learned of such a technique. It is doubtful whether that kind of swordsmanship is even suitable for combat. All the same, the boy is willing to devote every last bit of his existence to learning and mastering it. Sanity never existed for such people, but that is how it needs to be. If not for that single-minded determination, the old man would only be wasting his little remaining life in fruitless training. It had started as a form of atonement. The old man believed he at least had the responsibility to raise his grandson to be a proper adult, to make up for having given up easily on his son's potential talent. Fine then. From now on, I will be conducting your training with the intent to kill. A little bit at first, but gradually more and more. What did you expect? If we continued training like this, half-heartedly and all, I'll sooner drop dead than you'll accomplish anything. Enough is enough. No longer is the boy a memento from his son. No longer is the boy his grandson. From this moment on, the old man sees only a boy to be trained. The old man understands his part. He is to devote the remainder of his life as kindling to forge a blade from this boy. I have only 4 years for you, Walka. Before those 4 years are up, before I die, show me the swordplay to which you are so devoted. What, you damn geezer, you can't be serious. Should he die before then, so be it. If that time does come, he would be more than willing to accept an eternity in torment as penance for ruining his grandson's life. Or rather, no matter what happens, he cares not a whit about the torment that awaits him. For the old man has decided. So what are you waiting for? Get up, we're continuing. I'm up. He, too, wants to see what his grandson sees, while he still has life in him. He wants to see what it is this foolish, foolish grandson of his aims to cut down. Section. When I first realized I was now living in a sword and sorcery type world straight out of a manga, or so I believed at the time, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. What I wanted was to master AI techniques. Even now, the idea sounds absolutely ridiculous, but I'm sure men of all ages love the idea of wielding a sword like that. In my past life, I was no different. I was one such imaginative boy playing pretend in my youth. I remember buying a wooden sword as a souvenir during a school trip. I would swing it around at home, adding my own sound effects all the while, to the disappointment of my parents and the disdain of my sister, of course. It didn't stop there either. In all the media I consumed, the manga, the video games, everything, I loved seeing protagonists with cool sword techniques, and I always imagined myself being able to do them, too. Maybe it had to do with being Japanese and living in the land of the samurai, like a natural inclination, one that came from our very genes of young Japanese boys. Then, who could blame me? After I realized I now lived in a fantasy world where supernatural feats are commonplace, for immediately wanting to try doing something impossible in my previous life. In this world, a supernatural technique like AI didn't have to stay in the realm of fantasy. Could I actually do it then? Perform those awesome sword drawing techniques I remembered. I'm talking about the kind of techniques that start with a guy lightly holding his sheathed sword. He stands at ease, shifting just a little bit to draw his sword, but all that's seen is a blinding flash of light, and his sword is already back in its sheath, while his opponent is neatly bisected. That's the kind of awesome technique I imagine. I love that kind of thing. It's so awesome, AI is so freaking cool, man. In any case, I decided I wanted to try figuring it out. I mean, I'm already living in a fantasy world now, so I might as well put everything I can into mastering the technique I've always dreamed about being able to do. And well, it's always awesome to see it in stuff like anime, manga, and video games, right? If I could do it for real, oh man, I'm getting really excited just imagining it. If anyone were to ask, the moment I decided on that goal was the starting point to becoming the swordsman I am today. Despite losing an eye and a leg, my body can relax like nothing's happened once I have a sword in hand. My mind is clear. A day has passed since I received my prosthetic leg. Since I'm able to walk fairly well with it now, I asked Master for permission to do a few practice swings and maybe even try using my techniques on a stationary target. I wanted to know what I'm still capable of. When we make our way back to the Holy City, there's no guarantee we won't run into monsters or ruffians. If something does happen, I need to know I can properly wield my sword despite this prosthetic leg to protect myself. That was just the excuse anyway. The real reason is that I want to start swinging my sword again. So here we are, at the one end of the church's garden. In front of me sits a clay doll master created using magic. It's the only thing I see. Master and the girls stand some distance away, far enough that my sword cannot possibly reach them by accident. When I last snuck a glance, they had been watching with bated breath, as though locked in solemn prayer. They might still be, but my mind no longer registers their presence. See, I thought I would be satisfied with just being able to perform sword-drawing techniques, but thinking about it, training to the verge of death with that old man must have changed something in me. That changed at some point, because now I want to climb the endless heights of mastery. In other words, I had become a swordsman through and through. In other words, being confined to a bed left me restless. I can't relax if I don't move my body. Doing practice swings helped, and I enjoyed working up a refreshing sweat. It's only when I'm holding my sword that I feel truly alive. I mean, I guess I have no choice but to admit it now. I love the blade. That, of course, includes my own talwar, the slender, curved, single-edged sword that is the old man's final farewell gift to me. Its delicate shape resembles that of a Japanese katana. It's a wonder that it not only survived the torture of standing against that grim reaper, but continues to rest perfectly in my hand without so much as a nick or blemish along its blade. Phew. It feels like something inside of me is getting ready to overflow and spill. I had given an eye and a leg my future as a swordsman, but I still believe it was a small price to pay to overcome the bad ending that otherwise awaited us. This isn't any bravado. From the very bottom of my heart, I truly believe it. However, with my beloved sword in my hands again, I can't give it up. No, I refuse to give it up. I spent 10 years practicing with a sword, and only a few years of that had been after I refined my technique to a level I was satisfied with. Only a few years. I believed there was a long journey ahead of me with much more to come, that I would continue down this path, pursuing the ideal, perfected form of my technique and reaching for even greater heights. But no, that isn't how it's meant to be. I should have known better than to believe I wouldn't have any regrets, not when the journey I imagined ended so abruptly. Walka, are you feeling unwell? I snap out of my reverie at the sound of Master calling to me, and when I turn to look, she's staring back with worried eyes. Her hands are balled into tight fists, and her face looks ready to burst into tears at a moment's notice. It isn't just her. Eurisha, Ans, and even Atri are all tight-lipped and watching me with similar expressions. They must have seen right through how I was feeling, probably. Damn it all, that was stupid of me. All I wanted was to try something, and this is how it turned out. I sharply force out the breath I was holding, redirecting my focus. For now, I should go back to doing what I originally intended, to find out how much power I can draw from my sword with this prosthetic leg on. Seeing as I won't give up the sword, I should test my limits now, in case I need to plan around it in the future. These past 10 years of honing my skills will not go to waste. After silently vowing so to myself, I feel my mind grow still and clear. Master and the girl's presences no longer register, as my concentration solely focuses on the clay doll in front of me and the sword I'm preparing to swing. I shift my right foot forward and my left foot back. With my right eye gone, I have only half the vision I used to in this right-favored stance. At the moment, if I don't make the effort to turn my head, I can barely make out the outline of the clay doll. But that does not matter. It is not important right now. I shift my weight to my prosthetic leg as though stabbing it into the dirt. I lower my center of gravity and take a long, deep breath. I think I'm starting to remember how things felt that day. It feels like I'm sinking deeper into it than before. It is a strange sensation, one where I feel like I am becoming one with my blade, like I'm stepping into a different dimension. And in this dimension, a familiar confidence swells within me, an unshakable belief that I can cut anything I feel like cutting, so long as I envision it. This must be a buried memory from when I engaged the Grim Reaper. My conscious mind may have forgotten it, but my body remembers with vivid detail, as though every last minutiae has been etched into my skin. Oh, of course. I'm certain this is exactly how I felt back then. HMPH. I unleash my blade. The sound of something snapping reaches my ears. My vision suddenly spins out of control, and my vision goes dark. Arg. My vision returns, and all I see before me is the vast blue sky. I must have lost consciousness for a moment. From there, I can somewhat surmise what had happened. I lost my balance and fell over backward. Since it happened without warning and right as I was in the middle of drawing my sword, I had been unable to break my fall. Walka. Walka. Senpai. Walka. Walka. As I wince from the pain coming from the back of my head, I see the girls rush over to me in a panic. Each of their faces is as pale as sheets, and Master is in tears. Why, you're hurt. Walka, you're hurt. I'm fine, I'm fine. Fortunately, I hadn't let go of my sword, so apart from bumping my head and back, I'm fine. Still on my back, I raise my left hand in acknowledgement, only for Master to grab it close and begin sobbing. This isn't that big of a deal, is it? I look over at the others only to find they all wear the same forlorn expressions on their faces, looking as though they have been robbed of all hope. Seriously, isn't this a little much? Did Anne's overwhelmingly heartfelt empathy cause this? Their reactions aside, why had I fallen over in the first place? I remember being stable despite the prosthetic leg, so I couldn't have slipped and fallen over. I instantly understand after looking over at my left leg. At least my eyes can register what they see, but my brain cannot immediately process the sight. My prosthetic leg is broken. The socket where it connects to the rest of my leg is cracked, and the supporting leg itself is snapped at the midway point. I see, that does make sense. If the prosthetic leg holding up my body breaks, I certainly would lose my balance and fall backward. But how could that happen? It's brand new, something I started using just yesterday. Wait, no, could it be? Before I finish my thought, Yurisha, her voice trembling, vocalizes the answer. Senpai, your leg, could not withstand the burden of your technique. There are two components to my unsheathing technique. Precise control of the sword honed over years of training, and an explosion of power through the application of strength. I never thought about what that meant, at least until now. Using strength this way, that is, in the form of this instantaneous burst, also places excessive strain on my body, especially so on the legs that support this stance. I never had to think about it because I always applied physical enhancement magic to strengthen my body, just enough to bear the burden. The problem is, my physical enhancement magic did not extend to my prosthetic leg. In other words, without magical support, this leg was not strong enough to bear the burden, and so. It was a prosthetic leg, meant for everyday use. Well, it's not like I believed this was going to work out. I knew better than that. I mean, look at it. It's barely more than a bunch of sticks glued together, the kind of thing that will snap with a little force, and it did break. It's not like I expected that much out of it, so this much isn't anything to be discouraged about. Besides, even if this prosthesis couldn't support me, who's to say there isn't one that can? There are surely legs made of better materials out there. Even if those can't carry magical power, who's to say there aren't any that can? What about one made of something as rare as mithril? All I have to do is find one that works. But how would I find it? The only option I have now is to ask Master and the girls, but really, could I really make such a selfish demand of them, involve them in all this trouble? And really, is it even possible to have a prosthetic leg made entirely of mithril? Am I really so obsessed with the sword that I'm willing to go that far just to? So yeah, what happened just now, that much I expected. Really, I hadn't expected much to begin with. This isn't getting to me at all. It's just something I wanted to try, despite knowing I would fail, and I failed as I expected. This is just one less option available. There are surely more. Section, damn it all. So why am I taking this so hard? Of course, Walka is not wrong to downplay what just happened as not very serious. After all, it is a fact that his prosthetic leg is truly meant for leisurely, everyday activities. Even running and jumping are too intense for it to handle. Therefore, having it support the burden of strength is completely out of the question. In fact, had the maker of this particular limb been present, they would have scolded Walka before explaining the appropriate uses for that prosthesis. On the other hand, it is also true that this is the natural outcome given the circumstances. It certainly would be premature for Walka to believe he can no longer perform the same techniques he could before. However, through this, Walka, having previously downplayed his injuries as a small price to pay for protecting his companions, finally understands what it means to have lost an eye and a leg, the full extent of the repercussions for having lost them. Walka is still a young adventurer, only 17 years old, but 10 years have already passed since he first held a sword. In short, he has dedicated more than half of his life to it. He has shed blood, sweat, and tears in grueling training that began when he was but a child. After that deadly encounter with the Grim Reaper, his swordplay has certainly crossed into a new threshold. Even now, Walka is clearly stronger than he was before his injuries. But what does any of that matter if he can no longer wield his sword? It is only natural that, in this moment, Walka feels as though the path before him, paved by dedication and expertise, is crumbling away. It is only natural that, in this moment, Walka lets out a single grievance. That is to say, this moment of weakness lasted but an instant. Walka, for his part, is quick to conclude that the performance of his prosthetic leg was lacking, and that he could not be certain he is no longer able to utilize his unsheathing techniques. He will have switched mindsets before the day is out, and, even as the elderly sister severely scolds him for breaking the prosthetic leg after only the second day, is already planning his return to the Holy City as his top priority. In other words, this incident was a good opportunity for Walka to reaffirm his feelings toward the sword. To Walka, at least, that is all today will amount to. However, for that one moment, when Walka let slip that tiny weakness, he truly felt heartbroken and regretful, believing he would never again be able to swing his sword. The companions who saw him, in that moment, how did he appear to them? Damn it all. Had it been that painful this entire time? Had he been enduring that pain this entire time? Had he been putting on a brave face, pretending nothing was wrong, so that Lizzle and the others would not worry? Hearing Walka let out a faint lament, seeing him cover his face with the back of his hand as though to hide it, brings a freezing halt to Lizzle's body and breath. Despite losing an eye and a leg, Walka never so much as uttered a single complaint nor expressed grief, yet here, before Lizzle and the others, he finally revealed one vulnerable moment. There had been clues, vague as they were. Walka never stopped trying to move about despite missing a leg. He would stretch in bed and even perform practice swings while wheelchair-bound. As soon as his prosthetic leg arrived, he threw himself into rehabilitation without a second thought to anything else. It should have been obvious. He wants to wield his sword as he always had. Of course, he would. He has dedicated most of his life to the blade, to this very day. He may have lost an eye and a leg, but that would certainly not be enough to make him give it all up. He claimed to have no regrets for what he did, but how could that be true? Why hadn't they realized it? Why hadn't they understood something so simple until now? Damn, I should have known, losing a leg would mean. Walka. For the first time since his awakening, Walka let slip the despair he has suppressed, the remuneration of Lizzle's sin. Until this moment, she believed, so long as she was allowed to stay by his side, she could make amends or prevent something like this from happening again, but the sight before tears down that naive facade to nothing. What have I done? I call myself his master, and yet this. She was capable of nothing for her so-called disciple. Even now, she can do nothing to alleviate even a fragment of his pain. No, even worse, isn't it her fault to begin with that Walka is suffering? But Lizzle knows. She knows Walka will not give up the blade, and it is irrevocably clear that he never intends to do so. With that in mind, likely, he will relentlessly search for any possibility of making a recovery. That, of course, is where the prosthetic limb comes in. But a prosthetic is ultimately only a substitute, incapable of functioning as Walka's original leg had. Regardless of how advanced or powerful a prosthetic limb could be, Walka will never truly regain the freedom of movement he once enjoyed with his real leg. When he learns of this truth, what then? What happens when no prosthetic leg will ever work? What if Walka's desire leads him somewhere darker, a path that has him skirting the limits of his humanity? And if going beyond even that path allows him to restore his leg, what then? Would he refuse the temptations of evil and retain his humanity? Or would he succumb and surrender that he may once again wield the blade? She knows the answer, because to Walka, the sword is his everything. Then, as his master, Lizzle must atone by devoting everything to supporting him, such that Walka can take up his sword once more. She knows she must atone. She has long known she must atone. And yet, there remains something that refuses to fade from memory, the horrifying figure of the Grim Reaper. She sees it, and the spray of crimson life its deadly weapon draws. She sees Walka, and she sees her disciple collapse in a pool of his own blood. She sees him in her arms, feels the life of her precious disciple ebbing away. Despite his prosthetic leg, Walka is certainly capable of moving about as other swordsmen do. Despite his blindness, Walka is certainly capable of fighting by seeing with his mind's eye. However, no matter what he is still capable of, Walka will never become the swordsman he was capable of becoming before this incident. His lost leg and lost eye are no more than shackles that may very well kill him someday. And if Walka were to die? Even considering such an idea sends Lizzle into a hyperventilating panic that threatens to draw terrified screams out of her. Her mind grows dark, bringing with it another desire, a refusal to accept such an outcome. A paradoxical battle of thoughts rages through her. On one side, the guilt of having robbed Walka of the sword despite understanding his deepest desires, and on the other, the desire to keep Walka from endangering himself and to have him settle down in peace. As his master, she wants to grant her precious disciple's wish. As his companion, she wants to shield him from such dangers. Erg, ah, wah. Master, I'm fine, I'll be fine. You don't need to cry. Despite being the one truly suffering, Walka nonetheless tries to comfort Lizzle. That empathy only serves to cut into her like a sharp blade, and Lizzle breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably and inconsolably. In the face of overwhelming grief, all Urusha can manage is enduring and holding back her tears. There is but one thought in her mind now. If I could take those injuries in place of him, I would give my everything to do so this very moment. Why had it been Walka? If there had to be a sacrifice, why could it not have been Urusha? Walka has his swordsmanship, Lysen has her magical power, Atri has her strength. The three of them are peerless and distinguished in their specialties, unlike Urusha. Urusha can be replaced. Then, if there had to be a sacrifice, it should have been her. But to hold such a desire is to castigate Walka, the one who put everything on the line to protect them, save them. Yet his swordsmanship should not have been the price to pay. It seems simple enough in concept, drawing one's sword and delivering a slash in one fluid motion, but Walka had refined it to artistic, unimaginable heights. The final form of his efforts, what Walka dubbed Bataojutsu, should have become mythical tales spread by those who witnessed it, and Urusha had been convinced Walka's name and swordsmanship would spread far and wide across the land, if not for his lost leg. Moments ago, Walka, standing before the clay figure with his sword at the ready, looked as though he had never lost his left leg. He began to emanate an aura no less sharp than his weapon, proof that he had come away from that desperate struggle against the Grim Reaper, having climbed to a higher level of mastery. It is no ordinary height, but an extreme pinnacle open only to those who face the brink of despair with their very souls alight, forced to discard everything to surpass their limits and overcome their deadly dance with death. Yurusha's heart pounds with mad fervor, her body tingles and her mind races. The sight of Walka, who has arrived at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, sends sweet, numbing poison through her very existence. In the face of such mastery, she is a novice fumbling with a stick, and the thought drives her soul close to insanity. If not for his lost leg. A moment later, he stumbles and fails to release the flash characteristic of his swordsmanship. It is only after seeing him reduced to such a state, shedding tears over his own powerlessness, that Yurusha finally understands the weight of what she inadvertently took from her beloved mentor figure. It's because of me this. A dark emotion, inscrutable as an abyss, overwhelms her every thought, as though devouring her from the inside out. It is a thought akin to a curse. What if, back then, she had done something? What if she had fought alongside him, or risked her life, to protect him, or tried anything that might lessen the severity of his wounds? Perhaps Walka would not have lost his left leg. What she knows for certain is this: Walka will never give up the sword. Even with his body as it is, he will continue loving the sword just the same. The difference, however, is whether his feelings will be reciprocated with results. The evidence is before their eyes. Walka so easily destroyed a precious prosthesis with the strain of his technique. Of course, an argument could be made that a prosthetic leg made for everyday use is hardly appropriate for such activities, but what of the opposite? There is no guarantee that a superior prosthesis, one capable of bearing the load, exists. Then, Walka will suffer. He truly loves the sword with all his heart, and he will continue to suffer for it, and it is all Yurusha's fault. Erg. Wah. Lizzle begins to cry, uncontrollably distraught. A heart-wrenching pain racks Yurusha's body. She was the last to join the body, but if this is the pain she feels, how much worse is it for Lizzle, who has been with Walka for far longer? The grief and the agony must be incomparable to Yurusha's own. Thus, the young girl cannot forgive herself for doing nothing, for being weak. She crouches low, taking Walka's right hand with both of hers as though clinging for dear life. She knows what she wants, that Walka needs not push himself any further, that he suffers no more than he already has. But as one whom Walka's swordsmanship has utterly charmed, Yurusha does not want to deter Walka from the path he certainly intends to take. I cannot allow them. I have to give more. Then, at the very least, Walka needs only suffer what relates to the sword. Everything else. If I can eliminate it all. So daily chores like handling meals and cleaning, snuffing the remnant sparks of a battle, silencing the mockery of those belittling Walka's struggle to remaster the sword despite his injuries. To Yurusha, those are all unnecessary obstacles hindering the way of Walka's blade. I must eliminate every last obstacle in his way. Then everything extraneous should be left to Yurusha. Such is the way things are meant to be. If she cannot accomplish such a trivial task, then Yurusha truly holds no value. She can be replaced. For Atri, hearing Walka's despondent murmur elicits neither regret nor sorrow in her heart, but pure, unadulterated determination. Seeing Walka inadvertently reveal a vulnerable side for the first time is sure to shake Lizzle and Yurusha. They will likely think about what they can do for him, or how they can alleviate even a little more of his pain. In other words, they have in mind the consideration that Atri would never think of. And Atri understands her shortcomings in this regard. She is well aware that she cannot provide the comfort and care her comrades are capable of, which is why she does not hesitate while Lizzle and Yurusha continue desperately floundering about. It is obvious, Atri will stay with Walka. Should he take up the sword once more, she will be there to protect his back. Should he lay the sword to rest and retire to peaceful days, she will be there to protect that tranquility. Should he seek the apex of martial prowess despite his injuries, she will be there to climb with him. Should he forsake his humanity that he may pursue the way of the blade once more, she will fall with him. They will stay together, Walka, herself, and Lizzle and Yurusha. They will be together always. It falls on her, then, to slaughter anyone who would dare interfere with them. Atri is undoubtedly the best fighter among them, after all. And as their best, she must never make the same mistake again. Not even if there comes a day when they must face down a grim reaper once more. She will make certain to kill anything. She will make certain to continue killing anything. It could be monsters, it could be humans, it could even be gods. It does not matter, for any who would interfere with them need not continue their wretched existence. Hup. Whoa. Atri suddenly moves, plopping on the ground and positioning herself to rest Walka's head on her lap. Hey. Quiet. Walka is about to protest. But after he hears her chiding and realizes Lizzle and Urusha have seized each of his arms, he accepts the futility of resisting and relaxes. Better. Atri, satisfied, begins fussing with Walka's gray hair. She had never before imagined being so close to another. Back home, none could keep up with her, and as a result, she had grown up as a warrior who saw no need for so-called comrades. In fact, for a time during her travels, she assumed comrades were simply feeble individuals in need of her protection. It was after meeting Walka that her beliefs changed, having realized she had been a mere frog in a well. What she found then were not only precious comrades, but also a warrior worthy of her respect. She believes, even now, her meeting with Walka was fate. I swear. That belief leads Atri to such thoughts. Someday, I will push Walka down and, leaving descendants to carry on the blood of the Arsvalum, is a sacred mission. Meet a man strong enough to give everything to, push him down, strip him naked, and take him. That is what Granny had taught her, and for Atri, Walka is that man, the one she would die for. Thus, it is paramount that she push him over for herself. Of course, Atri does not know if other cultures follow such a belief. Perhaps Lizzle and Urusha were also taught the same. That would be ideal, because the three of them can push Walka down together. Granny had also said excellence should be passed down to as many generations as possible, so this should unmistakably be the correct course of action. Then, when it came time, Atri would give her life for Walka in the battle they found themselves in at the end. For one of the Arsvalum, there is no honor more supreme. Anjashite is ashamed, for she is of no help at a time like this. To Anjashite, no, to Ans, Walka is the first person she, albeit helplessly, ever let die. She, to this day, believes she could have done something to help him back then, yet she did nothing but allow him to vanish. But that, too, is a reason why she is who she is now. The experience then caused an immeasurable shift in her psyche, awakening in young Ans the power of the heavenly sword. How else could such a frail girl, one who had yet to hold a weapon, come into such power? It was surely the aftermath of her meeting with Walka. And yet, despite now wielding the power of the heavenly sword, despite her status as a cardinal saint, Ans is no less powerless than she was back then. Had it been possible, she would have been with him at all times. Such is the dream Ans has envisioned on multiple occasions. She would have him be a knight at her side, and they would enjoy a peaceful life together in the grand cathedral. But that dream must remain a dream. After all, Walka already has his own precious, irreplaceable comrades. Miss Lyslart, Miss Urusha, Miss Atri, I truly envy you all. Thus, Ans can only stand in place, watching as Walka's irreplaceable comrades gather around him. Just as Walka cares about Lizzle, Urusha, and Atri, so too do the girls care for him. It is an indisputable truth, one self-evident just from seeing silver gray like this. Even now, Walka, despite his inability to show much emotion, wears a tranquil smile on his face when surrounded by his comrades. Is it any surprise, then, that Walka unhesitatingly pushed himself to the very brink to protect his comrades? So what about Ans? All she can do is heal minor injuries accrued through regular training and adventuring. Her holy magic falls short of restoring Walka's lost eye and leg. How can she imagine herself by his side when he needs something neither she nor the organization she represents can provide? In other words, despite the years following their first meeting, Ans has not become someone Walka truly needs. Knowing that fact is what drives the envy Ans feels towards Lizzle and the others. Walka, what could I do for you? If he needs an excellent prosthetic leg, she can call upon the Grand Cathedral's vast information network to find it. If he demands justice from the party that failed in their due diligence to secure Guzel, she can call upon her status as a saint to deliver it. If he sees that dungeon, the cause of his misfortune, as an unpleasant reminder, she can have its existence erased from the world. Walka, what is it only I can do that will make you need me? It is because he is someone she once left alone to die, someone she is helpless to assist, that she prays for his hardship and suffering to be rewarded. If he so much as makes a whisper, Ans would always and forever listen to his wish and do everything in her power to fulfill it. If the Saint of White Chalk were to hear these feelings of hers, she would certainly grimace in dismay. You're seriously one messed up girl, you know that. From the moment Walka assumed a stance, Roch understood his friend had reached a new level in skill. Within the shade of the building, near the garden, Roch had watched over the scene like an unseen shadow. He too felt his skin tingle from the tension in the air, and his feet stiffen in place as though they had been sewn to the ground. The pressure was already this powerful when Walka was barely visible from where Roch stood. What would happen if an ordinary person were to stand before Walka in this state? They would be overwhelmed, unable to lift a single finger. What else is there for Roch to do but smile and congratulate his friend? Of course, it was only a matter of time before you flung those doors wide open. While not particularly widespread, there are stories, practically fairy tales, where people, to overcome life-or-death crises, transcend their limits. Standing at the precipice of death, they yield no ground and instead push forward, staking their lives and burning their souls to conquer their fate, and in doing so, they open a new door to potential. It is even said that there are those among the top-class, S-ranked adventurers who have experienced such an occurrence after overcoming crises of their own. Even so, the stories amount to the level of legendary feats, for how could such a thing be achieved besides through a miracle? To begin with, hardly anyone would put themselves at the precipice of death, let alone choose to do so willingly. Furthermore, who could guarantee that doing so opened the metaphorical door to potential? Even if it did, considering the situation, that person remains one mistake away from an ignoble death or an end to their adventuring life. It is more akin to a divine blessing, given to those utterly determined to carve a miracle with their own hands. If we ever have a chance to determine who will take the 50th win first, I am absolutely certain you will be the one to take it. As a knight divine, Roch cannot see himself losing if he were to bring his full power, including magic, to bear. However, if it comes down to pure swordsmanship, he is certainly no match for his friend. That is why seeing Walka, burdened with the shackles of a single eye and a single leg, sends a wave of helpless melancholy through the night. Walka's prosthetic leg had snapped, and as the swordsman falls backwards, Anne's and the others rush to catch him. Roch, however, remains hidden. A heat rises from his stomach, threatening to boil his guts. Seeing how far Walka can take his skills after the encounter, if only Walka hadn't lost his left leg. Alas, he had faced a grim reaper, a veritable avatar of death that stole away lives like plucking fruit ready for harvest. Even a knight divine such as Roch would be hard-pressed to strike such a creature down in single combat, but to do so on the brink of death while protecting his comrades. Yet Walka had accomplished such a feat. He overturned his doomed fate and successfully protected his comrades. And for what? For the gods to impose a more merciless trial? Such cruelty would turn even one as devout as a knight divine against them. It is hardly surprising that a swordsman like Walka would curse the gods for their whims. Roch, compared to party members like Lizzle and the girls, or a childhood acquaintance like Anne's, has had the least time among them to get to know Walka. However, as friends who have sparred together over 100 times, Roch proudly understands what Walka feels toward the sword, perhaps more so than the man himself. Furthermore, Roch understands firsthand, better than anyone else, just how rigorous and grueling the training Walka had undergone was. Knowing so, he can assert thus: Walka is not the type of person who would choose to abandon the sword and take up a peaceful life. This assertion rings all the more true with Walka's current state, and how the swordsman has become aware of the level he has only now touched upon. From here on, little by little, he will begin to see the path he should take, with Roch and Anne's at the ready to assist. That leaves just one concern: the state of the rest of the party, of Lizzle, Urusha, and Atri. They had seen firsthand and up close how Walka was unceremoniously cut down, a horror unlike anything the mind may conjure up. With that experience, how willing are they to allow Walka to continue wielding the sword? After all, Walka's return to the adventuring life means they must come to terms with the possibility that they may see their precious comrade cut down once more. They know what's best as party members, but it is because they care about him beyond their connection as fellow party members that the decision Walka makes will inevitably bring great anguish to them. To that, Roch can only shrug. Oh, Walka, The biggest issue you have to handle will likely not be about your body but the people around you. Walka isn't so much simple-minded, as he is refraining from using the words he should be. Oh, if only you would do as I do, Roch suddenly laments aloud. He has no audience, of course, but the knight nonetheless brushes his bangs back with a grandiose gesture before stepping out from the shadows. After all, Walka will likely need someone to lean on for support now that his prosthetic is so badly damaged. That same someone needs to be cheerful and lively, bright enough to blow away the suffocating atmosphere that seems capable of dragging everyone present to their graves. Well, well, look at you, Walka. I must say you certainly cut quite the figure, and oh, dear me, it appears you have gone and made the lovely mademoiselles cry. Oh, Walka, you lost cause. Listen here and listen well, my friend. It would do well for you to understand how the ladies feel, yes. Therefore, before his friend, Roch presents himself unchanged as ever before. Chapter 8, Cloudcast Shadows. Breaking my prosthetic leg costs me another week for its repair, but that aside, I'm finally able to be discharged. Now, as one last check, I visit the Adventurers Guild with the rest of Silver Grey in tow, in search of transportation that will take us home. As we arrive at the building, the first thing that hits me is how long it has been since I was last here. For 10 days following the fight with the Grim Reaper, I was unconscious and on the brink of death. For 7 days after that, I was stuck in bed recovering. And finally, for another 7 days after that, I was stuck inside again anyway. In total, it has been nearly a month since I was last here. What a leisurely rest it was. Well, I guess that final week was entirely my fault, having broken my prosthetic leg. Speaking of the broken prosthetic, when it returned repaired, the elderly sister sternly scolded me. I do not know how to help you if you break it again, she said. I am truly sorry for the trouble, sister. Another adventurer walks by me as I stop before the entrance, wearing a shocked look as he passes. He seems to have noticed, after seeing the cane I'm using, my lack of a leg. I don't blame him for being surprised. An adventurer's greatest asset is their body, and the sight of me walking into the guild on a prosthesis must be quite the shock. As for me, well, I have to get used to being gawked at like this. So why am I here? I'm capable of walking again, to a certain extent anyway, but I'm in no condition to leisurely travel on foot. In other words, my only options for returning home are to find a carriage that's taking on passengers or to wait for a shared ride. Taking a boat and going by water is also an option, but considering the distance between here, Luther, and the nearest port town, we would still need to arrange transportation to get there. In addition, Atri has a surprising and crippling aversion to water-faring vessels in general, so even without my circumstances in mind, our party usually only takes overland routes. Fortunately, a continuous flow of traffic is essential to human life, and like a reflection of that idea, there are always escort-type requests at every guild. In general, those are usually the first or second most common, too. This is especially true for distribution-focused merchants. More well-known and influential trading companies often forgo the recruitment process entirely and directly contact established and trustworthy parties. To be called upon is a huge honor. It signifies how valuable a party is and how much they have contributed to society at large. But I digress. Master moves ahead to open the door for me, and we enter the building together. Oh. As we cross the sparsely filled lobby, I notice Eurysha suddenly tense up. I follow her gaze over to 2 adventurers standing by a far wall. They look bored, staring listlessly around the building. Perhaps they're waiting to meet up with the rest of their party. They're both male and, at a glance, about the same age as Roch. For some reason, the sight of them also causes Atri to narrow her eyes. They've been following Eurysha around. What? They keep trying to talk to her, to bring her somewhere. Oh, so something like that had been happening while I was out, and unlike other guys before him, it sounds like this one's more persistent. Eurysha sure has it rough, ha. Am I going to have to cut him down? Hey, look, it's her again. Remember from before, what a coincidence meeting here. Oh, you're right. Wow, she's just as cute as ever. It can't be a coincidence that she's here today, right? This has to be like fate or something, right? Tusk. The duo notices us in turn. Or rather, they notice Eurysha and casually approaches us as they would close acquaintances. As they do, Eurysha lets out a low huff and steps back. Well now, if they're approaching from there, that puts them at the perfect distance. If they intend to make an inappropriate pass at Eurusha, then they will have to get through me and Atri first. What are you two doing? However, the cold voice of another young girl calls out from the side. At the same time, a wave of magical power flows toward us, causing the two men to simultaneously let out a surprised eek and freeze in place. The voice belongs to a girl dressed in a red-accented, pale beige robe, a magician, by the looks of her. However, the ominous aura emanating from her is so overwhelming that she seems capable of switching to and handling the duties of a frontliner in combat, like an infighter. All the while, her smile is unflappable. I take my eyes off you two for just one moment, and what do I come back to find? Both of you hitting on another girl. Do you even know them? I can practically hear the nervous sweat dripping off the two. No see look, we're acquaintances. We kinda know each other, don't we? The two men make eye contact with each of us in turn, as though begging for mercy. Of course, Master ignores their desperation and immediately answers the girl. We do not know them in the slightest. In fact, I only know them to be nuisances that have been causing my companion trouble. What did you say? Ah, so that's what it looks like when someone loses their temper while still smiling. A little while later. What are you waiting for? Apologize already. How many times have I already told you two to stop acting that way? Both of you know how much it bothers the people around you, so why do you keep doing it anyway? We're so terribly sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? It's them you're supposed to be apologizing to them. Come on, lower your heads now, bow, all the way down. Yes, just like that. Show them you've both learned your lesson. The girl, wearing a dark smile on her face, commands these two young men to make perfect right angles with their bodies as an apology. This is good enough, right? One of the men tries to ask, raising his head, only for the girl to strike his toes with her staff. Who said you could raise your head, huh? Did you even understand what I was saying? Seriously, aren't you ashamed of having to be lectured by a kid like me? You two are such a disgrace. We can only look on in silence, just as intimidated by the sight before us. I mean, I get that they needed to apologize to us, but to watch a young girl verbally eviscerate them into apologizing with such passion is just, well, it feels a little awkward, but more importantly, going by what the girl is saying, this isn't the first time this has happened, and the girl even looks like she's battling a headache over it now. So, please allow me to apologize on their behalf as well, for causing your party so much trouble. I simply do not understand why these two are such shameless flirts. While we're fortunate that there aren't many people in the guild this early in the morning, the curious looks coming from every direction are no less painful to bear. And even Master is becoming visibly flustered by the attention. Yes, I understand. So long as they do not bother my companions any longer, then all is well. Farewell now. Oh, if you could please hear me out. But as Master turns to leave, the girl hurriedly calls for us to stop. So, I know this is a little sudden and maybe a little rude, but are you all adventurers too? The truth is, we are in a bit of a predicament. A predicament? Unfortunately, you will have to look elsewhere. We are only here to find transportation back to the Holy City. Oh, then, I beg of you, please hear what I have to say. She leans aggressively forward, sounding oddly desperate. You see, we have taken on an escort request as well, one that will take us to the Holy City. Would you please listen now? Master casts a backward glance. Shall we? Her eyes seem to ask. The girl's desperation makes it apparent that she has found herself in dire circumstances. Since both parties are headed for the Holy City, it wouldn't hurt to at least hear what she has to say. Master understands my assent and nods. Fine, we shall listen, so tell us what you have to say. Thank you for hearing me out. The girl's expression brightens immensely, as though the answer has saved her. So, first, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liuli, and these two idiots with me are Kane, Lloyd. We're, a C-ranked party windmill. Liuli's story is as follows. First, her party windmill. They're a 4-person group, and unsurprisingly, given her proactive personality, Liuli is their leader. Going by her red and beige robe and large wooden staff, Liuli also serves as their spellcaster. Her light purple hair is of medium length, the back of which is about as long as Eurusha's hair, while the sides drape over her chest. She appears about Eurusha's age, albeit slightly taller, but that's mostly because of how young and uncomfortably formal she sounds. As for the young men behind her, still bent at right angles, the blue-haired one is Kane, while the brown-haired one is Lloyd. It's hard to say for sure since their heads are still bowed, but they seem to be well-intentioned guys with cheerful personalities. I mean, I can see why Liuli called them shameless flirts. That just leaves their fourth, who isn't present. I know I said there are 4 of us in the party, but our 4th member, my older sister, is, well, she isn't feeling so well at the moment. Is that so? Is it something to be worried about? She'll be fine, I think. She's being looked after at the church. In other words, while this older sister of hers is recovering, the rest of the party is taking on requests of their own. I bet that older sister is feeling pretty antsy, stuck in a church bed. I completely empathize. Maybe that's why I don't feel like Liuli's problems have nothing to do with me. We introduce ourselves in turn, and Liuli repeats our names aloud as though to confirm our identities. And now, as for the request we took on, we're escorting 2 merchants and their 2 carriages tomorrow. It feels, a little unsafe with just the 3 of us, so could your party please join ours? It is a coincidence of great opportunity for us, this request. We're an A-ranked party, but it's comprised of me, injured as I am, and 3 girls who don't look strong enough to put up much of a fight. In other words, it's unlikely that another party would so generously welcome us along for a ride back to the Holy City. As for this opportunity, by cooperating with Windmill, that puts us at 3 men and 4 women, a solid force already. In addition, we will be bringing Roch and Anne's along. The addition of a member of the Krisk Knights and a sister capable of holy magic is sure to convince even the most stubborn of clients to agree to bring along deadweight like me. With that in mind, there's no real reason to refuse. There is, however, one problem, so we will be taking this request with these people. The 2 men behind Liuli are guilty of stalking Eurysha. While an escort request is fairly mundane, it doesn't mean we aren't exposing ourselves to danger. Knowing that, Eurysha, none of us really, are enthusiastic about depending on people who have given her reason to distrust them. Liuli seems to understand why Eurysha is hesitant, because she struck the toes of the blue-haired man, Kane, with her staff. I'll be giving these 2 idiots a stern talking to, I promise. And if they try anything strange during the journey, please feel free to beat them and tie them up. I do not mind. Are they really fellow party members? Look, Kane is practically convulsing while bent over. Master crosses her arms in contemplation. I suppose your offer is not a bad one, however. First, I must see if there are not any other requests we can take. As you should. Tusk. Liuli's face turns ghastly pale, like that of a child being abandoned. I'm not sure why she's taking this so badly. She is pretty young, though, and this could be the first time she's been without her entire party, so maybe she's just scared. We check the posted requests only to find there are no convenient escort requests headed for the Holy City. They are either a week out or for foot travel only. In short, there is nothing suitable for our situation. It seems we must choose between going with those people or waiting patiently for a carriage. From the corner of my eye, I spot Liuli watching us in anxious anticipation. There's something sad about how she looks, like she's praying desperately for us to take her up on her offer. To be honest, it's making me feel extremely self-conscious. She seems to be having a really hard time. Splitting 3 people across 2 carriages is a bit lacking. No, even 4 people are hardly sufficient. They said they are departing tomorrow, so canceling their sign-up now will damage their reputation, I imagine. Surprisingly, information on how reliable adventure parties are is actually quite widespread. Merchants, in particular, are extremely sensitive and fastidious about it, which makes sense considering the correlation between adventurer performance and personal success. Because of this, it isn't uncommon for parties that make last-minute cancellations to be essentially blacklisted by all manner of merchants for years. As I think about what we should do, Senpai, may I offer my opinion? There is something that has been bothering me. What's wrong? Eurysha gently tugs on my sleeve to get my attention. She leans in, careful to face away from Liuli and her companions, before whispering into my ear. There is something wrong with that party. Liuli is scared of those 2. Are they truly each other's comrades? In matters like these, Yurusha's intuition, a product of her upbringing and personality, is practically infallible. Not only can she pinpoint the ill intentions and malice of men, but she is also sensitive to how women feel in those situations. Personally, I also sense something off, maybe even something wrong, but if Yurusha is also feeling it, I am probably not mistaken. I glance at Master and Atri to see they, too, look troubled. I, too, sense something wrong. That girl aside, those men, there is an unpleasant stink about them. Agreed. Wow, these two sure are confident in their assertion. It's impressive that they can already grasp the nature of someone they have yet to speak with. It's less skill and more magic, at that point. Now that I think about it, I suddenly recall the protagonist from the original storyline getting caught up in something like this. Despite what little I know, and how I have neglected thinking about it until now, my memories of the original storyline come to mind quite easily. If I'm remembering right, it all starts with a scene involving two girls looking for help in finding a lost friend. They successfully enlist the help of a party of background characters unrelated to the protagonist, who also just happens upon them while he is out hunting monsters. Sensing something off about the entire setup, he temporarily joins up with this group, and that is where it all begins. I guess the setup isn't that surprising. The protagonist is supposedly a lone wolf type that hates forming close relationships with others, but he never actually turns a blind eye to people in need. In fact, I remember fans of the story calling him a low-key tsundere because of how he acts. Regardless, the protagonist follows along, only for the group to be attacked by ruffians. In the aftermath of that encounter, it is revealed that the girls had lied. They weren't actually searching for a lost friend. Instead, the ruffians the protagonist encounters are holding the girls' friends hostage, forcing the girls to act as bait to lure in unwitting victims. In other words, the ruffians' prey this time was meant to be that party of background characters assisting the hapless girls. I remember thinking about how cruel it was to exploit a stranger's kindness and ruin their lives for personal gain. It is thanks to the protagonist's presence, or rather his unmatched combat prowess, that the ruffians are wiped. Unfortunately, the hostages the girls' friends are already, well, the scenario ends around there, and I remember struggling to get through that part. The final scene was especially sad, depicting one of the girls breaking down in inconsolable tears as she hugged the body of one of her dead comrades. I see. In that case, between the girl's intuition and what I remember from the original work, the two men, Kane and Lloyd, are actually ruffians pretending to be Liuli's party members, keeping an eye on the girl and making sure she's following their group's instructions. Liuli, for her part, is in fear for her life and desperately trying to lure in victims so that her real comrades, now hostages, may live. Considering the two men have previously stalked Yurusha around, it is possible that we, Silver Gray, have already been marked as their intended prey. With the apparent addition of the wheelchair-bound Mia's deadweight, they likely believe us an even easier mark. Now, considering those factors, it's likely they deliberately staged that comedy-like routine of an apology to lower our suspicion. Thinking about it that way makes me sick. Assuming this theory is correct, that means Liuli is forced to play along with the people who have harmed her real party members, treating them as though they are true comrades. In other words, she is compelled to join hands with ruffians and assist them in their crime spree. Where does that leave Liuli? How does she feel about this? I feel a dark emotion, stirring like disturbed sediment in my heart. I have said it before, I absolutely detest bad endings. Even if it involves a stranger, I cannot stand seeing someone in the throes of hopeless torment, nor tolerate their life being taken before their very eyes. It hurts to watch, and it makes me want to vomit. The emotions threaten to overwhelm and fry my brain. Why would anyone create such horrible circumstances? Why aren't there more scenarios that leave people smiling? I get that I'm living in a fantasy world now, but is it really that fun to make characters, fictional though they may be, suffer? It seems that the rotten, no-good dark fantasy story isn't satisfied with destroying only the emotional stability of my past life. That tormented world and its tormented reality are fantasy no longer. They are reality now. They are my reality now, and the reality for everyone living alongside me in this world. Liuli isn't just some character. She's an innocent young girl, a person living in this world just like me. Let's take it. A clear and neutral feminine voice cuts through the veil of my dark thoughts. It comes from Atri. Let's pretend to be tricked by them, so we can turn the tables and crush them all together. Atri, that is the way Silver Grey has always operated. Of course, we aren't a charity that indiscriminately helps everyone we can, but we nonetheless lend a hand to people within our reach. This has been our way of doing things, even from the time the party consisted of just me and Master. But things have changed, haven't they? In my current state, with my missing eye and leg, I'm dead weight that needs to be protected. Am I allowed the selfish arrogance of following my emotions when it will expose my precious comrades to danger? I have already demanded much of them ever since my body became like this, burden that it is. Walka. Once again, Atri's voice cuts through my thoughts. This time, however, she sounds almost admonishing. Your face, you can't hide it. What kind of expression do I have right now? I could probably guess. It's probably something awful. Are we unreliable? No, not a chance. Then rely on us. We are your companions, right? Of course, we are. Atri's right at the moment. It probably looks like I don't trust them. For Atri in particular, she likely feels like I'm rejecting her, and she refuses to stand for it. At least, if I were in Atri's position, I would feel that way. Senpai, I also feel the same way as Miss Atri. Next is Yurasha. Her eyes are willful and determined, the look of someone willing to give her life to her cause. And I want to help you too, Senpai. So please. Okay, seriously, what kind of expression did I make? I feel like both of them have taken me way too seriously. Walka. Then, Master grabs my attention and my hand. She sounds like she's ready to cry for some reason. Don't try and bear the burden all on your own again. We will help you carry it. Wait, why is she taking this in that direction? Master's line is the kind of thing said for something serious, like to someone who's about to sacrifice themselves. I mean, this whole situation is pretty serious to me, but at most, I'm just a little disheartened because I remembered how crappy this dark fantasy world can be. Furthermore, it's not that I don't trust them. In fact, it's the opposite. I know better than anyone in the world just how strong, reliable, and trustworthy these girls are as my companions. The reason why I'm conflicted is because of how I feel about my current state and how I'm entirely reliant on them. If I hadn't lost a leg, I could at least fight alongside the girls. But as it stands, the best I can do is keep myself safe enough that I don't become a liability in a fight. In other words, I guess it's about my pride as a man. Anyone looking in from the outside would probably tease me like, must be nice, letting the women do all the work and being protected like that. If the geezer were alive, he would probably sigh in disappointment, seeing me now. It's not something logical either. I'm pretty sure it's just the way men are. I swear I will put every effort into searching for a better prosthesis as soon as we make it back to the Holy City. I must do so, because I'll inevitably end up in dangerous situations, made worse if I'm short a leg. It would be a seriously bad joke if something bad were to happen after I had suffered all the trouble of surviving one bad end. I understand. Thank you everyone for telling me. Still, at times like these, I am truly thankful that the girls don't mind going along with my whims. Of course, even if they are doing so because we are fellow party members, I cannot let myself take their support for granted. It is not possible now, of course, but I intend to, little by little, properly rehabilitate and become not just a member of society, but also a proper swordsman. If I can't achieve at least that much, the girls will forever be haunted by the guilt and regret of that fateful day. And I swear, even if we are living in the world of a dark fantasy, I will never give up in the face of someone suffering from tragic indignity. We have made our decision. Please allow us to hear the details. We conclude our strategy meeting after briefly summarizing what we already know, before returning to Liuli and informing her of our intent to cooperate. Liuli, in response, nearly collapses in relief. How tense had she been this whole time? Thank you so much. However, as you can see, I only have a single eye and leg. We will have to confirm with the client whether they are still willing to take us on. Yeah, don't worry, we got you. Free to stand upright once more, Kane and Lloyd answered my musing. They beat their chests like brothers in unison as they continue explaining. Yeah, we'll take you to I am right now. Come on, follow us. They're the oldest among us, but why is it that they both speak like they're performing some lowbrow skit? Is that their natural personality? Or is it the result of Liuli teaching them a lesson? Either way, I can only assume it's part of their act to have us drop our guard around them. Shall we move along then? Perhaps it is because I heard Eurusha and the girls affirm my suspicions earlier. But for some reason, before Liuli turned to follow the departing duo, I thought I could see the shadow of guilt darken the smile on her face. Good to meet you, yes, yes. My name is Staffio. I am the one who made the request. Now, if I am understanding correctly, you want to join the request with this group that is present here. We find our client by the outer gate of the wall that serves as the town's entrance, servicing a carriage. His well-tailored, crimson merchant's gamboge wraps around a somewhat flabby belly, accentuating his appearance. It isn't uncommon for merchants to treat adventurers disdainfully, but surprisingly, Staffio, at least at first glance, seems affable and good-natured toward us. That is our intent, but we require further details first. Even more surprising is how, despite Master's underaged appearance, Staffio does not treat her as a child and instead politely interacts with her. Of course, it would be proper for us to discuss so. Then, allow me to briefly explain the situation. The request is as follows. Staffio is looking for escorts that will bring him to the Holy City, leaving Luther tomorrow morning and traveling for 3 days across standard roads. There will be 2 carriages between him and a fellow merchant, and the escorts will be divided across both vehicles accordingly. We will be allowed to ride as passengers unless in the case of an emergency, and though food will be available, it would be ideal if the escorts carry food and supplies for themselves. As far as I can tell, it is a perfectly ordinary escort request. It is unfortunate to hear that a member of the escort group has fallen ill, but unfortunately, I am unable to postpone our departure, so we would be grateful for any assistance your presence can provide. Is there room for more? They are not with us at the moment, but we also have a knight and a sister in addition to our group here. A knight, you say? Staffio lets out a panicked yelp at the question. A knight, yes. Will that be a problem? Oh no, not at all. It is just, well, surprising to hear that a knight would accompany some adventurers, you see. He is an acquaintance of ours. I can personally vouch for his skills. I see. Staffio puts a hand to his chin, rubbing it in thought. Is he calculating his potential losses against the gain, as a merchant would? Or perhaps he is readjusting his plan, taking into account the unexpected addition of a knight to his intended prey's combat potential. If it helps, I should add that the knight will ride his own mount, so we only need an additional seat for the sister. In that case, I believe it would be best to split into groups of 4 on each carriage. Our plan may be ruined if Staffio changes his mind because of a single knight, so I deliberately offer a naive option. And, well, it pains me to say, but as you can see, my right eye and left leg are as unusable as they appear. I do my best not to be a burden, but I cannot contribute much to our fighting strength all the same. I see. By making myself seem more of a hindrance, Staffio should believe they only need to be wary of our single knight. That addition likely sealed the deal for us, because about 10 seconds of thought later, Staffio nods in assent. No need to worry. With a knight in tow, he will more than suffice as an escort. Now, I can only imagine the difficulty walking imposes on you with your condition, so I welcome you to use our carriage for the duration of the journey. He then turns to look over Liuli and the pair. However, while I am inclined to take your group along, I must also ask our other escorts. What do you think of this arrangement? Liuli bows her head as though pleading with us, while Kane and Lloyd, strangely enough, salute. PL, please, I beg of you. I don't know if there's anyone else we can ask that would help us besides you all. I swear I won't do anything suspicious ever again. Yeah, and if you can't trust us, just let us handle all the chores. Seriously, you guys, that's some third-rate act you're putting on. In any case, with this, there is no turning back. If everything goes as predicted, there is no doubt that, somewhere along the journey back to the Holy City, we will be ambushed and forced to fight. I steel myself in expectation of that future before nodding. Master, seeing my response, nods in turn. Then, we accept your assistance. Your help is much appreciated. Oh, this'll be good. Thanks for coming along, fellas. Staffio returns a wide smile, while Kane and Lloyd cheerfully bounce about in celebration. The odd one out is Liuli. She remains in the corner with a strained smile plastered on her face, Her hands imperceptibly tremble as they crease her robes under their grip. Section: A woman from a party called Windmill. I do not believe we have anyone here by that name. Perhaps there was some kind of mistake. The answer is exactly what I expected. After the meeting, we returned to the church. There, I asked the elderly sister if she knew of Windmill and their bedridden party member, only for her to answer like so. Of course, Liuli's older sister isn't here at the church. In other words, Liuli lied to us. That fact all but confirms our suspicions. We gather in my room, now joined by Roch and Ans, so we can catch them up on the situation at hand. I see, so what you're saying is, the request is likely a trap set by some ruffians up to no good. Yeah, and sorry for including the two of you in our plans without asking. After finishing the explanation, the first thing I do is bow in apology to Roch and Ans. Of course, the intent had always been to return with them to the Holy City, but I had gone and involved them in this unrelated issue without asking for their consent. However, the two of them smile in return. Hee, you need not worry, friend. On the contrary, we are more than happy to assist. Isn't that right, Ans? Yes, of course. Ans clasps her hands in front of her chest, as though preparing to pray. Better that we are involved, that I may tend to any wounds should anything happen. Please be assured of my aid. Thank you, both of you. It is just thugs we're dealing with, but our lives are no less in danger should the worst come to pass. The fact that Roch and Ans so readily agreed despite this possibility, well, I feel I am truly blessed to have such wonderful companions. Besides, taking into account our combat potential, this certainly isn't something we need to turn a blind eye to, isn't that right? Roch sweeps back his bangs as he cheerfully continues to speak. On our side, we have Miss Lizzle, who is capable of wielding magic beyond even the greatest of spellcasters. Miss Atri, who is one of the powerful Arsvalem people. Miss Eurisha, whose remarkable swordsmanship and limitless potential are a sight to behold. And then we have myself. Oh, there's that narcissism of his, presenting himself as the focus. I have nothing to complain about, though. Roch is actually quite strong. Having satisfied himself after striking a triumphant pose, Roch lowers his voice and... Of course, we also have you, Walka, a swordsman who has accomplished the impossible feat of single-handedly defeating a Grim Reaper. Even with your body the way it is, I'm certain no ordinary person stands a chance against you. That is entirely correct. I think so too. Excuse me, Miss Eurisha. In fact, I believe if we were to throw you into a horde of angry ogres, you would handle them with no effort at all, before coming back looking completely unbothered and untroubled. That's impossible. I truly believe it is possible. Eurisha is so confident in her assertion that she leaves me puzzled. Seriously, a horde of ogres, when I'm short an eye and a leg? That's a feat only possible for people who have transcended their humanity to become demons of battle. I don't think even the old geezer that old geezer might actually be capable of it. That aside, stop and think for a moment, Walka. How many parties do you think are here in a small town like this? The ones like yours are the ones most likely to be targeted, so it would be best for us to handle it. So, of course, I understand exactly how you feel. Yeah, hearing Roch say so eases my doubts. This guy, he's narcissistic and conceited most of the time, but at moments like these, when he casually throws in his support, he's actually such a cool guy. Still, we only have circumstantial evidence. I mean, we did verify one lie, and I think 9 times out of 10, our suspicion is going to be right, but... If I may, Walka. Ans quietly, but steadily raises her right hand to interrupt me. Would it be of some assistance if I were to look into these people? I furrow my brows in confusion. I'm not sure what she means. In response, Ans moves her right hand over her chest. I can determine whether these people are criminals if I see them. Is that even possible? For a sister of the Grand Cathedral, it is indeed possible. Wow, they sure are something, sisters from the Grand Cathedral, to think they can even reveal a person's sins, like King Enma. However, I must add that, due to my inexperience, I can only see recent things they have done. I think that's more than good enough. Not at all. I am but a novice in this field. Were you aware that among the cardinal saints of the Grand Cathedral, the one called the Saint of Starry Eyes is capable of seeing through any lie and every sin a person has committed throughout their life? In other words, not only are there people with similar powers, King Enma himself lives in the Grand Cathedral, the saint of starry eyes, though, huh? I definitely do not want to ever meet her. I can only imagine she will be able to see right through me and identify me as a reincarnator. Then again, I'm just a lowly adventurer. The chance for me to ever meet even one of the saints is virtually non-existent, so I don't need to think about that possibility. I mean, compared to me, the saints pretty much reside exclusively in a different realm. With that in mind, if what you suspect is true, Walka, I believe I can provide some assistance. It would be a great help, so may I ask of you this favor, Ans? While I am already almost certain of the truth, having a way to remove any last doubt would be for the best. When I make my earnest request, Ans answers with a smile brighter than any I have ever seen from her. Of course, I would be more than happy to oblige, and if there is anything else I can do to help, please let me know. The intensity of her happiness catches me off guard, even. It vividly brings to mind a recent memory, when I turned down the kindness she offered as a representative sister of the Grand Cathedral, and how upset she had been. Had she been worried about that this entire time? She must have been. I cannot imagine why else she would be so happy to be helping with something as small as this. Then, Ans, once you have confirmed the situation, please inform me privately. I will use telepathia to convey the results to everyone else. Of course, I shall do so. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Lyslart. Now that I think about it, every one of my companions is truly reliable. Master, Urusha, and Atri, as well as Ans and Roch, too. Which is why I'm so frustrated with how I can barely walk on my own. It's not that I'm starting to think I made the wrong choice by fighting so desperately against the Grim Reaper, nor am I regretting having done so. It's just the fact that after losing my leg and having broken my prosthesis the other day, I've been having more moments where my powerlessness weighs more heavily on me than usual. Had it been the protagonist of the original storyline in my situation, I'm sure they would have found the optimal decision and executed it without having to struggle as desperately. He might not come away from the encounter unscathed, but I'm sure he would have done it without a crippling sacrifice or making anyone grieve over it. Okay, that's enough of a pity party. Seriously, ever since I broke my prosthetic leg, I feel like I've been getting lost in these depressing thoughts more often. I shake my head in my mind to clear it all away. There's no point in dwelling over these what-ifs. Instead, I need to focus on my goal: return to the Holy City and find a better prosthesis, and continue moving forward. However, I inadvertently missed one thing. As I let out a sigh before shaking off those dark thoughts, I notice, despite the darkness of my right side vision, Urusha and Atri staring at me with a strange intensity. Section. As night falls, the lights across town begin to dim, until only the pale moon is left to illuminate the streets. The adventurers return to their places of rest, having finished their socializing, their dining, their bathing, and their organizing, with their daily tasks complete. Finally, the hour to sleep arrives. But, for a certain pair in Luther's most affordable and adventure-friendly inn, the night continues. In their tiny room, Urusha and Atri sit facing each other from their respective beds. Bathed in the light of a lamp powered by magic stones, the figure of the proud Arsvalem warrior appears so frail that she seems likely to vanish without warning, like a wisp in the night. If that is the state Atri is currently in, Urusha observes she herself is likely in an even worse state. Senpai seems to be blaming himself. Walka hadn't said it aloud, but neither girl would misinterpret the signs. Walka laments being one-eyed and one-legged, and if not for his current state, he, too, could fight. Indeed, he denigrates himself as a failure for having to depend on Urusha and the others for protection. And he does so despite having done no wrong. He isn't to blame for his current condition, rather, it is the fault of Urusha and the rest of Silver Gray for having done nothing to help him. He looked like he was suffering because of it. As far as Urusha knows, Walka is a man who absolutely detests seeing someone suffer unjustly. Of course, if anyone were to hear him described as such, they might imagine him to be a kind-hearted man with a strong sense of justice. What they would not expect is a man who reacted the way he did earlier, upon realizing Liuli's request might be a trap. A man who neither became indignant to fix the injustice before him, nor felt pity out of compassion for Liuli's plight. Rather, Walka showed something more profound, a deep melancholy and disappointment toward the world itself. And it wasn't the ruffians who Walka was angry at so much as it was the world that allowed such people to exist. It was the kind of reaction that could only come from one who has experienced betrayal by reality a countless number of times, from before Urusha had met him. Still, Walka, while the next eldest after Lizzle, is only 17 years old. No, he is just 17 years old, not old by any means but rather young. If he is just 17, what could he have experienced in his youth, before he met Urusha, that warped his perspective so? Could it be that Walka? It has to be something beyond Urusha's imagination. Something so horrific that the abuse she experienced at the hands of her brothers back home would seem trivial in comparison. Then, perhaps he experienced something so brutal that it has become an unspeakable, untouchable subject. As far as the person in question has explained, Walka claims to have begun training in swordsmanship from a very young age under his grandfather. But is mere training enough to bring someone to his level of swordplay? And, taking his statement at face value, where and when could he have experienced whatever it was that instilled his profound disappointment toward the world? There surely has to be something. There has to be a reason why he became so strong, why he pushes himself to go far beyond the level of mastery expected from a warrior, why he is so disillusioned with the world. Above all, why did Urusha never question it before? Tisk. Shame rears its vicious head when she realizes she knows nothing about Walka, that all she has demonstrated until now is her sparkling-eyed admiration for him. Who is it that Walka blames for making him incapable of properly wielding his sword? Himself. But why? He single-handedly overcame the preternatural monster called the Grim Reaper. Of course, he hadn't come away unscathed, but none would dare call his wounds disgraceful. The man himself, however, lamented his weakness for taking an eye and a leg as remuneration. And Walka does so in a way that implies he is aware of someone who, unlike him, would have resolved that encounter without issue. In other words, he seemed to know of someone far stronger than himself. This thought drives terror across Urusha's body. She is worried that Walka may once again throw away his life on some faraway day at some faraway place. It would be an illogical decision. In the heat of the moment, he will likely make an unhesitating decision to sacrifice himself, entrusting himself to his instincts. The Walka Urusha knows is sure to make that call. She is sure of it because, as he has implied before, if he can no longer wield a sword, there is nothing more he is capable of. Then, Miss Atri, if those people, if they truly are ruffians, I will not suffer their continued existence any longer than I must. When his prosthesis shattered, unable to withstand the burden of the technique, Walka must have felt the path he had walked until now, as well as the path he believed he would continue to walk, had broken as well, dropping him into the depths of despair. Then, so quickly after confronting such negativity, he is forced to face an indignity he cannot ignore. Enough is enough. Walka should not have to suffer any more than he already has. He must not be allowed to sacrifice himself, either. To that end, Urusha and her companions understand what it is they must do. Are you sure you don't have to push yourself? You can leave that part to me. Urusha understands the unspoken implication in Atri's question. The young swordswoman is hardly accustomed to cutting down people, a result of her lax attitude and tendency to avoid trouble where possible. And just as she has trouble firmly rejecting men who make passes at her, so too has she been reluctant to kill people. At the same time, a certain memory comes to mind. From the time Silver Gray grew to be 4 to the current day, there have been several occasions where they had no choice but to fight off ruffians. On one such occasion, Urusha hesitated to deliver the final blow, only for Walka to become injured protecting her. Fortunately, the attack left a minor cut along Walka's arm. On the other hand, had he been less fortunate, the injury could have spelled the end of his career as a swordsman. Inside of Urusha, a certain heavy and viscous emotion begins to swell. After a moment, she answers, "I can handle it." How could she prioritize herself when the person she respects most in this world is currently suffering so much? She must not make that same mistake again. I will fight. I hope we can eliminate them. All of them, every last one of them. Agreed. Atri nods, pleased to know Urusha shares her feelings. For the Arsvalem warrior, it is enough that she is not alone in wanting to not only protect Walka, but also devote herself to him. If there is an issue, it is in Urusha's emotionless, lightless eyes, bright under the magic stone lamp yet darker than the night around them. However, Atri does not notice the discrepancy. Even if she had, she would have paid it no heed. Epilogue: we each make our preparations for the suspicious request, and then dawn breaks. The time has finally come for us to bid farewell to this town. It feels almost strange to do so, and I feel a particular attachment to the church. Maybe it should not come as a surprise, considering I have been under their care for nearly a month, if I include the time I hovered on the verge of death. Still, over the course of my time here, I have gotten to know several of its inhabitants, starting with the elderly sister, and the sick room I occupied. Although it is small and simple in size, it has grown so familiar to me that I still find myself referring to it as my room. It is a little depressing to think about, but outside of some extraordinary coincidence, it isn't likely for us to ever return. Nonetheless, I express silent gratitude in my heart for all the care I have received. Master, is there anything we might have left behind? Walka, do not treat me like a child. I should be the one asking you. I ask for confirmation as we do one final sweep of the room, only for Master to puff her cheeks up in a pout. In the end, Master and I had occupied and slept in this room together for the entire duration of our stay, and the sisters never scolded us for sharing a bed. Was it because Master is so small? In that case, they likely saw us as close siblings, like an older brother with his younger sister, so they looked on with warm affection. Rightfully, however, we're more like older sister and younger brother. I confirm my beloved sword is properly accessorized at my left waist before testing my prosthesis, leaning carefully on my walking stick for support as I do so. I'm ready, let's go. Yes, let us depart. At long last, Silver Grey will be returning home to the holy city of Granfros. It's about time, really. If an adventure party doesn't return from a request located 3 days of travel away within a month, rumors are sure to spread about something bad having happened to them. Specifically for us, we have already informed the guild back home of what happened, but it wouldn't hurt to return sooner to show everyone we're doing fine. There is still one problem at hand, however. Our way home will almost certainly not be peaceful and uneventful. As though sensing my unease, Master walks over to my side and firmly grips my right hand. Master, I can walk just fine without having my hand held. Yes, of course, I will be counting on your support. I instantly succumb to the silent pressure she emanates. No, really, please don't make that kind of face. It's just, I'm not so sick or depressed that I can't do anything on my own. Well, I suppose Master is right to be worried. I might fall over while using this new, unfamiliar prosthesis, and holding my hand would alleviate that possibility. However, just knowing that doesn't do much to help me not feel like I have become a baby who has just learned to walk on my own. Actually, now that I think about it, I had expected that getting a prosthetic leg would lessen Master's worry and burden. But in reality, she seems even more concerned compared to when I was wheelchair-bound. Walka. The fingers gripping my hand tighten, squeezing hard enough that it's almost painful. I turn to face Master, only to see her looking up at me with eyes that have grown dark with solemnity, as though she were making a vow. Do not worry, everything will be just fine. This time for certain, we will keep you safe. Wait, Master, you don't need to take this so seriously. I'm already perfectly fine. I have a prosthetic leg on and all, but I can still defend myself. Please return to how you always are. You're making me really uneasy right now. Arg, damn it all, I feel my insides clench with my consternation, and I force myself to only show my frustrations through furrowing my eyebrows. I understand why Master and the others are so worried about me, but at the same time, that worry is too heavy a burden for me to bear. If every little thing I do causes this kind of reaction, is it even possible for me to bring our story to a happy conclusion? No, regardless of whether it is possible, I must accomplish it. If those girls Master, Urusha, Atri have to live their entire lives overwhelmed by the regret and guilt of that day, I cannot rightly claim that we succeeded in avoiding complete annihilation. Bad ending hater that I am, the only outcome I will accept is one where Master and the girls can smile happily and live free of burdens. Good endings only. Section. There, all done, shall we get going? MHMM. While Walka reaffirms his determination, Eurysha and Atri are preparing to leave the inn they have stayed at for so long. After verifying they had not left anything behind, all that is left for them to do is to return their room keys to the front desk. It is then that Atri turns to ask her companion, "Your body, will you be fine? Are you in pain?" "Oh, this won't be a problem. I am a swordsman after all. I'll be just fine." Just to clarify, Eurysha and Atri have been up since the crack of dawn, sparring outdoors in the early hours of sunrise. They had thrown themselves into their match with such enthusiasm that Atri inadvertently delivered a particularly painful blow to Eurysha. "I knew you would be stronger than me, Miss Atri. I still have so much to learn." "Not entirely true. That was close for me, too. You don't fall for tricks more than once." "Ahaha, that's all I have, really. Good memory." Atri shoots her a look. "That isn't just good memory," her eyes seem to say, and for good reason. All it takes is a single observation for Eurysha to understand how a technique works. After a second look, she is capable of replicating it. By the third, she has already created her own variation of it. Thanks to her upbringing, the person in question is loath to call this a natural talent, but anyone who understands her ability could only describe it as such. Silence falls between the two, lingering for scant seconds. "This time we will protect Senpai, for certain." Yes, without a doubt. Eurysha and Atri are both certain that what awaits them is no peaceful carriage ride. There is no evidence to substantiate their certainty, but their intuition as women. Those two men, Kane and Lloyd, saw them not as women, but as toys for their amusement. They pretended otherwise, of course, but no matter how they presented themselves, their true feelings cannot be so easily hidden, appearing in their eyes like scum in a cesspool. Of course, such people could not possibly be the precious companions with whom someone like Liuli has shared times of both joy and sorrow. As an aside, as far as eyes go, Walka's eyes are so pure and unblemished that comparing them to any other would be an insult to his character. His gaze isn't perfect by any means, but the light in his eyes says it all, tells the story of a martial artist wholly devoted to following and mastering a single path, with nary a distraction to sway him. Eurysha and Atri adore those eyes and the purity they reflect, which is why they cannot forgive the existence of anything that would tarnish that purity. This world does not need anyone who would disturb Walka. There is a deadly tone to Atri's voice. In the past, Eurysha might have gently chided her for such harsh words, asking her to dull the sharpness of the rebuke. "You are absolutely right, Miss Atri." But Eurysha of the present does not so much as shake her head. Rather, her lips turn to form a soft, delicate smile. "Therefore, we must do our due diligence and eliminate everything that brings any pain to Senpai." MHM. Atri nods in return, her mouth forming a half-smile. As they are now, Eurysha and Atri have utter faith in their one remaining role: to eliminate every obstacle that may hold Walka back and to repay him in any way they can. After all, he protected them, saved them, at the cost of his body. If they are not so determined to do so in return, how could either of them hope to properly repay his sacrifice? "I am glad you feel the same as me, Eurysha." That's why I'm happy too." Out of sight and unbeknownst to Walka, the emotional burdens of his companions grow even heavier. Section. "Ans, have you finished preparing?" "Yes." "Please come in." A question from a steady voice follows a knock on the door, while a quiet response allows the visitor entrance. The servant, receiving permission, solemnly opens the door and, after greeting the room's owner with an elegant bow, steps into the room and the presence of his charge. Of course, the occupant is Ans, while the visitor is Rach. "It appears you were able to sleep well." "Yes, it was quite a surprise even for me." Ans' complexion is healthier than it has been. In recent nights, the torment of paradoxically wanting to help Walka, but being unable to do so had kept Ans from sleep. As for the previous night, it seems Ans' mind stabilized enough for the girl to properly rest. Is it because, at long last, Walka has finally chosen to rely on me? Be that as it may, his request is but minor assistance. Hathi. Being a sister, or rather a cardinal saint, Ans is capable of revealing ruffians from ordinary people. If the party they will be traveling with is truly a band of ruffians, no amount of falsehood and subterfuge will hide the truth of their crimes. Judging by the previous night's discussion, Walka is already all but convinced the request they are taking on is a trap, so Anne's intervention is little more than minor help at best. Even so, that he asked Anne's for help nonetheless had brought her boundless joy and a happiness that continued into the morning. Seeing her in such high spirits brings a soft smile and loosened cheeks to Roch's face. A moment later, Anne's clears her throat and her expression grows solemn once more. More importantly, Roch. Anne's begins, motioning with her hands toward the walls of their room. It is a sign Roch recognizes, and he quickly applies a deafness enchantment across the room. There is only one reason why she asks for countermeasures against eavesdropping. What they will discuss is not a conversation between sister and knight, but saint and knight divine. Knight divine Rochihart. Roch is on a knee in an instant, looking up at the saint before him. If this request progresses as Walka has predicted, I will be unable to assist with any task other than healing. However, judgment must be rendered nonetheless, and so to that end. Understood. It shall be handled by myself, alongside Miss Lizzle and the other young ladies of Silver Grey. Anne's nods in approval. Then, as the Saint of the Heavenly Sword, I command thus: lend your power to Silver Grey, and annihilate the enemies that dare impede us. For Anne's, as she is now, nothing takes higher priority than Walka. To that end, she will not hesitate to leverage her power and influence as the Saint of the Heavenly Sword, and she intends to do so for as long as she can. If any dare to block his path, she will show them no mercy. Of course, the fate of those opposing them should ultimately depend on the severity of their crimes. Anne's, however, is already planning utter annihilation. After all, for Anne's, Walka's desires are everything, while a band of nameless thugs is less than pebbles strewn along the road. Some may protest such blatant impartiality from a cardinal saint said to be an incarnation of God, but such complaints matter not to Anne's, for in her mind, saints are neither completely unbiased nor selfless beings. Your will be done, Saint of the Heavenly Sword. As for Roch, he, too, is unhesitant in his vow. The enemies who threaten Walka are to be exterminated. Such is his conclusion, not just as a knight but also as a friend, and even without Anne's command, Roch, of his own accord, would have sworn to obliterate the foes that await him. Over the course of 100 sparring matches, Roch has come to both feel and understand the extent to which Walka has sought to perfect the blade he wields. If only Walka had been rewarded for his efforts. Instead, he lost an eye and a leg, an outcome that filled Roch with an inconsolable rage from the injustice of it all. Now let us depart. As you command. The Holy Order of Crisscrest preaches not salvation from evil. Their philosophy is one of rewarding the righteous and punishing the wicked, of meeting justice where it is due. It is the foundation upon which the Holy City builds its peace, and the tenet that safeguards its reputation as one of the safest cities across the land. Section. And finally, after Walka and his companions, 3 figures leave a small inn located at a corner of Luther. Their group is comprised of 2 men and 1 girl. It's time to go, little Lewley. Hee, no need to worry. So long as everything goes according to plan, we'll keep our promise. They beckon the girl to follow, giving what appear to be friendly smiles. Taken out of context, they make for a typical scene, a group of adventurers ready to set off for their next destination. I understand. The girl, wearing an expression ready to crack at a moment's notice, grips her wooden staff with a desperate squeeze, almost as though she were praying for help. Side story 1, back from the brink, I suddenly realize I'm staring up at a familiar scowl plastered on an old man's face. Tisk. The survival instincts developed through training spur me into action, waking me instantly and pushing me to leap back to give me distance. My eyes flick to my left, verifying sword at my side, good. So long as I have a weapon, this won't be an unfavorable fight. The fact that he would actually attack me while I'm asleep, the old man actually resorted to such a cowardly trick. Today's the day I'm bringing you to your knees, you damn geezer. I tense up, preparing to fight, only for the old man to let out a slow, languid sigh. Finally awake, huh, you fool of a boy. Him. Wait a minute, where is this place? The colors of the world are faded for some reason. Grass and flowers sway in the wind, there's the murmur of a burbling creek, there's faint birdsong overhead, and there's the picturesque view of a highland landscape just beyond my sight, but all of it appears washed of color, as though my eyes have gone bad. As for the old man, he's completely white. I look down at myself to find I am also completely white. What's going on? You don't get it, do you? Get what? I keep my stance, refraining from relaxing as I ruminate on his words, only to suddenly realize the truth. I am in a dream. Oh, that explains why the colors are all washed out, I think. And seeing the geezer again, long after he'd been dead and buried before me, no matter how I look at it, this certainly can't be reality. Then again, I always suspected that damn geezer would find a way to come back to life that probably didn't help. Well, all right, I guess I am in a dream. I nod twice to convince myself. So, what are you doing, haunting me in my dreams like this? Instead of an answer, I receive an expression of equal parts dumbfoundedness and exasperation. No, seriously, can you even imagine how often I've thought? The hell are you yapping about? Never mind. What's even his problem? Or so I think as I subconsciously lower my guard, only for a blade to appear before my eyes. Tusk. Once again, my honed survival instincts kick in. I bring up my scabbard to parry the blade, narrowly directing the edge across my bangs, and I let the momentum of the move carry my body into a backward flip. The explosive rebound allows me to leap aside, landing safely away while the deflected blade slams into the ground and viciously gouges a crevice where I stood just moments ago. The strike unleashes winds so intense they threaten to bowl me over due to how close I am to their point of origin, to say nothing of the chunks of debris flying by. Some pieces put cannonballs to shame, forcing me to reposition myself. After 2 more leaps, I'm finally at a more comfortable position. I look over the damage to find a 10-meter-long gash in the earth, the aftereffects of the geezer's slash. It has gouged a nasty chunk, like a portal to hell, amongst the flower field that should have been paradise. As for the geezer himself, from behind the dust cloud, he casually brandishes his sword, letting out a dismissive snort. HMPH, it seems you haven't dulled. The hell is wrong with you, you damn geezer? How terrible. He'd had to suffer the indignity of senility just before he finally croaked, but now this too, what even happened? In the first place, can he stop doing superhuman stuff like this? Seriously, cut it out already. But as my mind settles down, content from having cursed the geezer out, I feel my cheeks twist into a grin. Whatever, I don't actually care. There's only one thing I actually care about whenever we're face to face like this. Even if we meet in a dream, what we do will not change. Or rather, it's one of the things I've wished for more than anything else. When I was still a kid, it'd take only 3 strikes for the geezer to take me out. But I'm stronger now, quite a bit stronger. By now, I should be able to withstand those 3 strikes and maybe even hold my own against him. The geezer lets out another derisive snort. Then come at me. Here I come. Despite how confidently I sold myself, in the end, I still lost. Seriously, though, how am I supposed to win against this inhuman brute of an old man? HMPH. You've improved a little, but you're still just an amateur. Oh, shut up, you shitty old man. Arg, it's so frustrating to have lost. But at the same time, I'm also satisfied. Not only did I fend off 5 of his attacks, a new record, I should mention, I also forced him down to a knee with one of my attacks. The geezer was calm the whole time, but I didn't miss that single moment of surprise he showed. Heh, serves you right. Still, I hear you beat a Grim Reaper. Not too shabby. Good job protecting your own. Huh. What's a Grim Reaper? That name sounds familiar. I can't quite recall it. And what did he mean by protecting my own? Okay, wait, what's he even praising me for? The only times he did. Suddenly, the world around me seems to distort. The washed-out world begins to fade away like mist in the morning. The ground under my feet disappears as well, and my body suddenly feels as though it is floating on nothing. At some point, without me realizing it, the geezer had also disappeared. His voice, however, sounds in my ear. Too bad for you, but it's still 100 years too early for you to be joining me here. Now get out of here. Go back and start training again from the very beginning, you fool of a boy. Am I floating right now, or maybe I'm actually falling? I can't tell, I don't understand what's going on. I feel like I'm trying to resurface out of the water. And then my consciousness. I realize I'm waking up. For about 10 seconds, my mind registers nothing. I do not know where I am, I do not know what has happened to me, and I do not know whether I am alive or dead. My body registers the warm sunlight pouring in from the rainbow, and I feel myself coming to full wakefulness. My eyes see the branches and leaves swaying gently in the breeze, and my ears catch the peaceful notes of birdsong. I'm in a room somewhere on a bed. Oh, then, wait, huh? This isn't my room, right? Wait, if this isn't my room, then what happened? I try searching for memories of a yesterday, but no matter what I do, for some reason, nothing comes to mind. Okay, let's see. It should have been a normal day in the holy city. Does that mean I drank enough alcohol to pass out drunk and without recollection of the night before? I bring up my arms and use them to push myself upright. For some reason, my body feels too heavy to be my own, and by the time I have righted myself, I'm completely out of breath, as though I've exerted myself doing back-breaking labor. I don't think this is a hangover. I have a better view of the room now. I can see the bed I'm sleeping in, a nightstand atop which sits a magic stone lamp, a three-legged stool, and an open but empty cupboard. There is nothing else in this room, nor is anyone here. So now what? I'm not going to figure out what's going on if I don't at least start with finding out where I am, so the first course of action is to leave this room. Then, if able, I'll look for Master and the others. With my plan decided, I begin to move, only for the room door to open. It moves carefully, hesitantly, as though a ghost is pushing at it. Oh, Master. In comes Master, or, at least, someone who appears to be her. Master, WHWH, what happened to your face? Her appearance takes me by complete surprise. Relatively speaking, she looks like she has gone over a week without eating or sleeping, and has done nothing with that time except blame themselves for something and wallow in the guilt and regret of it. Something like that, at least. Her once beautiful hair is ragged and dull, her eyes stare lifelessly with dark circles surrounding them, and her lips are dry and cracked. She looks ready to faint at the slightest provocation. What even happened to cause this? I can't recall what happened yesterday, but what about the day before yesterday? Let's see. On the day before yesterday, Master was the same as usual, I think. Did it happen while I was asleep then? What happened while I was sleeping? As I stare at my Master, who has become more shell than person, her eyes seem to register mine. Her lightless, lifeless eyes slowly widen as the rest of her body stiffens up. Oh, Master. What's wrong? There is such a long, silent pause that I can't help but wonder if beyond blinking or even breathing, our hearts had stopped beating. Of course, the frozen moment lasts only about 10 seconds before Master finally breaks our stasis. Welka. She calls my name in a hesitant, raspy voice while lifting a shaky hand, clumsily reaching out to me. Walka. She starts to move her leg forward, but it's more of an awkward totter than a proper step. Walka. It's clear she is forcing herself to walk, and because of that, she stumbles. Ah. Master, careful, what are you? No matter how I look at it, there is something terribly wrong going on. Still, I'm not about to let Master fall over. I swing out of bed, planting both legs on the ground so I can move to catch her. But when I push off the ground, rather than move, my vision suddenly spins, and I find myself sprawled on the floor a moment later. In addition, because I reflexively reached for the nightstand beside the bed to catch myself, I ended up bringing that down with me as well. In total, it's one noisy racket of a flashy tumble. It hurt to take that unexpected fall, but the pain isn't enough to drive away my confusion. What's going on? I quickly try to right myself, only to fall over again, this time landing on my shoulder. Okay, seriously, what the hell is going on? From the moment I woke up, things have been awfully strange. Walka. In the end, the opposite happens. Master, forcing her uncooperative legs to move, reaches me first despite the initial struggle. As she approaches, I notice there are tears in her eyes for some reason. I'm fine, so please stop moving, don't overexert yourself. I'm so sorry, okay. I'm truly sorry. Okay, there is definitely something wrong here. It's something happening that already happened. Before my very eyes, not something I can laugh off, nor something I can ignore. But what am I supposed to do about it? I can't remember what happened yesterday, nor do I know where I am. All I can do now is try to stand up again. Walka, stop it already, you don't have to keep doing this. Master suddenly lets out a despondent wail, and forcibly pulls my head into her chest. That leaves me even more worried. Master, hey, what are you? Please just stay still, all right? Please, I'm begging you. And no, listen, you're overthinking this. And more importantly, where are we? If I passed out drunk, you could have just left me in my room, you know. Huh. Master's arms, practically locked around my neck in a chokehold, suddenly loosen up as she squeaks in surprise. I immediately take that opening, using my arms to support myself and pull myself away. W. Walka, what are you saying? Huh, am I mistaken? Sorry, it's just I can't seem to remember. As soon as the words leave my mouth, Master's face, already pallid and lifeless, sinks even further. I can practically hear what little blood that remained draining away. It can't be, and no, please, no more. Master, suddenly terrified, rushes over and grabs my shoulders, squeezing them hard. Walka, do you recognize me? You remember me, right? It's me, Lizzle, you know, Lislart, you're a master. Huh, why yeah, of course I recognize you. Why are you asking? Why, you said something about not remembering, so. I mean, I did, but how does that lead to me forgetting about her? She's been my master pretty much from the moment we first met. Add to that the fact that she's the one person I've known the longest now, there is no way I could ever forget her. Why, you do recognize me, right? You haven't forgotten who I am, right? Of course, I haven't forgotten. Do you want me to recount how we first met? With that, Master finally calms down as she presses a hand against her chest in great relief, while another tear rolls down her cheek. It's a heart-rending sight to see her like this. Anyway, I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. I can't quite remember what happened yesterday, and for some reason, I can't really move the way I want. I force myself to stand, only to lose my balance once again, though thankfully, Master catches me in time. Come on now, what's going on with my body? This isn't the time for it to be acting up like this. Walka, haven't you noticed? Huh, noticed what? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Master sharply inhales. From that reaction, I surmise she knows why my body is acting the way it is. So, it would be nice if you could tell me what's going on. Her expression twists into a dark, painful grimace. Strong hesitation is written there, wavering on whether it is appropriate for me to know. I would rather her not be so reluctant to explain. I mean, I understand things can be pretty bad if it's something I should be realizing on my own, but at the same time, I feel like this is something she needs to tell me, or else we will never get anywhere. Whether my ardent plea convinced her, or if it was something else, after a pause and a bite of her lips, Master finally, slowly opens her mouth. Your leg, your left leg. My leg. At her direction, I look toward my left leg. For a moment, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to see. Then I realize it's what I'm not seeing that's the problem, and I start to wonder why I hadn't noticed. Or rather, it's a little hard to believe that I don't see what I'm supposed to be seeing. That is, I have no left leg. Specifically, everything from about the knee down is completely missing. Then, like water bursting through an expanding crack, my memories come flooding back, and I remember everything that happened. Master, I ask quietly, where are Urusha and Atri? Right now, they should be out shopping. They're safe. Why yeah. Missing my left leg does explain why I keep falling over whenever I try to stand, or rather, why I'm still stuck on the floor. And now that I think about it, my depth perception also feels off. I don't think I can see out of my right eye anymore. But, well, none of that is what truly matters. Master, what about you? How are you doing? Are you fine after everything that's happened? I'll be fine, more importantly. Oh. Hearing her say so sets me at ease, and I feel relief flooding my heart. I somehow managed to get us out of that tragedy, that terrible, no good, very awful, bad ending from the original storyline. Seeing Master alive and well before my eyes makes that fact feel especially poignant. What a relief. Those words carry in them the emotions I feel, especially the relief that fills my heart. So Urusha and Atri must be safe too. Oh man, I did it. I really did it, no matter how desperate it must have been back there. I mean, I have no memory of anything that happened after I stepped into the Grim Reaper's reach, not an iota of memory of how we clashed or how I had defeated it. Well, maybe a miracle happened, or something else I wouldn't understand. The one thing I do know is that Master is here, safe and sound. So everyone made it out fine, huh? Oh, this must be what it feels like to be overwhelmed by emotion. To be honest, I didn't think I would survive the encounter, let alone come away mostly intact with Master unharmed in the least. Surely this isn't a dream, right? No, it can't be. It hurt like hell when I fell over earlier, and the pain didn't wake me up so. I'm so relieved. So overwhelmed I am by my relief that I can't find any other word to express my feelings. For all my life, I've been told I have a naturally unfriendly face. In this moment, perhaps I'm able to give a genuine smile from the bottom of my heart. Why? I can only wonder how I must have looked to Master when she saw how much more concerned I was about everyone else, over my own injuries. I would never have noticed, of course, not when I paid almost no attention to my injuries either. Section. Before long, a sister appears. It seems this is a treatment room under the jurisdiction of the Holy Order of Crisscrest. After the sister finishes examining me, Master begins catching me up to speed, and that is when Eurysha and Atri return from their shopping trip. They freeze up when they enter the room and find me conscious and sitting upright. They turn pale in tandem, as though they had seen a ghost, while their eyes widen to saucers and their mouths hang loosely agape. For a time, they stand completely still, as though they were frozen in time. Let alone Eurysha, it's rare to see Atri, as stoic as she usually is, look so expressive. After a few long seconds, Eurysha suddenly drops her bags on the floor. Of course, she hadn't done this on purpose, but rather out of astonishment. Still, the noise acts like a kind of signal that pushes Eurysha forward. Just as Master did a little while ago, Eurysha's eyes fill with tears while her face scrunches up, ready to burst. Senpai. Whoa there. Without sparing a second glance at the fallen groceries, Eurysha practically sprints at full speed and dives toward my bed. Judging by Master's reaction earlier, the reason why I almost died is that I truly pushed myself that hard in the first place, and my near-death left the girls overwhelmingly worried. I had assumed something when the others returned, but I did not expect Eurysha to leap toward me. I mean, she's not the type of girl to do something like that with random guys, right? She isn't done either. She climbs onto the bed before aggressively pushing her head against my chest. Oh, thank goodness. I am so relieved. Do you know how worried I was? I was so worried. Yeah, I'm sure you were, but Please, Eurysha, restrain yourself a little. Being this close isn't good for my heart, I mean. Master is on the firmer side, so I'm not so worried when she does it, but Eurysha? Well, I guess I just need to focus. I need to clear my mind. Uwalka. And then there's Atri. Unlike Eurysha, excited to the point of leaping into my arms, Atri is cool and relaxed. Or at least until I noticed she was already standing behind me. There's a look on her face that suggests she's holding herself back from something. I was worried too. Really worried. It's the first time I've ever heard Atri sound so unsure of herself. It leaves my heart shaken, especially flustered from Eurysha's scent wafting and full of guilt. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Sorry for the trouble. There's nothing else I could have done about this apparently unavoidable scenario, but it still worried everyone quite a bit. Well, if I had properly remembered the original storyline even a little sooner, things might not have worked out the way they did. Having powers just like the protagonist would have gotten us out of there, too. In any case, all I can do now is feel ashamed at my past self for having left me with no other option but risking my life. After picking up the fallen groceries and stowing them away into the shelves, Master comes over and gently tugs on Eurysha's sleeve. Eurysha, he's only just woken up, so perhaps. Eurysha trembles in surprise and immediately puts distance between us. She roughly wipes the tears from her eyes before facing me, looking paler than before. I am so sorry, Senpai. Did I hurt you? Your wound? If I did, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Just calm down. I'm not very good at being friendly, so I deliberately try to sound as gentle as I can. I've already worried everyone enough straddling the line between life and death, so I don't want to make them feel any worse than I already have. Besides, just look at me, I'm pretty much all better. If I had both legs still, I'd be up for a walk, even. The sister who examined me earlier also said I have nothing to worry about, so really, I'm doing just fine. And if she feels bad because I've lost an eye and a leg, well, that's nothing too significant. If it's about my body, you don't need to worry. I put my life on the line to protect you all, and I did it. I kept you all safe. Now we're all here, and everyone's alive. I do not regret any of it. Master and the girls have no way of knowing, but the original storyline was truly horrible. Each of them would have been subjected to a fate truly worse than death, horrible in every sense of the word. How did I feel about it in my precious life? I mean, I don't remember the exact details, but that entire sequence was, well, if all I have to sacrifice to keep that from happening is an eye and a leg, then I truly have no regrets. So don't worry about it. If this is all it takes to keep you all safe, it's a tiny price to pay. It isn't my bravado speaking. The Grim Reaper is a veritable monster among monsters, and an encounter with it means certain death for anyone but S-ranked adventurers. It is so strong that, if I couldn't remember the original storyline, there was little chance of surviving even if all 4 of us were to struggle desperately against it. Honestly, if we asked 100 people about our odds, they would all say the same thing. Our surviving is nothing short of a miracle. With that in mind, surely Master and the others, deep in their hearts, know this is the ideal outcome, right? Which is why, just trust me, I'm fine, you don't have to worry anymore. Which is why, I need them to stop making it feel like we're attending a wake or something. Seriously, I really mean it. There's a heavy, awkward tension in the air that's threatening to crush my stomach under its weight. Seriously, I'm perfectly fine now. Section. I put my life on the line to protect you all, and I did it. I kept you all safe. Now we're all here, and everyone's alive. I do not regret any of it. So don't worry about it. If this is all it takes to keep you all safe, it's a tiny price to pay. Trust me, I'm fine. You don't have to worry anymore. Now then, how did Walka's words tear apart what little remained of Lizzle's, Eurysha's, and Atri's psyches? First, some context. At this point, Lizzle, Eurysha, and Atri each feel something special toward Walka, though it isn't necessarily a romantic feeling. For Lizzle, Walka is her precious disciple, the only one in the world. For Eurysha, Walka is her precious senpai, the person she holds in highest esteem. For Atri, Walka is her precious partner, the fated one she has been searching for. Now, for such a person to not only risk his life to fight the Grim Reaper, but to also constantly flit between life and death over the 10 days he was unconscious, suffice to say, the girls' minds are completely frayed and on the verge of a complete breakdown themselves. Now, with that in mind, reconsider Walka's words. The tone with which he delivered his words, he sounds as though he knew something was going to happen. More importantly, what makes it worse is the absolute sincerity in Walka's voice. Of course, it would still be some time before Walka comes face to face with the realities of a missing eye and leg. Before that point, at the moment, he truly feels neither regret nor sorrow. Of course, Lizzle and the others are quick on the uptake. I'm so relieved that I was able to protect everyone, is the thought that comes straight from the bottom of his heart. It should be known that, so long as Lizzle and the rest of the party are safe, Walka would unhesitatingly take another serious injury that ruins his life. That's it, that's nothing, he would boldly claim. So he thinks nothing of himself and is eager to risk his life for the sake of Lizzle, Eurysha, and Atri. Then, how do Lizzle and the girls take his words in turn? Walka cares about us so much that he has no trouble throwing away everything to protect us. Their interpretation is correct, in a way, but also reading too deeply into Walka's motivations. In short, as far as the girls could tell, Walka had weighed his life against Lizzle and the others, only to choose his party members without hesitation. However, the realization of this truth is the last straw, the final ember that burns away the last shreds of sanity holding the girls' minds together. The warm melancholy from feeling Walka's awkward compassion and the icy touch of guilt from having forced Walka to make an irreversible situation. Under the burden of these two conflicting emotions, the 3 girls silently, wordlessly lose their minds. Walka, Walka, no, I don't want it. I don't want to live in a world where you're not in it. I want us to be together forever and ever, because you're my. Lizzle's affection, already heavy and clingy, flares up with desperate, impassioned intensity. Senpai, I have decided on what I must do. Since you gave your all to protect us, so shall I give my all to support you. You seem to think it will not be a problem, but living with a single eye and a single leg will prove to be difficult. So from now on, please leave everything to me. Please allow me to make it all up to you. For your sake, senpai, I will give my everything. Eurysha's longing, already avid and earnest, becomes an unshakable, inexorable force. Walka, you truly are my destined one. I have lived to this day because I was meant to meet a warrior like you. That is why, to you, I dedicate my body and my life, that I may give it all to die for you. That alone is the reason I exist. Atri's fervor, already fierce and fiery, becomes an unstoppable, berserk juggernaut. For Walka, despite avoiding annihilation, his party has become unwell. He overcame one problem only to discover another one immediately afterward. Everything stems from one difference: knowing and not knowing the original storyline. That difference has created a fundamental, fatal misunderstanding between Walka and the rest of his party, or perhaps it is not a misunderstanding, but a miraculous coincidence. After all, the truth is, nothing is being misunderstood so much as things are being overanalyzed. Side story 2, Under the Cardinal Saint's Scrutiny. I'm so done. Why can't those bald fatties just drop dead already? On the night after Walka and his companions encountered Windmill, on the eve of their ominous, foreboding carriage ride, within the Grand Cathedral, home to the Holy Order of Crisscrest, located in the holy city of Granfros, a certain young girl lets loose vulgar words as she dives into a welcoming sofa. This foul-mouthed girl is, of course, the Saint of Alabaster White, the same saint who sent off the Saint of the Heavenly Sword Angeshite, that is, Ans to Walka. As she is now, slovenly sprawled across a sofa and kicking her legs wildly about, her epithet hardly fits her. Seriously, I can't take any more of this. I hate working. Hee, you certainly have worked hard. Your efforts are much appreciated. Answering her is praise that comes from a clear but childish voice. It belongs to another girl, dressed in a garb resembling that of a Labster White's, though her tiara boasts a different crest, a star. She is, of course, the Saint of Starry Eyes, the very same person, according to Ans, capable of seeing through any lie and every sin a person has committed throughout their life. At Starry Eyes' praise, the exhausted Alabaster White falls still. Seriously, though, I think I'm just not cut out for pretending to be a nice and charming person, you know. Which is why you always left these types of jobs to Ans, right? Yeah, and she's really good at it, isn't she? Me, I don't get it. What's so fun about having to deal with those fat baldies? To give some context as to why she is currently exploding with anger over so-called fat baldies, Alabaster White had attended a certain banquet as a representative of the Cardinal Saints, where she was forced to entertain several hairless and rather chubby men on business from a neighboring country. Of course, that meant bearing with flattery that bordered on sexual harassment and returning charming non-answers like, "Oh my, is that so?" And, "Unfortunately not tonight, no." With Ans, the usual participant and most sociable among the Cardinal Saints, currently absent, the duty had fallen on Alabaster White as the substitute. Wouldn't it have been better not to let her go? You should have known this was going to happen. Another voice calls out, this one in a halting, sleepy tone. It, too, belongs to another Cardinal Saint, the last of the four who reside in the Grand Cathedral, the Saint of Split Fortunes, whose tiara features a crest of the moon. Her words push Alabaster White to roll over limply. Yeah, I did know. But you know, when you see a girl like her start crying like that, you can't help but, you know what I mean. You sure do spoil that girl. Oh well, good luck with the dinner party tomorrow. Arg darn it. As usual, the Cardinal Saints gather after a day's work to socialize with one another. On this particular occasion, the sleepy voice of Split Fortunes turns a different question toward Alabaster White. So, would you happen to know anything about the adventurer that girl left to go meet? Not really, no. I might have seen him from far away a couple of times, but we've never met face to face. Of course, Ans is always sharing stories about Walka with great zest, so despite them having never met, Alabaster White knows quite a lot about him. Still, revealing as much is an entirely different issue, so she chooses to add nothing for the time being. I see. Split Fortunes presses no further, seemingly understanding Alabaster White's deliberate silence. So why'd you ask? I suppose I wanted to know what kind of person they are. Alabaster White's eyes widen in surprise. That's rare, you're actually interested in someone. He defeated a Grim Reaper, did he not? That makes him important to the Holy City. Despite her emphasis on the importance, Split Fortune sounds no less sleepy. Knowing how adventurers are, it would not be unusual for one such as he to simply leave. Recall, if you will, the S-ranked party that uprooted themselves and left for another country. That's what adventurers do, right? They adventure. That's how it's supposed to be. Such an ideal is problematic. Every time we lose an excellent worker, I receive more trouble to handle. She pauses for a moment, then continues. Which is why we need adventurers like him to feel like they should be a part of the holy city and that they must protect it. Sure, but you read the report, right? The guy's lost an eye and a leg, his wounds are that bad. If he wants to go back to being an adventurer, a man capable of defeating a Grim Reaper will not fall over from something of that level. Besides, we simply have to support him unconditionally. By doing so, we incur a debt of gratitude, through which I will have him work an extremely long time for the holy city and make things easier for me. As always, your priority is in making things easier for yourself, huh? As Alabaster White gapes in dumbfounded surprise, Starry Eyes nods in earnest agreement. I, too, am of the opinion that we should actively recruit highly skilled individuals. I guess, while her reasoning is founded on rather selfish desires, Split Fortune's logic is not entirely wrong. More excellent adventurers in the holy city means more of its citizens' troubles are handled daily. That, in turn, reduces the burden on Alabaster White and the other cardinal saints. The adventurer, what was his name again? It's Walka. Right, of course Walka, that was it. Yes, his name is Walka. Unbeknownst to Walka, it is at this moment that, while one cardinal saint is committing his name to memory, 2 others now know him by name. If the opportunity arises, perhaps I should meet with him as well. Would this count as staking my claim on him? You're not the only curious one. Oh, now that I think about it, I believe he is also one of Roch's friends. I do wonder. What kind of person is he then? Uh-oh, sounds like they've got their eye on you now, Walka. Tough luck. Well, that isn't to say Alabaster White has no intention of not interfering, either. Walka is severely injured, after all, and the sight of his lost eye and lost leg is sure to intensify Anne's already complicated feelings about him. So then what? What if Walka and the rest of Silver Gray suddenly announce their departure from the country? In that case, Anne's will undoubtedly declare her intent to leave as well, and that would be a scandal of unprecedented proportions. Who could ever imagine a saint leaving the country that is the home of the church they should be a part of? In the first place, a country can never have enough talented adventurers. It is out of the question to allow a rival nation, such as the royal capital of the north, to headhunt the adventurers who defeated a Grim Reaper. Thus, for Anne's sake, and the holy city's of course, Walka must stay for as long as possible. To onlookers, it may seem presumptuous, even selfish, for Alabaster White to make such a decision. To the cardinal saint, however, it is as simple as having Walka take responsibility for making Anne's cry. Now then, don't think you'll be getting away that easily. Thus, in addition to his party members surrounding him, Walka will soon find himself caught in the net cast by the leaders of the holy city, the cardinal saints. As for the one-eyed, one-legged young man in question, he has but a single sneeze that announces the tidings to come, but that, of course, is another story. Afterward, imagine this scene. A heroine embracing the mortally injured protagonist, begging him not to die. Or this scene, a heroine in tears and apologizing at the bedside of a protagonist unconscious in a hospital. Then, what about a heroine who, traumatized by the protagonist nearly dying, experiences flashbacks of that event? For a long time, I have been inexplicably captivated by such scenes in anime and manga. However, when these things do happen, it's almost guaranteed that the protagonist comes back to life or the heroine bounces back better than ever. In other words, the focus is on their comeback, and the injuries they sustain are just a minor detail. This work is, well, a little different. Our protagonist is maimed, he loses an eye and a leg, neither of which he can easily recover from. In addition, the heroines immensely regret being powerless to help him in his time of need, and the intensity of their negative emotions destabilizes them. So in web novels, we often describe stories where the protagonist's unfortunate circumstances cause surrounding characters to become distressed, to lose the light in their eyes, so to speak, as cloudy. The protagonist getting hurt while protecting their comrades is a rather classic trope, right? In many cases, that's the actual minor detail part, and I'm sure many readers will be surprised that this trope is actually the focus of a certain genre. Note, this is just one interpretation, and there are many different interpretations of the trope. At the time of writing, we're in an age where novels are stress-free power fantasies. It has become the norm to have protagonists who defeat their enemies with overwhelming force to save the heroine. With that in mind, I would say it's not an exaggeration to call this work, which involves starting the protagonist in a difficult situation and giving him cloudy heroines to work with as counterculture. I just want to say, the sight of a heroine suffering and shedding tears because she cares for someone she loves is certainly a beautiful one. And the truth is, I've never mentioned this to anyone before, but I've always wanted to read a story like this one, and I hope this work reaches as many hidden but like-minded comrades as possible. Rainy Canaria. End of Volume 1.